Good morning. Today is 14th of June 2025, and we're going to be racing today. Today, we're going to be racing at Eagle Farm. There are some very prestigious races today here at Eagle Farm. A lot of Group 1 races, Group 2 races, and this is where we're going to be racing. The shape of the ground is one of the most popular shapes, but it may not be the best or the worst. The track itself is one of the best tracks in Queensland, Australia, after Doom Bend. And the last finishing mile from the last bend to the finishing post is about 430 meters. Could be a little here and there, but that's the ballpark. From here till the finishing post, it's about 430. And there are 9 races today here, and we'll see what we can do. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week. At least we try to do 5 days a week. At times we just don't have the right tracks. That's when we skip. But we try to do 5 days a week. And we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. And that's exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings. And the third one is PalmerBet, where we take a look at the official winning numbers. And that's all that we have. So we'll see if we got the feed.
At the last start here, her wet for heavy track form didn't read that great, but she was really good last start here on the heavy 10 surface. She had a hard run, she had excuses, and done an excellent job to be beaten a tough 3 of a length behind Prima Bella. Finished range where he was disappointing but found himself in the inferior section of the track, so he can bounce back. Octavian Treasure, like the horse, love the way she's going. Sort of question mark on her as a genuine heavy track.
2391 are the odds for the first one.
Empress to be the best of the rest. 10-1, 8 and 6.
Okay, on to race number 3 we go. And a super maiden plate coming up here. This is over the 1,300 metre trip. Number for Chris Waller. I can't recall Jess riding for Chris.
No.
He may have in the past, but it's not a frequent thing. Anyway, good to see her on board for the Premier Trainer here today. Louisburg, finally, we see him at the track today. I think he was scratched at Scone, he was scratched at Gosford, and he's been scratched somewhere else, I think. Maybe last Sunday at Wyong. Anyway, he's here today at 3:30 with the winkers going on for the first time. Satin Sparkle at $5.50. We've got Aura at $6. Selco at 10 and Happiness $18 in this $60,000 super maiden.
Well, I'm thinking Jess Taylor will be keen to capitalise on the opportunity here, and I'm with Sound Banker. I made her one of my best bets on the card. We'll take a look at her second of 2 runs last preparation. This is back on the 21st of August. Now, you spot her in the pink colours back near last there. I thought her run was huge from back in the field. Obviously, she takes a little while to get clear, but accelerates nicely over the 1,100 metre trip to be beaten 3/4 of a length behind Enrich, who's gone on to bigger and better things, winning the listed Fireball and the Group 2 Arrowfield. So she gets a significant step back in grade. First up for the preparation. Always a little bit nervous with a capitalist on a heavy track, but banking on the fact that they wouldn't have brung her here if they didn't think she'd get through it, and she is out of and so thinking that she has agreed to be very hard to beat here today. Louisburg, I know the call suggested that maybe he wasn't genuine, but I thought he was tough last start. He went down by the narrowest of margins. That was at Gosford behind Whispering Roof, and as the day played on, it looked like Fence and Leaders was the place to be. So there may have been a little bit of extra hidden merit in his run. He gets the lifters on for the first time. That should switch him on, and Aaron's off the back of 3 winners there at Musselbrook yesterday. Satin Sparkle, I have minded her run. She comes back from Canterbury to Provincial Maiden, and Aura. She's first up. She's trialled up really well. I'm thinking she's made good improvement from her first race in preparation, and Mum Love the Wet, 9, 3, 8 and 7.
First thing of the quaddy is race 4 on the card. That's due to go at 2:15 local time. Midway 3-year-old Maiden will kick it off over the 1400 metres. We'll take out One Righteous Legend and Adelina Falls, number 6, not running. So half a dozen of them remain dollars. That's now in the care of Jason Deemer. Ben Looker does the steering. First up, 210 and clear cut favourite. Terrific Tom at 4. Proclivity for Clary Connors is at $6 along with Air Kiss. Purple Rose at $7.50. And Jewel County lining up at start number 2. Gibbo riding for Jared Austin at $12 in this midway 3-year-old Maiden to start the quadrilla.
I'm really keen on dollars here. He's first up for the new stable for Kieran Mars Galloper, and this is his run first up last preparation. You were spotting him in the second half of the hip field in the dynamic syndication colours, and love the way he closes off late in the piece here over the 1200 metres to only be beaten 2 lengths behind Exclusive Artist, who's gone on to win again. He's had one more run after this in town where he had a hard run and he was disappointing. He's first up today. They've gelded him. He's trialled up really nicely on a heavy 9 surface and looks to find a really winnable assignment here first up. So keen on him with Ben Looker on board from the 2 Proclivity, who was quite good here on debut behind Cowstar, who's subsequently gone on to win again. He's had 2 more runs since, where he's been a little subpar, but he gets similar circumstances to his peak performance, thinking that should see him bounce back. The 8 Air Kiss was really good from back in the field without luck last start at provincial grade, and Terrific Tom was better off the back of the last start, 6-week freshen. So a repeat.
The market has changed rather significantly. 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 and 12 are out. A little separating the top 3 in betting here. So Mostro comes here first up. Again, Adrian at $3 at his favourite. Over Tango Queen, who won't lack for fitness at $3.10. Henri the last start Kembla winner. But Peter Snowden at $3.50. Mornington Pier is at $6.50, $8.50 then for Manway. And Dalio, $15 is the outsider in race 5.
I'm really keen on Tango Queen here. Obviously, the scratching, if you've lost any kind of value, she was around the $8 quote last night, but she brings the race fitness, and she's coming off a couple of last start pacings in good form races behind the likes of Miss Space Girl and Pick Up the Tab. So down in the weights with a 2-kilo claim for Molly Fitzgerald, a nice gate, a nice soft track record. I think she's the way to go. Over Homerick, who's coming out of Maiden Company, who was good last start to win on the heavy track there at Kembla Grange. He'll take good confidence from that. The 2 Mostro, pretty good money for him this morning. He actually broke the Maiden in country grade alongside a Night Patra last preparation over a touch further. So thinking this will be a little short of his best. He's had 2 trials. Maybe the heavy track brings him into it. And Mornington Pier is the interesting galloper. Former Kieran Mar galloper. No doubt he'll improve once he gets up in trip moving forward. But the trials have been really encouraging. I'll be keeping an eye on the market late. 11, 7, 2 and 1.
Okay, on the race number 6 we go. The provincial benchmark 68 over the 1250 metres brings up the 3rd leg of the quaddie. Numbers 1, 2, 6 and 7 are not running. So Presides nice and fit for Mitch Beer and Michaela Weir, 220 in favourite over Powerful Peg. She hasn't done anything on heavy tracks previously. Chris Lees has her on a home track. Oakfield Duke at 380 is the stablemate, who is second up. Happy Saturday at 5. Doty at 23 and the outsider at $71 Ocean Shores in race number 6.
Yeah, made a case for Oakfield Duke here. He just absolutely loves the wet track conditions. He's had 1 run back where it was over an unsuitable trip and the track didn't play in his favour. So happy enough to forget that. He has placed at home, and thinking with Aaron Bullock on board, every time I turn around, Bruce McKenzie is owning another winner.
Yeah.
I think he looks well placed here this afternoon. From the 5 in Presides, who's just so consistently honest. He continues to run good races. He'll be right in the action there again. The 4 Powerful Peg, when the track was a 6 yesterday and I was hoping for a 5, I had her on top. She'd only have to run up to her run last preparation in the Hunter to be very competitive, obviously to have ability, but the wet track has to be a concern.
For local time. Class 1 over the 1200 metres is the final event on the program, and we take out numbers 1, 2 and 4. So
all right, this is the first one here. It's a 1600 meter open, and if we look at the odds, it's 2, 3, 9 and 1. That 2 is the favorite, then 3, 9 and 1. If we look through the rails, then that's what the thing is, and we get that 8 in between. The 8 is the linear, right? It's also in a very good hands. I checked, the 3 is being ridden by J-Mac, who's here. Now, there are some little changes that I was able to do yesterday. So we know there is a pressure difference from the previous race, but we are also in a dilemma, is how that pressure difference is going to make a difference, and on the basis of what. So I don't know how to explain this, but the right approach is like this, that we put salt when we want to make something salty. We put sugar when we want to put something sweet. And that's that side of it. But putting that salt and the sugar is based on a decision, which is either making it salty or making it sugar. So this is that side where I have either put in salt or sugar. And then we have this side, which is basically the expected difference. That means on what basis? What is the thought behind it? What is the thought behind it? So do I want to make it sweet or sweeter? Do I want to make it salty? So we are going to monitor that, and we'll see if we get something out of those lines. But when I checked this with the data, this I matched it. I could only match it with Flemington because that was the last track that we played, which is a better track, and we checked it with Flemington, and it's like the ones which are 0-0 are the best. That is where there's no experiment going on. This is basically an experiment. This is basically an experiment. This might happen, might not happen. There is an experiment going on, and so the 0-0s are the ones that we should be looking for. At least that's what I got from Flemington. And if we'll monitor that today as well, and we'll see if that makes sense. But this thing is again something that we have to cross-check with multiple tracks, including Randwick, Doombend, and on all those places. This is something that we need to check. But we know from the rails we've got the 2. The 2 is the favorite. If we look at the spell of the horses, 2 is the highest with the lowest. Then it is 1. And then it is 8 with the highest pressure, because that's the linear. Then we have a 9, which is less. 3 is among the lowest. There is another one which is 7, and then there is the 6, which is probably the worst one. This is a 42 by 5, this is a 33 by 7, and then we have a 55 by 8. This is a 55 by 21, and that's what it is. Now the other section that we have, I was thinking of adding, since we have the JBR, this is showing this is basically the placings of the jockeys, all right, and this is the resistance on the jockeys. What kind of a resistance? So the higher it is, the better it is. The lower it is, that means the higher it is, that means they have higher resistance, which essentially means that they are good jockeys. And the lesser ones means that they don't have resistance, less resistance. So in that case, this becomes either an advantage or they're just poor jockeys. So this will definitely depend on, what are the circumstances and how that has been laid. So yeah, so 2 is here and it's a 0-0. The 1 is also there, which looks like it is there. The 8 is not there within the odds. It's the linear, and that's where the spice is going on. The 9 is also going through spices. The 3 is again 0-0. So is the 5 and the 4. The difference is here that 5 is the largest inner. 5 is the largest inner. There are no outer apart from this one, which is lesser than this. So that 5 is a check. That 5, we'll have to see what's that 5 and how it is going to work. And that's where the 5 stands. So 8 is here within the rails with all the physics, mathematics, everything. And it's the linear, which is a 419. It's not a great one. I mean, 419, we know that it's not a great thing, but it is there. Whether it'll win, not win, that's a separate thing altogether. It doesn't look like that it's in a position, especially with that 81 by 26 when we get that as a neutral. And 2 is being ridden by, I think, a jockey named Roller. That's that. But here the resistance is almost on the top of this jockey. This essentially means it's a good jockey. So that's how it is there. And the 1 is relaxed. 1 is ridden by Karen McAvoy. So this is where there is no resistance at all. This is the highest resistance. This is the lowest resistance. And they both are within the rails. So 1 is the horse with the lowest resistance here with a 0-0. This is the highest resistance. The jockey is set as neutral, and that 2 is the favorite. So that makes a contradiction here. There's a huge contradiction here, but this is the first one, so I am obviously not going to get into it, and we'll see how this thing works. The 2 is good. We've got the pressure line on this, which is 81 by 26 with one of the best jocks. That's what the data says. Now, how good is he, or if that relaxation is going to bend him over, is something that needs to be figured out, because both the horses are good. And if we look at how it is being laid, it is like that. So it's 26 by 35. Okay, 26 by 35. I would have liked the 2 more if it was not a neutral, but it is set as a neutral, which at times work, at times it doesn't. And that's more or less what we have. The 8 is the linear. We know it is within the rails. It's a check. The 5 is the largest inner. We're going to take a look at what that horse is when they speak about it. But it looks like it has not done great in the last one. It came 11th 4 weeks ago. But before that, it came in second, the 5. Before that, it came in second. So that's 26. Then that's 81 by 26. This is 80 by 35. So they chronologically, they are there. All right. Then it is this 4, which is at 21, which is the next. And then the low pressures are there. And then this side we have the jocks. So 3 is being ridden by J-Mac. It's a colt, and J-Mac is friendly with that colt. So that's the lowest pressure on J-Mac. This is the lowest pressure on the Spell, and this is the lowest pressure on J-Mac. So if this thing works and one does not upset this, because this is where this thing stands, he's relaxed, this jock, and we know Karen McAvoy is good, and if he's been placed like that, we'll see how that works. If the 1 doesn't upset this, then we should be doing good. We've got all of them within the rails. 2, 1, 8, 9, and 3 is here, which is without any pressure. So the 3 is the only one which is an EW and ridden by J-Mac. Rest everything is within the box. We'll see how it works.
$750 back to $950, and the 2 they've backed at longer odds. Now, if you're keen to play a couple of roughies outside the favourites, Midnight Luna, this was as much as $13 earlier today, 10, and Red Rags to Bulls, I wrote down $17 earlier on today. It's now $10. So those 2 at longer odds been very well supported. But yeah, take your pick on the tab highway.
Okay, I don't know that the speed map will clarify that much, to be honest, except if you are a fan of horses like Super Norwest and maybe even Mulvator as well, you're just wondering whether you can slide across and find a half-decent position, because there is a little bit of speed drawn underneath them, the likes of Festive Mar turned down. Who's your likely leader, Brad, do you think?
I think Sibylla, where she has drawn, and the fact that she led a highway last time out, she gets first look at finding the front here. Turned downwards and all the way leader there first up, and he'll slide across. And then you've got Super Norwest. Just needs a few things to fall into place from the get-go to maybe find some cover just in behind, or maybe she pushes right on with it. I mean, she's pretty versatile in that regard. But just on the track, we did see the first race. It was always going to be important to keep an eye on how the track played early, because it was a bit of an unknown today. Rail 3 metres, Rose Hill, on a drier track than we have seen over the past few weeks, where jockeys were inclined to get well away from the inside. But as you could see there in the first, was certainly those horses making ground were at no disadvantage. So I came into the meeting thinking maybe leaderish, maybe towards the inside, but maybe that's not the case. We did see Regulated the Fair stick on well from outside the lead, but the best of the closers, and clearly was your winner, Queen of Clubs, who settled well back in the field.
Yeah, she was absolutely fantastic. And for those who missed that, Gary Portelli saying that she'll now be tipped out. And they'll aim up at some races over a mile plus off the back of what he said there. Let's get to Darren Flindell for the call of race number 2. This is the highway over the 14.
In riding Red Rags to Bulls, Jay Ford on podcast, saddlecloth number 22 being dusted up for this. Bolvader moves in, Jace McMurray aboard. And Red Rags to Bulls going in. Podcast and Hell of a Fox are the last two to go forward. Hell of a Fox in great form, shooting for 4 in a row. Came down the outside fence to win comfortably at Goulburn the last time out on a soft 7. There's the light. Ready to run now. The highway here at Rose Hill. Stand by. Racing now, and there's a great line out. The favourite was the first head out, Super Norwest. Plenitude in the pink is pushing through on the inside and turned down going forward. Antelo Capra very handy with Sibylla parking in 5th early. Then came Salute again. Midnight Luna about midfield there in the red cap. They're followed after a few lengths to Podcast on the inside of Ferozano. Red Rags to Bulls deeper out. Hell of a Fox taken right back in the field. In fact, it's 4th last now. From Mulvader, Best of Ma, and Ship Shape is the last one. Turned down, got across now and leads here at the 800 metres by a length on Plenitude. Antelo Capra leaders back third. The favourite Super Norwest, 1 out, 1 back. Followed by Salute again, Ferozano in a 3-wide part. Red Rags the Bulls off the track from Sibylla, Midnight Luna. Close to heels is Podcast. Now Hell of a Fox is trying to get into the race. Hell of a Fox is very wide though, coming around the turn. Turned down in front from Plenitude, stride for stride. Then Super Norwest, Antelo Capra coming off heels. Further back, Salute again. Red Rags to Bull down the outside. Hell of a Fox too far back, I'd say. It's Plenitude getting to the front. Antelo Capra pounces. Super Norwest, Red Rags to Bull. Salute again needs a run behind them. Super Norwest moved up now. Super Norwest from Antelo Capra. Head and head. Super Norwest is today's the day. Yep, just. Super Norwest a nose on the line to Antelo Capra. Salute again, not much luck in third. I think it ran third in front of Red Rags to Bulls. Then Plenitude, followed by Mulvader turned down. Then Podcast, Best of Bar, Ferozano, Midnight Luna, Ship Shape, and Hell of a Fox.
Oh, Super Norwest keeps that dream run for Braith not going. Geez, he's riding well at the moment. His strike rate second only to James McDonald. Antelo Capra's run an absolute bottler, been beaten a flared nostril in the end, maybe a half head, I'm talking it up, but the 6 too good, and the pick of the yard salutes Corey on fire early, which is nice, Bradley, and we get a winner there with horse 6.
Yeah, you just get the impression that the stable know this mare so well. Matt Dale looked a bit of a target, third up. There was money, and she delivers, and wasn't she in for the fight? She looked like she may have got beaten there a few occasions down the straight, yet to her credit, she knuckled down, sense of timing, and she just landed that knockout blow. So maybe a little excuse for Salute again. Looked to be held up momentarily, albeit the margin was quite comprehensive at the finish. But the punters were on song, and so were you, Corey.
Yeah, it's extremely good ride there by Braith Knock, Brad. If you watch it, he could have got into a bumpy duel there with Anna Roper, but he allowed her to come out and let her do a little bit of work, just that dragging back into the race, because the horse actually didn't travel that well for him. It was a little bit hot and cold on and off the bridle, but I just love his sense of timing. He's absolutely on song at the moment, Braith Knock. Riding terrific, mate. Well done.
All right, well done, Corey. Nice starts of the day. Let's head to Queensland. Eagle Farms first isn't too far away.
Well, good morning and welcome to Group 1 racing at Eagle Farm here today. Of course, Queensland's signature race, the Stradbroke, is our celebrity race later on today. We do have the horses in the yards here for race number 1 on the card. This is the Gunsen Classic at Group 3 level. It is over the mile for the 3-year-olds. And your favourite is Just a Party at about 3:20. So Let's have a look at them from the top, starting with Pisces here from the James Cummings stable with Kieran McAvoy.
He's pretty reliable, this fellow. I think the Fred Best is a really good reference. He ran third there at Doomben 10 days ago behind Spicy Martini. He's just got to run the trip like a few of these. He's had 2 goes, unplaced. He ran 4th in Melbourne one day, but well beaten over this distance. But this is a good time to try him again because he's very fit.
All right, let's have a look at the favourite now, Just Party. Kiani looks cool, calm and collected, trained by Gerald Ryan, Sterling Alexio and Nash Rawiller.
Yeah, nice, and as you said, calm, quite sedate in the yard. He looked very good at the trials ahead of his return. He actually beat past his home on that occasion. He was good cutting into the margin later of the 1,400 metres. He then had about a month between runs, and just a little bit one pace last start, and I thought it was a great audition for the 1,600.
All right, let's look at the 3 now, Maxie. Emirate from the Chris Waller stable, J-Mac to ride.
Bit of class about him, this colt by Extreme Choice. We haven't seen him for 5 weeks. He missed a run in the Fred Best. I think he drew poorly, so he's been disrupted a little bit in that he hasn't had a race for 5 weeks since the Gold Coast Guineas when he didn't handle that wet track at all. But very, very nice horse here. He can probably sit back and serve a little bit of energy, and I think he'll be a strong finisher.
Let's look at the Kevin Kemp trained runner now. This is a punter with Bailey Wheeler.
I can't see him back on top of the ground. Look, his runs have been good. He had a drop back in grade last start, and it was quite showing. And I thought perhaps he's just a horse that's looking for this sort of trip.
Here's Prince Levi, Maxie, from the William Crop stable.
Can be a little bit hard to follow, but over the 1,600 2 ago, he was a bit unlucky not to win. That was the depth of character race. So last start, he was down the track in the rough habit, so he freshened up a little bit. But if he managed to lob into a place, it wouldn't surprise.
And, of course, Ange Jones to ride Prince Levi. Let's look at Moonsweeper now from the Matt Dunn stable, Damien Thornton.
Yeah, he's only had the 1 run back and he was okay at Ipswich, but that was a while ago. Just watching today, this will give us an indication or a better indication to how well he's going.
Think Like Paddy is the 7. Matty Dunn, Craig Williams.
Yeah, since Matt Dunn took over the training of this former Victorian, he's won both of his starts at Ipswich and the Gold Coast. He's a nice horse and will run the distance.
Yeah, he's certainly got that sort of pedigree, doesn't he? Let's have a look at Flying Embers, the first of the 2 fillies now, John Thompson, Billy Egan.
She's a bit of a new kid on the block. She's doing everything right in easier company. She holds the spot effortlessly at 1,400, so no concerns rolling forward at a mile. And I really like catcher in the yard. She's got a lot of strength up front and a great walk behind.
And Just Feeling Lucky's at $5, Michael Friedman, Tommy Berry.
Had that uncontested sort of lead up on top of the speed last start, but got it done, was deaf-seated prior to that. Gets the right run from that draw.
All right, well, a good-looking bunch of 3-year-olds to get us started here today. I am sticking with Emirate here. I thought a faultless parade. You can see for yourself. He's nice, cool, calm and collected. He has had those 5 weeks between runs, so he could have been on the fresher side, but he's not. He looks like the work has been kept up to him beautifully.
Just Party has been the best supported runner here. Emirate has been a little bit easy. Maybe it's the 5 weeks between runs. And Just Feeling Lucky, number 9, right down the bottom, has met with pretty good support. I'm with Emirate, despite the drift. Last preparation, he was terrific in a solid 3-year-old company behind some top-class horses. So there is a splash of goodness about him, Emirate.
Lee, welcome back.
A little bit easy in the market. I guess the jury's out on whether he'll run the trip, but if ever he's going to run it, it's today. 2 Just Party and number 9 Just Feeling Lucky. 3-1-2-9.
I'm going to play Just Party. First time I've seen him, and what a beautiful parade for a horse getting out over to a mile now, third up. I thought first up he was great at the 1,400. He had to stay at the 1,350 with that gap between runs, and he was still a little one pace. So suggest the mile third up looks perfect. I've got the 8, the Danger, the new kid on the block at 1 and 4.
All right, a good push for Just Party. Let's get to Anthony Manton for a market update.
Yeah, indeed, Bernie. A very good push, Just Party. $3.10 when you did your preview. Now at $2.60. It holds about 40% of all bets on this race. So a very firm favourite. Emirate soft out to $4.20. Just Feeling Lucky's at $5 and Pisces at $7. Just Party, well backed in the first. Here's David Fowler for the first on Stradbroke Day.
Now Emirate comes up to the outside gate. The starter switches on the red light. They're set for the Sky Racing Gunsin Classic. Ready to break. All's in readiness. Watch the gates fly this second. Racing. Jumped in a good line.
Run,
although
baby.
White didn't begin well, so he goes back. Getting fast, just feeling lucky. A putter was smartly destroyed, and Pisces in the Godolphin blew third away. Flying Embers moving forward, and then came Think Like Paddy. Followed by Moonsweeper, 3 wide in the first draw. Just Party, the favourite, is going to settle 7th on the rail with 2 behind it, Prince Levi and Emirate. And they're strolling through the first 400 metres, just feeling lucky. She's doing it comfortably in the lead, with Flying Embers up behind her in second. 2-way third was a putter, 1-away Pisces, fourth the rail. Then came, as they hit that 1,000-metre bend, Moonsweeper, followed by Think Like Paddy, Just Party, parked over on the rail, about 6 off the lead as they go towards the halfway mark. Prince Levi races on its outside, and Emirate, if it's to win, has to come from last. Travelling on the side of the course, 700 left to run, and Just feeling lucky, by and large, she's joined your pit run up front. She's wheeling and dealing, and she's going to try and lead all of the way. Flying Embers trails by a length and a quarter, a putter third, and Pisces slipping through to be fourth. Then Moonsweeper, Think Like Paddy, Just Party inside the pair, ridden quietly, and now we'll look for inside runs, and they should come with Prince Levi and Emirate, second last and last. Emirate pulled to the outside. In the straight, good and proper now. 300 left to run. Just feeling lucky leads the way. Pisces is gaining ground on the inside. Just Like Party, not doing enough for the moment. And the others seem to be struggling. Just feeling lucky is in full flight. Pisces is trying hard, but can't get Just feeling lucky. She's packing a strong punch, and she'll win the Gunsing Classic. Just feeling lucky all the way from Pisces, a putter third, and Think Like Paddy fourth. And then a line of them, Just Like Party, with Flying Embers, Moonsweeper, Emirate and Prince Levi out wider.
So Just Feeling Lucky has gone all the way in the opener for Michael Friedman and Tommy Berry. So she's putting together a terrific record. Pisces stayed on strongly towards the inside of Punter, running his usual honest race, and then Think Like Paddy back in fourth. Of disappointing runs there, Kian, in the favourites, Just Party and Emirates.
Yeah, certainly.
9147. That was a bad start
Just feeling like we did get a
on
beautiful
the two.
uncontested lead.
So there's nothing much to it. 9 was there. Then 1. 2 had a bad start. 9-1, then came in 4. And then came in 7. Even J-Mac was not able to deliver. So what happened is this. 2 and 8, we know this is where the pressure was on the jockeys. Okay, the resistance on the jockeys. This is the resistance on the jockeys, and this is the relaxation part, right? 1 was the one which was relaxed, then this one was relaxed, this one was also there, but this is an EW jock 6, plus it's not a great horse. That's that. And then the 4 was the neutral which came in. So this basically did not work. And the 9 went through. So this is a, this becomes a little tricky the moment you put a horse which is neutral. It is a neutral is a neutral. A neutral is a neutral. That happens, but they also win. It is a part of that gray area that cannot be ignored, cannot be avoided. That neutral going with a, you know, I mean, I could never have, I could never get 100% confidence on a neutral horse. That's that. It's just me, maybe. I could never get a 100% confidence. 2 and 7 has been scratched from the second one. 4, 11, 3 and 6.
Put it back on top of the ground as well.
He will, not for me, for Egan Bayless maybe, so hopefully not too well suited, but no, he's a nice horse, but yeah, great for the connections here.
Let's talk about this track. Obviously, she loved it. You loved it. How did it feel to you?
It felt fine, but the time suggests that it's probably on the firmer side, but after riding on wet tracks the last few weeks, it was a nice feeling.
Indeed. Enjoy the win.
Cheers, thank you.
All right, there he is. Tommy Berry takes out the Group 3 Gunsin Classic for trainer Michael Friedman with the delightful filly in Just Feeling Lucky. And she was pretty lucky here today. 134.41, home in 34.94. She won by a length of a quarter. All right, that's the first of 9 here on Stradbroke today.
Plenitude, stride for stride, then Super Norwest, Antelope Capra coming off heels. Further back, Salute again. Red Rags to Bull down the outside. Hell of a Fox too far back, I'd say. It's Plenitude getting to the front. Antelope Capra pounces. Super Norwest. Red Rags to Bull. Salute again needs a run behind them. Super Norwest moved up now. Super Norwest from Antelope Capra. Head and head. Super Norwest is today the day. Yeah, just. Super Norwest a nose on the line to Antelope Capra. Salute again, not much luck in third. I think it ran third in front of Red Rags to Bulls. Then Plenitude, followed by Mulvator turn down. Then Podcast, Best of Bar, Ferrozano, Midnight Luna, Ship Shape, and Hell of a Fox.
Well, Sean, the good run for Corinda Bloodstock continues, and so too for Matty Dale and Super Norwest. Fantastic win, wasn't it?
Good win, I've got to say. That was a 20 out of 10 ride. I think the ride won the race. Wraith is he's just riding well above where he's at in his career. It's just absolutely fantastic.
We discussed his strike rate then, second only to James in the metropolitan area this season. So he's flying at the moment. As for this girl, you get the impression that the stable just has a great read on her now as to when she'll peak in the prep.
Look, big credit to Matthew and his team. Matthew decided to apply the earmuff. She's a quite high, buzzy, high energy type of horse that has a little bit of sass about her. So the earmuffs have just completely switched her off throughout the run, and she switches off, which she's never done before. And that allows her to get the 1400.
Yeah, beautiful. Well done.
Thank you, mate.
Corey?
Well done, bro. I'd love to say that you were travelling like the winner, but that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I thought I was just really switched off during the run, and I was just really happy with the rhythm and the spot that we got. And I thought the tempo was genuine enough. That's why she was so relaxed. And just coming to the bend there, I just hit a bit of a flat spot. I couldn't even hold her in there. But once that horse got out, she really fought hard and had something to chase there.
You're not going to take your foot off the accelerator, but gee, the premiership's looking good.
Yeah, I'll just keep full steam ahead and see how we go.
Well done, mate.
Thanks.
And if it feels it's good getting you, oh, you just keep on using me till you use me.
Okay, this is Rose Hill they're showing. We'll talk about the second one. So if we look through the odds, this is the second one here at Eagle Farm. If we look through the odds, it's 4, 11, 3, and 6. 4 is the favorite, then 11, 3, and 6. If we look through the rails, we get that 1 on top, which is coming from gate number 11. That's the highest spell. Again, here this was the highest spell set as a neutral within the rails, which was the favorite, and it did not do anything. It had a bad start. But here it is the same thing again. It's the highest spell. One of the lowest out of all this. The 3 definitely has low pressure. These two are the first and the second linears. Now that 4 is the favorite, it is the linear, but it lacks this side of the rail, which is the physics part of it. Lacking this side is still okay. Lacking this side is a very non-negotiable kind of a situation. This side, lacking this side for the linear is it doesn't have the physics. And if it doesn't have the physics with it, then no matter what pressure you put, that's not the right thing. The 6 is the second one, the same pressure line on both of them, but it has both sides of the rails. It's both of them are exposed. It's not that they're like in a safe custody. No, they're not in a safe custody. They're exposed. It's a 599. This is a 605. So it's not that they're highly exposed and they're highly in a way. So out of 4 and 6, I definitely like the 6. I definitely like the 6. The 4 is the favorite. It is a good horse. There's no doubt about it that it is a good horse. It has got Group 1 races. It won Group 1 and all that thing is there. It probably has one of the best jockeys because that's the resistance on the jockey. And here also we have we can figure out this is one of the best jocks. So that's that. But problem is this. So ideally this is where I generally step out, but it is the second one. I'm going to play a coffee or something. And this is the one which is within the rails. So out of 4 and 6, I definitely like the 6. And there is nothing doing about that one, which is we have to accept with a pinch of salt that it is there present in this race. What it will do is something that we need to listen to these guys and probably make an assumption on this. The other possibilities which are there is if it's a 1600 meter, so generally 2 of the BBs they generally get in. So out of these 3, 2 should get in the top 4. That's that. Then this one is the 3 is there within the odds, which is one of the largest drifts, outer drifts, which is a good thing. But this is also the place where they fail from. This is also where they kind of fail. And if we look at the placing, like I think we spoke about this about Eagle Farm, that Eagle Farm doesn't have the technology like Flemington or Randwick. They do not have the technology to change the gates of the placings. You know, they use a very basic computerized system. That's what my take is, that they use a very basic computerized system which creates the pressure, and then, you know, they kind of this allotment of the gates should have been ideally it is all over the world a lottery, but I am pretty much confident here in Australia it is not like that. That gate is not a lottery. It is a part of the program. So if you look at what 4 is, now the 4 comes from gate number 3, all right? That's the linear. And if you look at the largest drift, that comes from gate number 2. So this is the right placing, okay? So if the 4 wins, the 8 is there in the game in some form. 3rd, 2nd, could be anything. If the 4 actually wins, which looks a little difficult because it lacks this side of the rails, which is the physics part of it. If this had this side missing, that is still acceptable, maybe. But this side is the physics part, which cannot go missing. I mean, I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want to get into a race where it's a linear and I'm putting money on the linear knowing that it lacks this side of the rail, which is the physics part of this. No matter what, how good the jockey is, how good everything is going on, if that's not there, I am not in. 6, on the other hand, is the second linear, which has got both sides of the rails. It's the same pressure. It is the same pressure, all right? 6 is being ridden by a jockey I'm not aware of. Neither I'm aware of the jockey on 4. Both of them are, I am not sure. So that's that part of the story. And then we have 3 and 11. 3 is here, but this is where it is becoming difficult. 11 is in very good hands. It's a linear, it has this side, it lacks this side, so still that is okay. Now, how beautiful is this race is honestly and see, 4 is the favorite. I'm not going to go with the 4 knowing that. 6, I've never heard about the jockey. I mean, that's my poor knowledge. I'm not here insulting the jockey or anything, but it is just that I don't know. Through this handicapping side, if we look at, then 6 comes here, where in the 9 from gate number 10 is in a better position. All right, that is also a horse which is carrying a very low pressure, and that one is gate number 11. This is gate number 10, so that's the largest inner. That is the largest inner, and this is the neutral, and that neutral comes on top. That 11 is there and we don't know what to do with it, and then this thing is here. That's the second best jock. All right, that is the second best jock after this one. Through the maths, this has got, I mean, this is totally on how the weights has been assigned. If that's the best jockey, that's the top resistance. If that's the second best jockey, that is almost no resistance. And then this is going on negative. So that one is there, right? That one is there in the game. I don't know what 4 will do. 4 has problems. We'll listen to what they have to speak about 1. If they say anything positive about 1, then maybe I'll play a coffee on 1, because I don't want to play 4 knowing the fact that it lacks this side of the rails. Maybe it'll win, maybe it'll not, but it's just, I mean, somewhere, it is ideal to have a policy that will stop you from making mistakes. We know it lacks physics.
Hats off to Ash Morgan, by the way, who brought up the ton again. And I think people underestimate the work that goes into riding 100 winners across the season. But Braithnock sitting there on 95 on second. John Van Overmeer, Aaron Bullock, Jason Collett, Zach Lloyd, all riding plenty of winners as well. But Ash Morgan bringing up the 100 and raising the bat once again. Well done to you, Ash. But yeah, Braith currently sitting second across the 2024-25 season, which is going to draw to a close soon enough. Race 3, not too far off, 30 seconds until go time. $5 the field here. You can see tipster selections on screen, but for the third, let's just recap those quickly from form line the other night. Silence for Brad and Darren Flindell going the way of the 16 in Miss Space Girl, one at a price as we get to him.
Really nicely at Brownwick on the 30s. So no surprise to see the money come for her, particularly with the informed apprentice, Braith knock in the saddle. Braith getting Super Norwest home in the previous and a gripping finish. Braith with another winner there. This is shaping as a good battle in the New South Wales Riders Premiership. I think there's 4 wins now between Ash Morgan, who had a fill-up here at Brownwick last week. Ash Morgan and Braith Knock set to fight it out for the New South Wales title. Okay, we're all in here for the midway, over 1,200 metres. There's the lights, stand by for a break. Gates are back now, they're off. Everyone's a start a little bit slow out and smashing time is taken back. Oakfield Badger, Monty K to jump well. Silent Sars right up there and African Daisy. And right down the outside is Let's Go Again. Let's Go Again really pushing on the outside is Silent Sar. Monty K pushing on. Then Oakfield Badger. African Daisy eased out. Everyone's a star up the fence from Cozy Corner and Il Pasiro couldn't get a spot in. It's cast wide. 2 for the back to Moto Scarfu. Then came Miss Space Girl. Further back to the Extreme Cat. Equilibrist is right off the track. Smashing Time went past it. And American Starlet has been spec'd. Will ride for luck up the fence last. Into the straight now. Let's Go Again. Turns in front from Monty Kate. Silencer is right behind. We'll have to go up the inside. Then came African Daisy. Moto Scarfo is running on in the middle of the track. Let's Go Again in front. Under Siege. Monty Kate, African Daisy. Silence Us struggling to pick up. American Starlet starting to pick up on the inside. And Moto Scarfo sustaining the run. Let's Go Again in front. Moto Scarfo down the outside. Claimed it. Moto Scarfo's come from a mile back to now. Let's Go Again. Miss Space Girl rattled home into third. American Starlet not far away. Then came the Extreme Cat. Oakfield Badger, Silencer. Equilibrist from Smashing Time, African Daisy, El Pasiro, Monty Kate. Everyone's a star in Cozy Corner. Motor.
Oh, well, the support came for one of John Thompson's, but it's Motor Scarfo. The other had around 20-1 on the local tote that's been able to get down the outside and steam to victory. Andy Atkins, when we talk about Braith Knock, Andy Atkins is riding absolutely brilliantly at the moment. He's making the most of his opportunities. He beats the 13, Let's Go Again, who was fantastic there up on speed for Kerry Parker. Just gets nabbed in the final few strides. Miss Space Girl has run a bottler as well, tipped at an each-way prize by Darren Flindell there, and I think that's for 7 ultimately running into 4 to clarify that in 2 ticks. But Motor Scarfo, too good, Brad.
Yeah, might be one of those days. 2 races or 3 races down, and we've had 2 winners at big odds. So Moto Scarfo bounced back in a big way. A little bit disappointing at her past couple, but she's always had that barnstorming finish in her locker. And given that the leader is the horse that was nabbed in the final stride, she has done a really good job to mow him down. Didn't she come with a late rush? And Corey, I know you talk about timing a lot in terms of praising jockeys, but Andrew Atkins, he's getting it exactly right at the moment.
He is. He's riding in terrific form, and it's amazing, Brad. Like, a little bit of confidence. Like going back here probably 5-6 weeks ago, he had a little bit of a frustrating run with seconds and thirds and not close, and he was questioning himself. But he's been putting it back into the winning circle for the last couple of weeks, and it's good to see because he's a great rider.
Absolutely, and nice to see this girl bounce back to a daughter of Castelvecchio, bringing up win number 3 at start number 10. Motor Scarfo, too good in race 3 as we head to Queensland.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm. It's time for the time-honoured Wayne Wilson handicap here at listed level, of course, over the mile. Your favourite is Pierre, the New Zealander, and he's been a good firm this morning as well, into 290 now. Well, Kian, let's take a look at Unspoken. He's first up since November here today for Peter Snowden and Tom Sherry.
It's all about that lengthy layoff. It's a horse that comes to hand pretty quickly, but he does have to go 1,600 first up. I love his trials. His initial one, he was ridden quiet, and he was given a nice little stoke up his last one. Found the line well.
Here is Waterford from the Chris Wallace stable with Alicia Collett.
I thought he was a great return. He sort of pinch runs gradually through the ruck. He was doing his best work late. We had El Mozillo freak that form straight away, and he looks fantastic.
Maxie, here's the favourite from the Darren Breyer Weatherly stable with Ethan Brown.
Yeah, the Kiwis here looking good. He's a Group 1 winner as a 3-year-old, over 1,600 metres, beating some quality. I thought his first up run at Trentham was outstanding, given that they didn't appear to run along at a strong gallop. He was back, giving them 7 or 8 lengths and only just missed out. One more straight, he wins. Then he comes to Doomben and runs third to the Stradbroke favourite in War Machine, where he drew a bad gate. He went back to last. His sectional splits were great. Very hard to hold out here.
We're going to go with Pierre over Pierre, do you think? Pierre?
I think
I've heard it both, but we'll go with Pierre. All right, let's look at the 5 now. Attractable from the Sarah Ryan stable with Rhys Jones.
Can go forward. That could be a bit of an advantage. We saw the on-paces in the previous Dictate give a good kick. 2 runs back from the spell, and the BRC Sprint and the Spear Chief have been okay, but maybe better third up here up to 1,600.
Tony Gollan has the 6 Tenzing with Andrew Mallion.
He likes it here at home. He's had 13 starts here for 3 wins and 6 thirds, so 9 times he's finished in the top 3 from 13 starts. Pretty reliable these days. I think he's here with a chance to run top 4.
All right, let's look at Red Wave now from the Tony and Matty Sears stable. Ange Jones.
Last year's Ipswich Cup winner. He's only had 1 run back from a spell. I'm just going to put him on hold for the moment.
Sabat led them out of Mary Walsh last start. Annabelle and Rob Archibald.
Yeah, I just don't think he's going as well now as what he has in the past. So the blinkers have been removed. That might be a little bit of a help.
All right, and Craig Williams to ride that chap. Let's look at Cranky Harry now from the Matt Dunn stable with Jake Bates.
I think he's got plenty of upside. Is he well in at the weights at weight for age? Possibly not, but I do think he is better than his rating. He tried very nicely ahead of his return. He sat wide with a runner outside him. He was receiving pressure from his inside and his outside. It was a good last 600. He rolls forward easy here.
Good money for Demon Darb, Maxie, although he's just evened out now, but he did come into as much as $3.60, now $4 for Rob Heathcote and Tommy Berry.
Well, if this was a handicap, Bernie, he'd be getting a lot of weight off these horses, but it's weight for age, and for that reason, I'm just a little bit lukewarm about him on the win line here.
All right, what about Without Revenge from the Corey and Kylie Gearan stable with Chad Schofield?
There's a couple of things to like about his second up run. He had to stay at the 1350. He was perhaps looking for a little bit further, so he's going to eat up the mile here. And he was good. He tracked the inflictor everywhere. He was the best through the line, and love him at 1,600 third up.
Rightio, that's how they look in the yard for the Wayne Wilson. I'm sticking with Pierre here, the 4, which is your favourite at 280, so he's firming all the time. He's really come on beautifully since we saw him at Doomben last night, particularly in his coat and the shine, and he just looks really happy to be here today. And don't be surprised if he's much closer today from that inside draw.
Well, Bernie, there's been even further support for him now. $2.60 on the QOP. $3.10 a while ago, down to $2.60 for number 4, Pierre. It was arrived around at the gates under Ethan Brown. I think he's very hard to beat here. And up to 1,600 metres third up from a good gate. I'm hoping he settles a little bit closer, around about midfield, maybe a touch worse. And that'll give him a great chance.
4 is nice, Lee. 4 is not bad.
Definitely the danger. He's been well back too. Good money for Waterford. 1 run back in the victory.
It is the linear,
Went
but...
back to Sydney. Nice to go the trial at Randwick. And then I've got Tenzing and number 11, Demon Darb. Demon Darb's becoming a little bit easy. It's just the weights. He's in great form at the moment, but can he match these weight for age horses? It's a big hike in the handicaps for him.
It certainly is, and when they've got to carry that 59 too, and we're up over a mile now, albeit loves them all. I'm going to play Cranky Harry again, another horse that isn't well on this weight for age scale, but he does have upside. I do think he's better than his rating. He just hasn't
Go
been
with 4 win.
rating yet. I love his return run. He comes to hand nice and quickly, second up. He finds the top of the speed here quite easily, so the map looks kind for him. The 3 of the day.
I would have stepped out of this one, but...
Alrighty, they keep coming for this favourite.
I would have stepped out of this one, but...
270.
250 now, Bernie. So Bernie here. That's as short as the Kiwi has been throughout betting. 3.10 earlier today. Now $2.50 holds over 40% of all bets. Burn favourite Waterford. We did bet a big price early on, as much as 10, but found his place in the
Copy
market.
6.
460 late, just a little soft. Demon Darb hard to lay 5. Tenzing at longer odds, there's some money there, but Pierre a very popular favourite.
There's the line. Ready to break. Racing jumped at a good line without revenge, was actually first out. Attractable showing good early speed. And Waterford, courtesy of the Rouse Alley, right up there in the thick of things early. So too is Pier and Red Wave. Tensing about sixth in the first call, followed by Demon Darm finding the fence. Then Cranky Harry Sabat and Unspoken drifts out to last. Again through the first 400 metres, Attractable in the lead and travelling strongly. Leads without revenge by a length and a half, and Pier, the heavily backed Pier, is going to secure the box seat third defence, but right behind him is his main betting rival, and that's Waterford. A length behind it, the Ruffy Red Wave, 2 to Tenzing in clear air. 2.5 to Demon Darm, travelling inside of Cranky Harry, and 2 away Sabark outside of Unspoken. No change to the order at the halfway mark. 800 left to run. And Attractable and odds lead away from Pier is getting every possible chance in second. And Make just easy away from the rail now. That put without revenge out 3 wide of Waterford is tracking through on the fence. Red Wave fifth of the 500 metres. Then Tenzing, Cranky Harry, Demon Darm, Sabark and Unspoken being pushed along. In last position, they wheel for home. 450 left to run. Pier on the scene. Went by Attractable swiftly. And now Waterford starts to come after Pier. So the tip big guns to the market currently 1-2. And they're well clear of the others, headed by Demon Darm and Sabark running on. But Pier is in full flight and Waterford can't get it. Sabark is still running on, but with 100 metres left to go, Palace got this well and truly right. Pier is
Nothing up.
And Pier will bolt it in the way, Wilson.
4.
Sabark is second. Third was Tenzing.
4.
Was disappointing. Then Red Wave, Cranky Harry, followed at the head of the others by Unspoken, Demon Darm.
Beautiful. 4.
The last one over the line was Without Revenge.
So 4, 9, 6 and 3, the place getters in the 7, the Wayne Wilson listed race, and the Kiwis have landed. They've conquered Eagle Farm today with this very heavily backed Pier. $2.40 on tap there. He was down as short as $2.50 at one point late in betting on the QOP. Trained by the Weatherlys in New Zealand and ridden by Ethan Brown, who rode him positively all the way. He's usually a horse that languishes out the back, but up to the mile, he wanted to have him there. Kiani got on his bike nice and early for Eagle Farm, but he knew exactly what he was doing. He's blitzed them.
Congratulations, Lee.
I had my map upside down.
Got that 4.
He's really bounded away. Look, Sabark was good from off speed, as was Tenzing. He sort of had a good lap full underneath him, but all the while, Pier
4, 9, 6 and 3. So that's the best jock. Then came the 9. So how that happened? This is where it happened. 4, 9, 6. And then the 3. 4, 9, 6. Four, 9, 6. 8, 11, 3. This is the resistance, okay? This is the resistance on the jock. So the highest resistance, then the second highest resistance, then the third highest resistance. That all happened. So this is practically all jock. So we spoke about this guy who was down there. 4, 9, 6, and then it came in here 3. So 4, 9, 6. So one of the lowest pressure, the lowest of lowests were here, and then here, then here, then here, but this was under pressure and this was the resistance that worked. 4328.
But never let off the bridle on the wet track. Physically, she's going to take a lot of improvement from this. She's holding a lot of condition in saying that. She very much appears to have that makeup regardless. So thinking ability will take her a long way, but she may be vulnerable at.
And his first up from a break, Grant Buckley riding for the Hawks family.
Obviously, the clear danger here. Gamp showed plenty in the first racing prep. I was impressed with the debut run behind Invincible, who's gone on to win again. It probably wasn't as brilliant at the second race start back in trip over the 900, but they've ticked her out. She's trailed up nicely 3 lengths behind Miss Judas, and on looks in the yard, she's probably the way to go.
3 is out on the boards of Lara and Turf for Wayne Hunt and Jeff Gazer.
It's a former Daniel Seed galloper now in the crowd, the care of Wayne Hardy. Had 2 runs back this preparation where he's been showing really good speed and sticking on well over the 1,000 metres in country races. He's back to the 900, although we meet stronger company here today. I don't think coming back in trips are negative.
Bill Sudo comes here first up, number 5, for Nick Hart and Emma Lee.
He had the 1 run last preparation where he was
Sandown Lee
behind Zub Baby. 22 lengths. It's not a big odds. So first up today, can't fault the parade. Looks like he's done plenty, or she's done plenty of work, but I'm happy enough to watch what she does here.
Number 6 is also resuming. This is Bob Elton, Olivia Dalton, riding for Farmer Brown.
Yeah, another one that's first up without a trial. We'll take a bit of improvement from this, but the pony's keeping him nice and quiet. Here's another one that I'm happy to watch today.
Number 7 is Unjust, John Shara, Donovan Yo.
Another one stepping out without a trial, but she does appear as though she's done plenty of work. The 2 runs over the 1,000-metre trips, the last preparation where she got a long way out of her ground, indicate that she may want further than this, though.
Number 8 is Hoku, for Les Robertson, Luke Rolls, barrier 1.
Yeah, he's had plenty of chances, at 29 to be exact. I'm probably preferring back in country grade, but the one big tick you can find for him is that he'll really appreciate the wet track conditions.
And this one down the bottom is in the market. She is first up. And that is Yes Ma for Mark Chevalier and Molly Fitzgerald.
She had the 4 runs overall, 3 of them being last preparation, where she had a tendency to go very keen in her races, but she improved considerably prior to the break when they threw the earmuffs on. She's first up. She hasn't trialled. Just trying to lay my eyes on her in the yard. I haven't caught sight of her yet, but I'll report back to you with that one. But I thought she looked a place chance in this field today.
This has been a good betting race. Yes, Ma on track now into favouritism over Gant. The one that they don't want to bar of is Event. She's all the way up to 380 after being nearly evens this morning. And Laborateur is 8 into 550. As I say, good betting race, Bill, late mail time.
Yeah, I've gone to change. I have to trust my eye here. I've gone the way up to Gamp, who's first up. After doing a good job her first racing preparation, she's trialled up nicely and look forward and ready to go with Grant Buckley on board. I'll keep the top weight for Vet there safe. Obviously, she's got plenty of ability. They've taken their time with her. She will take a lot of improvement from this run, though. De Blau Rider should appreciate coming back in trip. And yes, Ma, I didn't sight her in the yard till I got off camera, but I managed to lay my eyes over her. She's first up. She hasn't trialled, but she looks like she's done plenty of work. I can see why there's money coming for her. 2-1-4-9.
So she holds plenty of interest here, Yvette, after a long time off the scene for Kieran Mark. Let's hear from Jess Bates, who's on track today for the stable.
Well, clearly she's blessed with ability. She's blessed with good breeding. She's first up off a long layoff. So can you tell me the story around it?
Look, like she probably just needed a bit more time. Showed some immaturity there with her joints and that. So, look, great to get her back here today, and hopefully all goes to plan.
You've given her that time. She's a big girl in the yard, probably not tallness-wise, but there's plenty of her. Has she done much work at home?
Oh, look, she's had a good grounding there at Bong Bong, but she has only had the soft trials there. Just wanted to look after her on those wet tracks. Beaten by I'm Invincible. Hopefully the track isn't too rain affected here today for her, so we'll just see how she goes.
Obviously, we're first up off a long break. Is today go day, or is this a baseline for something further moving forward?
I'd say this is a baseline. Just see what she's come back as and see what we've got to work with.
In race 3, you had Zelda.
Yeah, lovely filly by Snitzel. First up for her as well. She just had the one start last prep. needed more time to grow and fill into herself. So looking forward to see how she's come back.
And in race 7, a newcomer to your stable, Cardi B, she broke the maiden last preparation in New Zealand. She's trialled up quite well.
Yeah, she has. She's a really exciting runner for the team over from New Zealand. So she won quite impressively over there. So it'll be interesting to see how she's transitioned to Australia. Good luck with the team. Thank you very much.
Here for Yes Ma, number 9. This was as much as $15 when we went up earlier on in the week. 18 cents worth of deductions, but $2.90, and by far the most popular runner here. So good push for the 9. Yes Ma. You'll struggle to find a better move all day for this. Gamps at $3.40. Yvette, you cannot write its name. What price do you want, punters? It's $1.80 out to $4, and you can basically write your own ticket. The Blower writer, $4.80. Yes Ma, $2.90 now, Gab. This is a really good go for the 9.
It's quite phenomenal, Anthony, really, even this maiden. So 15's in at $2.90 with 18 cents of deductions. And the other one, they're backing the Blower or rider on track. They bid as much as 8, is now into $4.80. Gant gets out, as Anthony said, in the bet. Well, if you saw her in the yard, she's certainly entitled to need the run after being so long off the scene.
Yeah, that was always going to be the question mark. She was one that I was keen to lay my eyes on in the yard, no doubt. She has ability. Would only have to run up for what she's shown us last preparation, but that's a stable rep indicator. Being by I Am Invincible, the wet track was always going to be a concern, and when she walked in and she didn't look forward enough, it's easy to understand why there has been a drift. You can see the 7 there, which is Unjust, just getting a saddle fix.
Okay, so they're just working on Unjust over there behind the gates. In terms of the Jockey Challenge market, Molly Fitzgerald is favourite for that. And at $2.15 is the quote, well, certainly was when we did the preview. So Molly Fitzgerald favourite for the Jockey Challenge, Aaron Bullock by 50, Grant Buckley 9, and any other at $9.50. So looks like they're replacing a Sir single over there behind the gates.
I'm thinking she ran back out with another girth, so whether the girth was too big.
May be the case. There's Donovan Yeo just standing.
Okay, that's Newcastle that they're showing. We'll talk about the third one here at Eagle Farm. Now this is a 3200 meter. This one is a 3200 meter. It is the same distance, so almost the same distance of the Melbourne Cup, the Australian Cup, and all that, the cup distances. And at this distance, there are two things that works. The rails don't work. There's no point looking at performance or what they are. There's nothing. We've had this thing back to back at Melbourne Cup and the Australian Cup that happened earlier this year, and the only one thing that happened is we looked for the dedicated jockey. That's the first thing. You need a dedicated jockey on this. The jockey who understands the horse with a little bit of advantage. So, if we look at the horse pressure, that's 4. Obviously, that's the linear. That's the favorite. That is also probably the youngest horse. It's a 4-year-old gelding. This is good. This is not bad. This one is well within the rails. All is good. Everything is looking very nice and pretty. That's that. Then we get this one with almost no pressure. But this jockey has never won a race here. That is an EW. There's a huge relaxation on this jock, probably because on EW. But the one which is actually curious one is this one, which has actually done this distance here at Newcastle. That's number 1. It is being ridden by Rachel King, and It's a dedicated jockey. This is as good as the EWs. All right, if you look at where they're standing, here is where it stands. So these are the drifts, and this is where it stands. These two are something that we generally mark as EW, and they come with the highest advantage and all that. But here, this one is here, which is coming from gate number 10. It's got one of the lowest advantage. The lowest advantage is on 11, which is the EW, but that is not a dedicated jockey. This one is not a dedicated jockey. This one is also a dedicated jockey, which is that. So if you look at who's riding 7 is C. Williams. And if you look at who's riding 1 is Rachel King. So I know who Rachel King is, and I've seen her riding. I think we've all seen her riding. She's good. Very compassionate rider with the horses, and that's that. Now here is the tricky part also. She is the dedicated jockey. But when I was checking Melbourne Cup, right, before doing Melbourne Cup last year, when I was checking about, after the results, when we saw what was happening, and we saw the Melbourne Cup went to a horse that had a dedicated jockey. Bottom line, first, second, both of them were dedicated jockeys. But when I checked the last 5 years or 6 years, none of the horses that had a dedicated jockey, which was a lady, actually won. So there's definitely some problem with the ladies with that distance. Maybe they get bored. Maybe they don't. maybe something else happens. I don't know what happens. But this is being written by one of the best jocks, Rachel King, and that's a dedicated jockey, one of the lowest pressure. The horse has actually done this distance. None of the other horses have done this distance. This is the only horse which has done this distance. So that one is what is the curious one. Apart from that, we know the 4 is the linear, which is the favorite that is there. Everybody thinks 4 is going to win, and 4 is carrying the highest pressure over a 3200 meter. Then this one is the other one, which is there, which is one of the top horses. But this jockey has never won a race here. So that I don't know whether, if we see who's riding 9, R. Jones, I don't know much about him, but through my data, I can see that this is not one of the best jocks. And 3 is one of the drifts, outer drifts, which is here at 11%. But the game is with low pressure dedicated jockey. The game probably is low pressure dedicated jockey. That's the game. So that one is kind of curious one. This is done that distance here at Eagle Farm. It has covered that distance. It is like that. We know 4 is the linear. There is nothing in between. 2 of the extreme horses. One is here, the other one is here. The rails doesn't matter because it's 3200 meter. There's no use of this side of the physics or this side of the rails. There's no use of all that. It is going to be a pure strength of stamina and the management on the horse during the race.
Bounce back. Looks a little bit quirky in the yard as well, Brad. He's been slightly up on the toe, having a little bit of look around. Obviously, he's had a good few runs under his belt, so he's coming to hand, but again, he's a little bit quirky in the yard.
The 13th win, Jason Appard and Winona Costa.
She was expected to win in Hawkesbury last start, sent around $1.35. Got the job done. She's still green, still learning, but she's a smart filly, and it's still all in front of her. So going back to the start Friday night, she was only beaten 4 lengths by Media World in a Hawkesbury Guineas. And given the fact she was deep-ended there, coming out of Kembla Grange maiden win prior, that says the stable holder in really high regard.
Couldn't knock her as far as appearance-wise goes. She's starting to get a little bit of a wintry look about her, but no, real knock. She's had the 2 handlers on it, but she hasn't done anything as yet. She looks well.
And the 14 guys, Nymphadora, Stephen O'Halloran, and Molly Bird.
Another one at big odds here, so has been holding her form in easier this campaign. First try 1400 metres, so maybe some upsides there.
Looks well enough in the yard. I couldn't really find a negative for the horse. It's corroded good.
Okay, Chris Lee says Tesserae in the race, the last winner. Well done on the Group 1, by the way. Fantastic performance there with you, Wayne. What are you expecting from this gallop today?
Really nice horse. Obviously a big jumping grade from a scone class 2, but he won with a bit of authority there. We thought he deserves his chance this time of the season. He'll make his own luck up on speed, and I think he'll run well.
Apart from grade, do you have any concerns, queries, thoughts ahead of this?
Not really. No, I expect he's going to run the trip right out, but we're pretty comfortable where he's at.
Okay, and any instruction, Dylan?
He'll be going forward, and from there on, if there's much pressure, he'll let one go. Otherwise, he'll take up the running and try and control the race.
Changing of the guard later on?
Going really well. Obviously, it'd be better for the run, but a tick over run during the winter, then put away for the spring. But it's like we've got a nice day out.
Anything else we need to be on? Newcastle, you've got a couple. Eagle Farm, you got one?
Yeah, I think Damien will run well in race 4 in Brisbane.
Done. We don't have to wait too long for that either, Corey. I'm happy to bet in any state he's anything. What do you like?
I like the horse, actually, number 11, Tesserae. I just think he's really played up since that win there at Scone last time out. He was an absolute picture of health in the yard. He was an absolute standout. Should get a nice run up on speed for Dylan Gibbons. So, yeah, number 11 for me, Tesserae.
Late numbers, I'm also with Tesserae here, 11, 13, 3 and 6. Now, races aren't one on paper, they aren't run on paper, they aren't one on paper, but there doesn't look to be a lot of pressure here. So I do think he gets his chance to make that transition from a scone class 2 straight into benchmark company in town. Speed-wise, I think he is it. You've got Dame Commander, who will be looking to punch on, but she's 2,000 back to 1,400 metres. I think Helder Pay takes a trail, and Wee is your other horse that might take up some kind of spot. But if he wants the front here, Dylan Gibbons, I think he'll find it, and that'll make him hard to chase down. He was good there at Scone last start. He was pretty dominant. Does have to do it in tougher grade, but I think he gets the right scenario to make that leap. 13 at Wee. She's an improving type in her own right. It's still all in front of her. She's only had the 4 career starts with Jason Attard. Good last start winner at Hawkesbury, where she wasn't told to win. She was sent around a very skinny quote, but got the job done. Good in the Hawkesbury Guineas prior, and you'd think she can only improve further as she gets deeper into her career. Held to pay. No real knock there, other than the fact that he is a $3.20 favourite, but he's holding very firm at that quote. Does come back slightly in journey. I'm not holding that against him. And he was good last start, where he showed really good desire to get home, had been good in 2 runs prior, was knocking on the door and comes into this a last start winner. And don't forget Jack could be the sharp improver, and those punters that butted up last start look to be playing again. I see he's trimmed up in the past couple of minutes. Don't forget Jack. So 11, 13, 3 and 6 here, Anthony.
Yeah, good betting race, particularly between Held to Pay and Tesserae. Not a lot of change from when we previewed the race earlier this morning at about 9:30, quarter.
BC, welcome back.
And 20 cents, holds about a third of all bets, but Tesserae, similar money, $3.90.
11, Rosehill.
Back into $3.90. Don't forget Jack's had a little firm.
Best of luck, my friend.
Into 6. Wee soft out to 650. Dame Commander 8. And Kundabung we did lay earlier on in the week was $26, subject to 36 cents worth of deductions, but now it's $8 and as short as it has been throughout betting. So Hell to Pay, Tasseray, good battle for favouritism. Not much between them in terms of the hold. Kundabung at longer odds.
NOP, don't forget Jack, $7 to $6 here late as well. Could well be the forgotten horse off the back of that performance last time, pulling up lame and just absolutely nothing went right. The 7 Icebreaker, beautifully named when you get a look at that horse, goes into the barrier. So to the 13, we, Jason Attard's Hope here. Whenever I think of Jason, I think of that great horse in Sons of John that he had. Few horses went closer to beating Weeks during her streak. Then Sons of John was ridden by Jeff Penza for a while, and then Blake Shin picked up a big race on board Sons of John. But good luck to Jace. He's got a live chance here on a Saturday in we, and to Winona Costin as well. The 11 Tasseray making its way in. A good case made by Chris Lees, and it sounds as though Damien not in the next at Eagle Farm, but the one after that. So race number 4 will be a good chance as well. Let's get to Darren Flindella's Nip Fedora. Goes into the barriers for Stephen O'Halloran there. Only one left to go.
It did pull up lame in the process. There's money for, don't forget, Jack to bounce back today. Did win first up at Hawkesbury. And the last to move in here is Karazana in the blue cap. Double up with the colours. Kundabung has the white. Locked and loaded. There's the light for the racing and sports here at Rose Hill. Racing now. And last out of the gates there is Karazana.
There's your 11, PC.
The fun here, Tasseray, out by a length or so. Kundabung, pretty handy from Dane Commander and Hell to Pay in a prime position early running 4. Couple further back than an Infandura. Don't forget Jack on the rails. We, just easing back a bit. 2 off to Icebreaker, and Karazana is the last one. Tasseray a clear leader into the bend, out by 2.5 on Kundabung.
Huge strides on that horse. Huge stride. Frank!
Then came Don't Forget Jack. Further back in the race then.
Welcome back, Frank.
To third last, but has a bit of cover. A length and a half to Icebreaker, and last of all is Karazana.
11 wins Sand.
Further in front. Dylan Gibbons is going to try and pinch this. And Tasseray races 4 in front of Kundabung. Dane Commander on the fence, followed by Hell to Pay. It gets cracking. Followed by Nymphadora. And don't forget Jack is...
Just run, baby. Don't look back.
By 3. Hell to Pay chasing, then Kundabung.
Run.
We. Don't forget Jack's running on well. It's Tasseray.
Oh, baby. Come on. Come on, baby.
Claim Tasseray. Don't forget Jack.
Oh, baby.
Got to claim the pair. Don't forget Jack the outsider. Tasseray. Knock. Who's there? Brave Knock.
6-11.
An early double here at Rose Hill. Gunning down Tasseray and Hell to Pay. Followed by Kundabung. Then we, the outsider. Further back to Icebreaker, Dane Commander, Nymphadora, and Karazana.
Oh, absolutely nothing went right for this fella last start. Don't forget Jack, and you know what? A few of us are guilty of it for getting him there.
That was a little weird. That horse lost gas at the last moment.
This fella back into some form. Clearly, a hiccup off the back of that. Been able to reset, and he's launched a big run late. Tasseray was brave. Good tipping, lads. Just
He was also raved very badly.
Run up on speed. The 3,
6, 11, 3 and 12.
A length and a half in the end, and on the inside, the 12 will run forth. That being Kundabung. But Jack bounces back.
Jock went silly, probably. PC.
Strike rate, 4 wins from the 8 career starts, so he's had a few different homes throughout his career.
And that's the jockey with the mustache. This guy is good. The jock with the mustache.
So showed good desire. Tasseray was brave out in front. I thought he was gone halfway down the straight. Yet to his credit, he rallied and almost raised a second effort. I thought he was going to fight back to 1 point, but don't forget Jack under the urgings of very confident Brave Knock, times to perfection and gets the nod off the line.
Yeah, another absolute jet there by Brave. I think Tasseray too, Brad. I think he's floated about a little bit. He didn't know where he was quite going there halfway down the straight, but if he had grabbed the eventual winner a little bit earlier, I think it would have made it very, very interesting. But another great ride there by Brave.
6, 11, 3 and 12 here. 4 races down at Shield as we head to Eagle Farm ahead of the Brisbane Cup.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm. It is time for the Brisbane Cup at Group 2 level. It's over.
So this is Brisbane Cup.
Campbell-Dino is back into
This
form,
is
which
the
a
same
very
distance
firm
as the
$2.90.
Melbourne
So
Cup,
let's
the
take a look at
Australian Cup.
last year's winner, Kian. This is a leg run from the Beyond Baker stable, Rachel King.
A few things to like about him. He's got Rachel King on. She knows him like the back of her hand. He gets a trip, as you said, he was the winner last year, and he has not had his ideal surface all 3 runs back. Being on top of the ground's a big help.
Okay, let's look at Nick Spur flying the Toowoomba flag here, Maxi. Corey and Kylie Gear and Nashua Willa.
Same for this fellow. He's going to appreciate the firmer track. We went up to a good 3 following that previous race. So in stark contrast to the track that they raced on most of these last time in the QE2. So I think he's going to appreciate that, and he really likes Eagle Farm, this fellow. They've just got to run the trip. The only horses that have won over the 3,200 here, as Bertie mentioned, a leg run last year with 56, and Troop Marvel is the other.
Well, Edna Rosso's won a couple on good surfaces. Kian was second favourite early in the market, then became favourite this morning. He's back to second favourite now. Chris Waller, James McDonald.
I thought his fitness was just really showing his last 2 runs. He never got in last start, and he sustained a nice long run. That was behind the favourite. I thought it was a good effort. Looking at him physically, he's tucked up nicely through that midsection. Looks great.
Here is your favourite, Calpodino from the Gay Waterhouse. Adrian Bott, stable with Timmy Clark.
He has shown in the past, Bernie, that he likes giving the ground, this fellow. But he won the Orange Cup on a good 3. So how do we measure that form?
Does it all, Maxie?
Well, he does. He does it all, and I find him very, very hard to beat here. He beat all of these horses last start, fair and square. It was in those gloomy conditions, and they need him a little bit better at the weights. But I love what I saw there, in particular when Tim clipped him up at the 200 on that wet track. He picked up and found a length. There's plenty to like about him.
A Star Vegas, a 5 from the Anthony and Sam Friedman stable. Kyle Wilson Taylor.
I'm sticking with this fellow on the place line. I've had something small each way because I was on him last start in that QE2. And it was just hopeless. I mean, the track was too wet for him, but it's up to a good 3. He's going to relish getting onto a better surface, Star Vega. So look for him to be the big improver here.
And you'll be having a saver on him.
I have.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, let's look at the 6 now, Kian. True Marvel from the Matt Smith stable with Jason Collins.
He looks great out the yard. He's really glowing. He was a bit luckless. He's probably his last handful of starts. He was held up, shuffled back to last start when they were turning.
That's a 9-year-old.
Continual ground. And he found well when he was able to balance up. He's very seasoned at this trip.
Here is Man Zoyce, Maxie. He's looking like a man mountain in the yard. He is glowing. Waller and Williams.
And when he won the VRC Derby over 2,500 years ago, he's warming up to another win, this guy.
What about Strathcade, the 8, Chris Waller and Zach Lloyd?
He's really good at this trip, 3 back. They were at Randwick, presented wide, and a couple of runs closed on him last start. That was behind the favourite, and he kept on nicely. Mr. Waterville is the stablemate with Reece Jones.
Yeah, he's not really fancy, but he could possibly be a bit better on a firmer track today.
Plenty of money for Dillian last start. Peter and Will Holbert, Kieran McAvoy.
It was a bit of an idea. He found a lot of traffic, and then he just wasn't knocked around when he was sort of no hope at finishing top 4. On top of the ground's a bit of a question mark when you look at his form on paper, but he's a different Dillian here in Queensland.
Yes, that is true. So Dazzling is the outright roughie, Maxie, at 150 to 1, but is trained by John Sargent, Damien Thornton to ride.
Yeah, that's the big tick. Get him to stay. But
7 has advantage too.
Rightio, that's how the stayers looked in the yard for the Group 2.
Who's riding
7? With Edna Rosso here.
Williams, 3 win.
Doesn't look a lot different to what we saw last time, but I just thought perhaps a little bit more seasoned than the favourite. But if you do like the favourite, have a look at him. He's glowing, covered in dapples, looking fantastic as well.
Campbellino and Etna Rosso are dominating the market, but there's a lot of support for Campbellino. The big firmer here, Etna Rosso, has been a little bit easy. There's been a nibble for Dillian, number 10 again. I'm with Campbellino. I think he can beat them all again.
I'm going to go 1 coffee. I don't know what will happen because it's a huge distance.
5, 7 and 6.
I'm going to play Etna Rosso. I love the fitness coming through now. Looked perfect in the yard, and it's all about him getting back on top of the ground. Dillian, the danger. It's a bit of an OD last start. Found plenty of traffic. Again, on paper, his good stats look terrible. But he is a different Dillian up here in Queensland, Benny.
All right, he is indeed. Campbellino, your $3.10 favourite. A little bit of money coming late now. $3.70 for Edna Rosso. And a little bit of money also for Dillian there. Here's David Fowler.
The 3,200 metre race. Run at Eagle Farm now. The
Dows, welcome back, Dows.
all set.
6.
Red light flashing, season stars, and they're racing. And they jumped in.
It's a huge distance.
Was the first out from Campbell-Dino. Van Joyce was third away. Fourth on settling now was, as they go to that first bend, Dillian. He's 3 wide around the first bend. Edna Roth.
Frank 10 win Eagle Farm. 10.
Nick Spur 6 on the inside. Followed then by Mr. Waterville. Strathclyde 3 wide of the first call, outside of Star Vega. And so dazzling inside that pair. And last year's Cup winner, Allegron, he just fell out of the gates and settles down in last position. No speed on it all as they run down the side of the track. They've got around 2,600 metres left to go. And the leader was True Marvel, an unusual role for him, but nothing else at this stage wants to take him on. He leads away from Campbell-Dino on the outside. And Dillian, even though they're going slowly, is travelling 3 wide as they straight for home on the first occasion. That's the leading trio. Van Joyce lurks behind that trio in fourth on the fence, and Edna Rosso, the second favourite, getting a good run, fifth one off the rail. Midfield defence, Nick Spur inside of Mr. Waterville, then So Dazzling, Strathclyde, Star Vega, and Allegron is last of all. Still, the pace is very moderate. They go by the big crowd here at Eagle Farm on Stradbroke Day, but there's still a lap left to go. And True Marvel obviously is going to try and lead all of the way. Dillian eventually gets over to be second, one off the fence. At third over on the inside of Van Joyce getting a cosy run. Now Campbell-Dino getting cover, 1 out and 1 back as they went by the 1,800 metres. 2 lengths away, Nick Spur over on the inside of Edna Rosso. He's having a good trail in midfield, and he's actually stalking his main betting rival in Campbell-Dino. Then came Mr. Waterville outside of So Dazzling. 3 wide, no cover, Strathclyde as they go to the back straight. Star Vegas second last, and Allegron, if he's to win, he has to come from last. Heading down the back straight, more than half the journey completed now, and True Marvel the pilot as they head along past the Stradbroke start at the 1,400 metres. Dillian travels second, 3/4 of a length away. Van Joyce in third has had a perfect run right from the get-go. You can say that for Campbell-Dino as well. He's in fourth. 2 lengths to Edna Rosso, a length away Nick Spur, no change to the order. Strathclyde is 3-1, and then came Mr. Waterville, followed by So Dazzling, Star Vega, and now Allegron begins a move. They're back to where they started from. They head to the far bend with just over 1,000 left to go in the Brisbane Cup. And the leader was True Marvel. He's been there every step of the way. Wheeling and dealing. Leads from Dillian, leads it by a length. Van Joyce in third. No excuse for him. He's been given a great run by Williams. Campbell-Dino ready to strike if good enough in fourth. 2 to Edna Rosso, the jock just biding his time. Strathclyde's had a hard run near the rail, Nick Spur. Then Mr. Waterville, followed by Allegron. So Dazzling and Star Vega is now out to last. 600 metres left to go. They come to the turn, and now the race is on in earnest, where True Marvel led the way, but Campbell-Dino leaves his trailing position, moves up ominously. Van Joyce third, Dillian calls it a day. Edna Rosso runs on, and the others were headed by Nick Spur and Mr. Waterville. They've got around 300 left to run. Campbell-Dino the leader. Edna Rosso is trying harder. Van Joyce up to third. That might be the race. On the inside, Campbell-Dino led the way. Edna Rosso is trying his heart out. Terribly, you can't get Campbell-Dino. Campbell-Dino in front. Tim Clark right in top of Lee. Another cut. 4.
Four.
Campbell-Dino too good. But Edna Rosso.
That was the youngest horse.
Sure about 4. Strathclyde there with Mr. Waterville. Followed at the head of the others by well back was True Marvel, and then Nick Spur. Then came Star Vega, Dillian, and the tail enders were Van Joyce and also Allegron.
Well, the favourite Campbell-Dino put into a lovely position by Tim Clark. He had his main rival, Edna Rosso, following him. Edna Rosso tried to go with him up a straight, but Campbell-Dino, Waterhouse Bot, Tim Clark have been able to get another staying race on the board. They've got a great record in the 4X Brisbane Cup, and add to that Campbell-Dino, who prior to this, I had a quick look at the Melbourne Cup markets. I'm not saying he's going to win the Melbourne Cup, but he wasn't even priced. I couldn't find him. I thought there might have been a price for him after he won so well at Group 3 last time out. He clearly is a stayer of the future.
He certainly is. No excuses for the second horse, Edna Rosso. He tracked Campbell-Dino everywhere he went. He just couldn't outsprint him. He did cost himself a touch playing in those final stages. Van Joyce had that beautiful cup seat run. Mr. Waterville looked like he was going to really go on with it, and he's just stuck his head up for 4. 4, 3, 7, 9 across the line off the back of the third here at Eagle Farm. We've got Newcastle on the other side.
Runners in the yard, second event hit this afternoon from Newcastle, benchmark 64. This is over the 900 metre trick. We've got about half dozen of
We all lost. The 9 was here for threes. 4, 3, 7, and 9. So everything was here. We should have just believed the odds. 4, 3, 7, and 9. They were all here. So 4, then 3, then 7, 7 and 9. Everything was here. 1, I just had a hunch, but that's actually true. 4 also had a dedicated jockey, by the way. But the point is this, that when I checked with the Melbourne Cup, it has always been like that on this distance, but never a woman jockey, never a lady jockey. Two has been scratched. It's a huge field. 1, 4, 3, and 10.
The ground she has failed here on a soft 6 in the past, so probably the slight concern is, was that heavy track at Tamworth a little bit better than what it reads on paper, but she gets a chance to prove me wrong today.
number 10 then finally, Pearl's Treasure for Paul Perry and Jeff Penzer.
Yeah, I thought she was a good bet at around that $5 quote earlier. She's coming off a last start placing here where she finished alongside of No Statement, where she really had no luck in the run. Cop squeeze up.
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
And done a great job to keep coming and less than half a length. She's right down on the weights here this afternoon. Jeff Penzer sticks with her in an open field. I thought she was the way to go.
So favourite here, 310 now, Elegant Empress. Octavian Treasure just easy out to 340. Pearl's Treasure 5 into 480. No Statement. Third up is 6 into $5. Off to the gates under 3.5 minutes out. Belinda, late mail time.
Just slight shuffle around with my numbers. I'm 10, 1, 6, and 8. I'm keen on the chances of Pearl's Treasure in an open race here. I thought she'd done a really good job on the heavy 10 surface last start. Her prior form suggested that a track any better than that would only see her improve, and love the way she's holding her condition this preparation. From No Statement, who finished alongside her, he's had a run in between where he's failed, but you can offer him an excuse there. The 6, which is Elegant Empress, should find this a bit easier today and should really relish conditions. And the 8, I had him before there, Octavian Treasure. I know she placed last start on a heavy, just wondering if that was an anomaly. So she gets her chance to prove me wrong on a heavy track today. 10, 1, 8 and 6.
2.5 minutes out from race 2. So this over the 900 metres. So money for Pearl's Treasure on track. The local 5 into 460. Nathan Perry on track today for his dad Paul. Speaking about the chances, the one down the bottom.
Well, prior to last start, I suppose her heavy track form looked a little concerning, but she seemed to handle it here at home.
Yeah, that's it. It was a surprise to me too. We just thought we'd give her another crack at it, and she did it well.
She's deep into the preparation now, but she looks excellent in the yard. It seems to really hold her condition.
Yeah, she's a big, strong mare, yes.
Later in the day, you have Valentino Prince. What do you make of his chances here today?
Look, he didn't handle it the other day, but I think it was more than a heavy 10. It was like a heavy 15 the other day. So, look, if he gets through the go, and he'll get back and hopefully be Simon home.
And lastly, to Toka's in town in the last. What are you expecting today?
Look, her run was fantastic the other day, and she's done well at home since. So, I think at each way odds, she's a great each way chance.
Yeah, let's hope we finish up the day with a few winners. Good luck.
Be good, thank you.
Let's have a look at this market on Tab Fixed Odds. The Elegant Empress, $3.20. The favourite from Octavian Treasure, who's $3.80 now. In terms of the hold, there's not much between these two. Pearl's Treasure, this was as much as $15 when we first put up markets, now subject to some deductions and some healthy deductions, but it's now $4.20, and I can tell you it is the most popular runner. There's more money on Pearl's Treasure compared to Elegant Empress, despite there being a full point between them. No Statement, $5 to Poets at 11, Kev's Girl at $11. So a good longer move for Pearl's Treasure here. Gavin, punters will be looking to get back on track after that real knockout in the first. It was hard to find that first winner.
Yeah, $71. And it took him 20, in fact 30 starts to break his maiden. And he obviously is just an out-and-out wet tracker.
Yeah, he loves it. It was obviously up into provincial grade today, but it didn't matter. So well done to the Roberts stable there. The move for Pearl's Treasure.
Okay, they're showing Newcastle here. We'll talk about the fourth one. If you look through the odds, it's 1, 4, 3, and 10. 1 is the favorite. 4, 3, and 10. If we look through the rails, that's where we stand. 3 on top, 1, 10, this. Now 10 is the only one which is within the rails. Okay, 10 is the only one which is within the rails. That's that part of the story. Now the second thing is, it is a pinnacle of mixed sex. We've got colts, gildings, fillies, and then we also have a rig. Now that's the structure, so there's nothing else left. They could have included some birds or cows also. But here is the point, the 1200 meter, it is going to be a 1200 meter, right? So if we try and understand what's going on, it's a mixed sex generally, but it's a 2-year-old mixed sex. So the 1 is the favorite. If we look at 1, it's the first one is a colt. The jockey did not win any races here. All right, the 3 I am talking about. This one, the 3, the jockey did not win any races here. That's a pressure which is happening. Now, let's talk about the linear first. The linear is here, which is 8. All right. So that is a check. It's a linear. All right. So that's that. This is the linear which is here. Now, what are we looking at is, this one is 55 with 53. This is 53 with 0. There's no pressure on this horse. Okay, that's from gate number 2. Now this one is 12, which is a check. It's a filly which has actually won a group 1 race. That's a group 1 race win. All right, this is a place. This is a group 1 race win, which is an EW 46 -19. If we look at who's riding 12, is Karen McAvoy. That's one of the best jockeys that I think we know of. And that's how it has been placed. So 1 is the favorite. 1 has good management. Everything is going good. There is no problem with anything. That's the favorite. It doesn't require this side of the rails because it is not a linear. The linears need that side of the rails, but this one doesn't. So this is in good hands. They are in good hands. This is 75% drifting. There's something, maybe Karen McAvoy is not getting paid by these guys, or they have spent a lot of money in publications. So there's something not right with the finances here. There's something not right with the finances here. But that 12 has two strengths. One, it has a Group 1 win with the lowest pressure on that horse. And the second thing is, it is one of the horses at a 1200 meter. It is one of the horses at a 1200 meter. So it has experience with the distance. It has experience with a Group 1, and it has the smallest or the lowest pressure on this horse. And that comes within the top 4 horses of spell. The first one, which is a colt, the jockey did not win any races here so far. The second one is with 0 pressure, with fantastic management. There's no doubt. The 10 is ridden by someone I am not aware of. I do not mean any disrespect to him, but we race every day, and I keep hearing the name Karen McAvoy, Rachel King, so I'm kind of aware of those names, but I'm not aware of M. Rod. So that's that. This is where that stands, and here both of them have been placed as neutrals, wherein the actual pressure or the resistance is on these jocks on 1200 meters. So we've seen the 1600 meters here, all right, and the 1600 meters, the neutral jocks did have issues winning. The 9 went through, then came the 1, all right. The 8 was there within the rails, but that was with a lot of pressure. It just did not do. Plus the jockey was weird. The second one, the 4 went through with a jockey on a 1600 meter that went through with the pressure. Okay, with a Group 1 thing that was going on. The 6 came in third. Let's not talk about the 3. This is the 4th one, which is a 1200 meter. A 1200 meter. This is from gate number 3. This is gate number 1, 2, and then this is 3. And that's where it stands. There are no larger drifts here that we can talk about. All of them are more or less neck to neck. There's nothing apart from the neutral horses. This neutral, the 10, is actually within the rails, which has got all the physics and everything, with one of the best jocks. The best jock is here on 9, though, through the model. That's 9. Gate number 10. That's the best jock. Okay, who's riding 9 is Maloney. Is a dangerous one. So that's where this guy is standing. This is all how this has got nothing to do with the jock's performance. This is how the distribution of the weight has been assigned, and that gives an advantage to the jocks in some form or the other. This works during the lower distances, the sprint distances. So this is where it stands. The 9 is the other one. So we've got 3 checks. Now that's a 36, all right. That's a 36. If we look through the rails, where it stands is here. It's a neutral, so it doesn't need the thing to the rails or anything. And it's a friendly jock. It is a colt, but it is a friendly jock. So Karen the jockey knows the horse very well. So the horse is going to run It is not that the horse is going to refuse running because of the jockey. The same goes with 3. The jock knows the horse, all that is good, but the jock has never won a race here. The 1 is the gilding, which is like that. Now, out of all this, we know the 1 is the favorite. The 1 has reasons to be favorite. It's good. That one is 55. This is 53, and with 0 pressure. So obviously this is good, and this jockey is also good. It is not bad. It's not a bad jock. 1 is ridden by J Mac. 1 is ridden by J Mac. So that is that. That's why it is favorite also. It's there, but this is also here. I mean, both of them have the same advantage of being here on the top line. The 12 has a little more advantage because of further low pressure. This one is 0 pressure. This has gone to negative. This is advantage. And then we have the linear here, which is, let's not talk about it. I'll remove that. But that is there. The linear is there. The 8 is linear. Then we have the 9, which is with the best jock according to how the weights has been distributed. JMac is good, but if we look how it has been laid out, it is laid out like that. So 9 will come into pressure. 9 will come into pressure because of the adjustment here which has been done, and that's how the resistance on this jock. Then it is here with JMac. So that 9 from gate number 10 is a check, and that 12 from gate number 3 is a check. We'll listen to both of the horses and then probably take a call. Nine win, Rosehill. Okay.
One trial, but I think as he gets on, he's going to make a lovely miler in time. And we do have a lot of nice horses, and this bloke is right there amongst them.
Any advice for Dill?
Just get the horse in the rhythm. Where he normally is, and there are rules. Just get him travelling. Hopefully, I actually did say try and get to the maybe in the middle of the track. Everything seems to be winning out there, but if it's 1100, jump, travel, into the race, get home, and get over the top of it.
Love it. It's that easy. Good luck.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. All right, let's get to Corey Brown.
Yeah, number 2 for me, Codetta. Really love the way this horse attacked the line last time out. Really rattled through the line strong. So drawn a little bit awkward for Jace McMurray. He's going to need a good ride, but gets in his sort of luck from that tricky draw. I think his horse will run absolutely super.
The late male numbers are 9, 2, 8, and 3. I've just gone the other way with King's Secret. I will say that I'm a little bit more nervous now than coming into the meeting. I thought maybe the way this track had played be a little bit drier and towards the inside, but we have seen a lot of these winners, as Michael Hawke touched on, come down the middle of the track. So that does give Codetta a chance to turn the tables. When I first did the form, I thought there was too big of a price difference between Codetta and King's Secret. So leaning the way to King's Secret, he was a good winner there last start. I thought he showed really good improvement of what he had done at the provincials prior, and once Joe Pryor at the stable gets this style of horse, a lightly raced galloper going through the grades in the zone, they tend to hold it, if not continue to improve. So I'm hoping that's the forecast with him, and that we still haven't seen anywhere near the best of him, getting $4.20 to find out. I want to trust that form reference. I think it looks the right one.
Best of luck, PC. 9.
Chance to turn the tables, given the way the track has been playing.
Frankie, did you get that 5?
Should be chasing them down with vengeance, mate. You think Little Knock maybe staying 1100 metres. I would be more confident if this was 1200 metres, but On her return, she won't be out of the winner's stall for too much longer. 8 Slinky. You can tie in the form reference to Slinky and Codetta through last campaign. She does give away race fitness, but she gets
Bad luck.
okay fresh, despite having never won first up in the past. Like the way that she's trialled. And she went to the paddock, a big last winner. That was the
9.
best win that she has produced in her career. So that's always a really encouraging sign. And 3, Winning Proposal, I'll put in there as the 4th pick. Good support for her last start. She was disappointing, but I think she just failed to handle the heavy track. So she's better than that. I'm prepared to give her the chance to bounce back. So I think the market's got it pretty well cornered, but I do lean the way of King Secret. 9, 2, 8, and 3, Anthony.
Codetta, your favourite. This is the Rose Hill tab lay of the day, and we did push up. We got to $3.30, bottomed out at $2.90 at one point today, out to $3.30, and then the punters stepped back in, and the tab lays of the day are having a good run of success recently. 3 of the last 4 have won. Codetta back into 310 favourite, holds 45% of all bets. King Secret, this was as much as $4.80. It's now $4 and holds about 30% of bets. So between them, they hold about 70% of all the bets on this race. Overfull 850, Stagnum 950. Winning Proposal is the 3rd most popular runner outside of the 2 favourites. If you are keen to play one at longer odds, as much as $13 and now $9.50. Codetta will run your favourite. It's the tab lay of the day, and still a price that's respectable there. $3.10, pretty comparable with what you're getting on the tote. So if you like Codetta, coming back with the tab.
Anthony, you can't script this stuff. Honestly, it's that funny. Yeah. Codetta getting reshod, the lay of the day, as you'd happen to chat. Corey Brown sitting here going, I want to take it back, I want to take it back. His pick of the yard. It's the rivalry no one knew we needed. Corey Brown up against the tab traders. But, I mean, Corey, I never make too much of being replayed prior, but I got the impression from your response that you weren't entirely...
Yeah, no, as a jockey, it was one of the worst things when you got to the barriers and a horse had to be replayed, especially a front shoe. Back shoe, nowhere near a problem, but a front shoe, it's just not ideal. I know it has been done, they've come out and won, but still, I never liked it as a rider.
I joked with you, and I wasn't going to discuss it on air, but I might as well now that one is being replayed. I sent a message to Brad and Nick during the week having a laugh about Epic Proportions, who threw an off-iron plate on the way to the barriers last start and then lost 2 front shoes on the way around. So I didn't have a great day, feet-wise, that day, and came back with only 2 of them. But, let's hope that's not the case here with Codetta. So I think there's confidence in the Friedman camp with Codetta. She's a talented girl, no doubt about that. The 1100 run last time out was the bottler, and you got the impression that with the fitness and maybe back on top of the ground, that Codetta could be bouncing back. But King Secret, certainly along the same form line, obviously having won that race, is the one that's been highlighted by Brad Gray, and undoubtedly the horse to beat. Darren Flindell tipped Stagnum on top. My read from that interview was we probably see better from Stagnum over further and deeper into the preparation, but that's not necessarily to say he couldn't get over the top of them if they overcook it late. The market has probably reflected that thought to $8 out to $10 on the NOP, just trimming back into $9.50 as I speak. But Codetta, $3.20 to $2.70. Or the market says...
Hey, PC, what's a QIP? They keep referring to a QIP. What's a QIP? What is the full form of QIP?
Full of decent odds, King Secret.
You have any clue?
Well, I was able to beat the favourite Codetta last time out. Codetta was really strong late, and the farrier's work is complete there, and Codetta's being led back up into the gates. So whilst all the work was going on, Codetta's got even shorter, into $2.80. So we're good to go. First leg of the Big Six today, with a small jackpot. The load is on. Stand by. This is over 1,100 metres. And they're off and racing. That's a great line out. Overfull, drawn very wide out, is going forward, Overfull. In fact, it's going across the entire field. Weight Breaker's coming down the outside, going to second. King Secret up to third. Codetta's in a very nasty position early, but going forward then, Winning Proposal, Summer Flame, Martini, Mama Stagnum, and Slinky's last of all. Overfull in front from Weight Breaker. Winning Proposal gets a good run from King Secret. And Codetta's out very wide and going forward. Further back to Martini Mama, who's positioned down on the rail, stagnant deeper out from Summer Flame. Slinky making hard work of it. Overfull in front for Jack Gutman. Chester leads by a length now on Weight Breaker. Then King Secret, it has been wide all the way. Stagnum down the outside. Winning Proposal's going back up the inside. Overfull in front, 200 metres to go. Winning Proposal up the inside is going after it. Overfull 3/4 then to Winning Proposal. Cadetta a distant third. Overfull Winning Proposal up the inside. And Winning Proposal got there late to beat Overfull to go the great side. Cadetta with excuses third. Stagnum fourth. King Seeker not good enough today. Then Summer Flame, Martini, Mama, Slinky and Wave Breaker was last in.
Oh, Winning Proposal third up for Ben Baker and a Roper with the 2 kilo claim. Gets the win there in the Asahi Super Dry Handicap. Nice run up along the inside. Nothing wrong with being there, evidently. They were able to take it out. Over the 6, Overfull, who was up on speed for Pete Roble and just bumped into one a bit too good, and Codetta. Well, the lay of the day, the traders rejoiced, but blimey, that was not a fun run in transit. Last horse into the yard, first horse home, Winning Proposal as we head up to Eagle Farm for the Oxlade.
Okay. Probably. I could not find a reference on that, so I thought you're the best person to ask.
Top weight and favourite is Quietly Arrogant here. Peter Snowden, James McDonald.
Yeah, he looks to have a great chance here. Everything looks spot on for him. Loved his recent Randwick trial, and he showed way above average ability last preparation. Close up in a skyline. The 2 that beat him home came out and ran great races at their next start. So clearly he's hardest to beat, I feel.
Let's take a look at Brave Design. A great looking colt from the Danny O'Brien stable with Jordan Childs.
Good thing about him is he's coming back from the 1400 and he can go to the top. So coming back to 1200 probably doesn't look like a chink in his armour now on this improving track off that one draw.
This jocks, this is something that has happened to us many times, PC. The cup days and these days, the special days, the jocks, they go a little weird.
Despite being wide last start, he scored a good win. It was a 2-year-old over.
It's not the first time.
It was a tidy performance, and I think he can go on with it now.
All right, number 5 is Earn to Burn from the Jack Bruce stable. Jake Bayless, we know what he's going to be.
He's a very, very quick horse and dropped back in class at Toowoomba.
It's a rig.
Saw him able to
That 5 is a rig.
He ran along and he ran them off their feet there at Toowoomba. He's got a good 1200 out there. That's good for him.
Fabulantes is from the Rob Heathcote stable. Chad Schofield.
I like this horse. He's an improving type. He's out of that fabulous family, Fontantes. He tried hard enough on a heavy 8 last start. He was only beaten about 2 by Sunrays when you take out that Beedman margin, and I like him because he can roll forward.
Waiting on 7. Let's look at 8. Zone from the Peter Snowden stable with Timmy Clark.
Yeah, keen to see how he goes here at a higher level. His 2 starts have been quite good. He's got a lovely...
That's the linear, the 8.
So just watching him a little bit today, giving him more a place chance, but he's a nice horse.
I'm interested in Pre-Star here from the Tony and Kelvin McAvoy stable. Ryan Maloney, you saw him at the Sunny Coast here.
Yeah, good style too. He's just a natural runner, big, strong horse. He's got a lot of hop to still come up to catch up to that back end. Plenty of power there. He was good on that occasion. He didn't beat much, but he put him away nice and easy. He ran 2 seconds rather quicker than the fillies. He had a bit of tick over work on Sunday. Very sharp. He looks well placed.
Isti Star looks like one of the front runners here. Maxie, Paul Shaler, Michael Rod.
Got her act together. She's won her last 2 impressively from the front. She likes to roll up front. She's probably going to have a...
Frank 10. 10 is the one, the only one which has got everything, Frank. That's the only one which has got everything.
She's going to lap up the 1200 metres. Good timing third up. She lost ground mid-race last start, then she found plenty of traffic behind his start. You like that measuring stick?
All right, we're waiting on My Barbie, I think. So perhaps a problem there with the Gollum runners at this stage. Let's look at 13, Financially Famous, Louise White, Robbie Dolan.
Yeah, filly by Toronado. Just waiting for her for something easier.
Well, Chic is from the Archibald stable with Zach Lloyd.
Hasn't won as yet. Probably a little bit unlucky not to go close to winning last start, but I think she'll be up there for a long way.
Natalie McCall trains Smexy with Tim Brooker.
She's a well put together filly. She box seated last start at home and enjoyed the 1200 metres. She does everything right.
And Rob Heathcote trains Carbonara with Rachel King.
Another horse that is still a maidener, but she's got a fair share of ability.
And we get to $17 a day, Barry Lockwood and Luke Dempsey.
This horse was brilliant late. Very eye-catching run on debut. It was the run of the race. He was in front of the winner a couple of strides past the post from well.
I don't know which one to look at actually.
He's got quite a high action.
There's so many horses in here.
Okay, so we are still waiting on Midnight Spirit.
16 horses.
From the Tony Gollard stable for me. I'm going to make Brave Design the pick of the yard here. Number 3, stunning looking coal. He's come on beautifully since his run on the Sires Produce. And it was just an absolute faultless parade.
Yeah, but see, the jockey has never won a race here at Eagle Farm.
Arrogant number 1, and I think we all agree he's going to be extremely hard to beat. He presented well in the yard. He's returned to gelding. They've taken the visors off. The visors went on for the Slipper and the Bayou, but they're off today. Looks in good order. To beat number 11, Mosu, the Little Filly, number 8, Impact Zone, and then 7, Midnight Spirit, who's getting blinkers today. And onto a good surface, expecting there to be perhaps a really good roughie here to run top 4. 1, 11, 8 and 7.
Yeah, I'm with yourself, Michael. This is the first time I've seen this horse. He's quite unassuming in the yard. He's a very quiet horse. He's conserving his energy beautifully. And I just thought...
8, they've taken the linear in.
He was good in his
1, 11, 8 and 7.
Very black and white at the trial. He stretched out beautifully. He never even got over onto that right leg, and he was just nice and sharp at the end. He looks a nice improving horse. He was great in the millions. He was the best back marker by far. I also thought Amosu was a great rough chance. The 9 in there, and then I've put in the 17, the maidener for Barry Lockwood, if there's enough tempo on up front. And 1, 11, 9 and 17.
Alrighty, they are starting to load here.
1, 11, 9 and 17. No, she's talking about 9.
He's the favourite here, Anthony, but what is happening outside of him?
Well, not much, Bernie, because this is off the map. $3.70 earlier today, now $2.80, and about 43% of all bets on Quietly Arrogant. So we'll struggle to find a horse that's more popular than him all day. This is a really good push. Look at longer odds. Amosu was as much as $31.
There's nothing else. I'll go with 1. I can't find anything. There's so many horses. My eyes are paining.
But at longer odds, it's the best bet outside of the favourites. But Quietly Arrogant, a big game.
Jerry got 4.
Tempo looks very good here. We know Earn to Burn will be burning across. Fabulantes will be there. Brave Designer want to hold.
Welcome back, Jericho.
Won't be far away. The list goes on. Misty Star we know will want to be there. Smexy. So Smexy, not short of tempo here.
No, that's true. The faster they go, Quietly Arrogant should really appreciate that. Not sure where he's going to end up, but he's got the...
If that 12 knocks it down, then it'll be very sad for everyone.
Legal Farm.
Working while betting. I used to do that at one point of time.
Early part of winter. Carbonara goes up. Financially Famous will complete the line for the Oxlade. The starter, he's ready at the ladder, ready to switch on the line, which he does. All set now. Ready to break. Big field about to be dispatched. 16 of them. The star just moved. Racing. Brave Design began well, but Misty Star began better. Midnight Spirit third away. Smexy in 4th. Then Amosu, Quietly Arrogant rushing forward with Earn to Burn, and also up there is Impact Zone as well. In behind them on settling down as they go to that first bend, Damien. He's back in the second half of the field. Then Royal Chic, High Barbie, Day, Carbonara, Fabulantes, and Financially Famous. 800 left to go. The speeds is cut out in front. It's Earn to Burn, leading by length to Misty Star, who protects the rail. Impact Zone in third. Amosu 4th and 3 wide. Midnight Spirit between runners. Brave Design tucked away 6th on the fence. Then Press Star. All by Quietly Arrogant. J-Beck's got a midfield on the fence. Then Smexy. Davey in those yellow colours trying to go forward. Then High Barbie, Royal Chic, Financially Famous. Carbonara, Fabulantes, and Day. Hit the straight of the Oxlade. 300 left to run. Misty Star and Earn to Burn still matching motive. All of a sudden, Brave Design presents on the outside. Quietly Arrogant running on field. Then Smexy. Misty Star with a little bit of a kick. Brave Design flat out chasing it. Now leveling up. Brave Design races to the lead. Races clear. And wins the Oxlade. Brave Design to Misty Star.
3.
Smexy. Then Royal Chic, High Barbie.
3 downs.
Midnight Spirit, Baron on from Damien, Press Star, Carbonara, then Financially Famous. Quietly Arrogant didn't do anything. Carbonara was next, then Day of the Day, Impact Zone and Emoji was the last one home.
Possibly 3, 10 is the star. Has she held Smexy? Yep.
3, 10, 14.
There. Possibly Smexy, just ahead of number 14, Royal Chic. Where was the favourite? Possibly didn't let down.
Yeah. Your favourite was the last.
But the winner, Brave Design, coming out of the BRC Sires on that very testing track from a wide gate, finished fourth behind Coolachi, but up on top of the ground today, the inside barrier. This colt by Brave Smash has been too good.
Yeah, she certainly has. Look, the favourite track.
3, 10, 14, 15.
It just didn't look to let down surface. So good effort by Easty Star too. She's really shang-eyed out of the gate. She's used that high cruising speed. She was pressured by Earn to Burn. She's stuck on really gamely, and a PB there for Smexy late. Enjoys the 1200, and of course Royal Chick off the back of that last start second certainly has improved. 3, 10, 15 and 14 across the line after the running of the Ox Lane Stakes here at Eagle Farm, Newcastle on the other side.
So what happened is that 3 went through with the rails. That 3 went through with the rails with the highest pressure. One of the highest pressure through the rails from gate number 1. Then came the 10 with everything, but it was a neutral. 3, 10, and then it came to 14. That is the largest inner. 3, 10, 14. And 15 was the second linear. So 1200 meter, basically what happened is the first 2 went through with pressure. All right, this one is physics. We know that the drift will get in. We just did not look at it rightly, but that drift was there in a very good hand. So that was the jock. 3, 10, 14 and 15. 3, 55 by 53. 1 couldn't do it because probably the pressure was not there on a 1200 meters, so there was no pressure. The same happened to 12. Without pressure, it did not get through. So the pressure was the key here. Without the pressure, it was not possible. 4 was a colt, and frankly, the problem is the 4 did not have a friendly jockey. Colts without a friendly jockey is a difficult thing. 3 had a friendly jockey, but the jockey has never won a race here. This is the first time. That was, yes, not bad. Man, out of 16 horses, if that is something that worked, that's brilliant. We'll go to the next, Chris. That exacta, yes, that exacta would pay good. We had them, but I was not sure. 5. 12 and 13 has been scratched from 5. We did not get a single clean shot till now. 7, 10, 1 and 6. Seven, 10, 1 and 6.
So, in small field, it makes it tricky for them, but hopefully he'll be working hard through the line.
What about Satin Sparkle? She's going well. She's placed 2 from 4. Probably things didn't go quite right last start. That was at Canterbury over 12.50.
Yeah, no, she had a bit of bad luck. So hopefully today, just get a bit of a sit in behind the leaders if we can, and just peel out in the straight and just work it through her gears and hopefully be hitting the line hard.
And the horse I'm most keen to ask you about is Sound Banker. She was great last preparation, in good form maiden. She's first up. She's trialled up well. She gets the earmuffs tongue tie on today. She's shown that tendency to go keen in her races and trials.
She went a little bit keen in the barrier trial, so she had to go back to the barrier the trials again. So Tommy trialled her and was absolutely ecstatic with her trial. She did everything right. She relaxed. So we've just gone with the earmuffs today. She'll go around to the barriers with the pony just to try and keep her relaxed. And hopefully, if we get that first part right, she should be a good showing in the race.
There's not much of her. Is that just a makeup?
Yeah, she probably looks. She's still pretty woolly. She hasn't been clipped yet, but no, she's a good eater and she's a good doer. So hopefully, she's very much like her mother, Shawnee girl. Shawnee, she was, so she's quite solid. If you get up close to her, she's not as, lean as what you think she is. She's quite a sizable girl.
Good luck with the 3.
Thanks very much.
Late money here at Newcastle ahead of race 3 is for number 3, Louisburg. $3.20 a few moments ago, now $2.80. This will nearly run favourite. It's got more money on it compared to Sound Banker. In fact, nearly 1.5 times more money than Sound Banker. So if you're keen to play here, Louisburg very heavily backed. It'll nearly run favourite by the time they jump. 240 Sound Banker as it stands, or is at 750. Satin Sparkles at 8. Jelko's a $12 chance and Happiness 16. But Louisburg very, very well supported. Any final thoughts there, Gav, Belinda?
It's been, he paraded beautifully, did he not? We said that Louisburg as soon as he walked in. He's wanted to have a think about it a couple of times, and Annabelle and Rob have scratched him a few times to save him for today.
Yeah, he couldn't be turned down in any better order. He gets a 100-metre step up and trip, and the winker's on.
Just about right. Here's race 3 as we go to Phil.
So Zelko about to come in. Sticks the toes in behind the gate. Several attendants getting Zelko up. It looks like that has done the job. So 1,300 metres, a field of 6. Race 3, Newcastle. Set to go. Away. And Sound Banker was midfield away. Louisburg the best to begin on the inside from Happiness. Sound Banker now mustering through the centre of that duo. Satin Sparkle is striding up out wide. So Happiness now back to 4th, Aura back to 5th, and Zelko back to the tail. Sound Banker pushed through past 1,000 metres and now takes up a clear lead. Led by a length and 3/4, make it 2 over Satin Sparkle in second. It's on the outside of Louisburg, who after leading early is now sitting 3rd on the back of this speed. They're about 4 lengths in front of Happiness, 2 lengths to Aura, and about 3 lengths back then to Zelko back at the tail. And must be about a dozen lengths off this leader. Sound Banker running them along as they head to the 600 metres. Satin Sparkle now goes to a clear second. Louisburg on the inside 3rd. And then came Aura, who's gone past Happiness. Zelko still back at the tail. Still well strung out as they come around the bend. Sound Banker drifts a couple off the inside. And led by a length on the inside. Louisburg is starting to track into it nicely. Aura was next. They've dropped off Satin Sparkle. And then Zelko saving ground the inside. But it's Sound Banker travelling inside the last 200 that starts to draw clear over Louisburg, who can't do any better. Zelko goes to a clear 3rd, but Sound Banker is going to romp in. Sound Banker wins very impressively, comes away. Zelko got up in 2nd, Louisburg 3rd. They finished well clear of Happiness, Aura, and Satin Sparkle, beaten a long way out, finished tailed out last.
Well, Sound Banker, she was keen to get on with things and led by her own accord and gave a good kick. Look at Jess Taylor with the grin from ear to ear. First ride for Chris Waller in about 6 years, and she made a good thing of that. Good on you, Jess. 270, 150 over Zelko, who was last early and hit the line all right. Hard up against the inside. Louisburg has
Right, this is the fifth one here at Sunshine Coast. If you look at the odds, it's 7, 10, 1, and 6. 7 is the favorite, 10, 1, and 6. If we look through the rails, we get them exactly like that, wherein 7 is the linear within the rails. All right, this is the first time we've got something. It's a 230 within the rails, should not be a problem. But this is there, 11. Is the second linear. It has problems with the physics. But it's 103 with 67. This is 91. This is right, actually. This is actually right. A 230 should be at 90%. That's where it stands. I don't think it should go wrong. I would have spoken about this one and the rest, that I would have, but the problem is this, that if we look at the pressure difference, so I have not seen anything like that in whatever the time being that we've had that section. A 10% move on pressure is something that I have not seen, but that is that. That's a 10% move on the pressure. So whatever pressure it was carrying the last race, the pressure has been increased 10% on this, which is a lot, and that cannot be without any reason. There must be a reason. When I'm looking at 11 on the race net, it's a horse which has been winning, and then it got scratched. Then it came third, and then it came 15th 3 weeks ago at Doombend. Probably something wrong happened with that horse, but it's a 372. 230 is still there. So winning for 7 should not be a problem. It's a horse which is, I mean, we know what a 230 can do, what kind of a damage this horse can bring in. We know that, but that is a red flag which is there. We'll listen to what they have to say. I like the 7. There is no reason for not liking the 7. The 7 is bilinear. It's a 230. Should get there, should do the thing and do all that. I would have gone with, explaining the others which are here, but the problem is this, that the largest drift here and here, they often fail from that particular position. And if you see, that's something that we also have spoken about. Whenever it is like that, they fail. So I don't know whether they will get in or not. The 6 is a linear which is there, but it is again lacking this side of the rails. So 7 is good. 11 is very suspicious. It's very sus. I don't know what it is doing there with that kind of a pressure increase on that horse, but it lacks this side of the rails, which is probably because of the last races that it actually had. But that's that. But if we look at the connecting gates, then 7 has all the connecting gates here, but 3, if we look at, then what do we get? We have to look at gate number 2, which is this one, which is an EW. 14 is ridden by who? I don't, Jay Bayless. I've heard that name. That's 1, 14. And the other one is gate number 4, which is this one, which is with one of the best jocks here. 9 is ridden by Jay Collett. So it is not that it doesn't have support. It has support. It has support. So that 11 is there, bottom line. What and how that'll react is something that we'll figure out once they have spoken about it. But the point is that 11 is there, especially when it is touching the roof. I mean, probably it will not win, but it'll definitely disrupt the other positions.
No, he was one of the best closers there in an odd speed dominated race at Rose Hill last start. So he gets through heavy ground, but I do think he's more dynamic on firmer footing. So he gets conditions that suit today on a soft track. Maybe that finds an extra length for him, and that's all he needs to do to turn a run of good runs into another overdue win. So he'll settle somewhere midfield. Although it was a bunchy finish last start, given the lack of pressure on paper, I can be a touch forgiving in that regard.
I couldn't find a negative for his appearance. I think he looks really well in the yard. He's still holding good condition. His attitude's still good. So, yeah, no knock.
Impunity is the outsider of the field. In fact, second to longest here with Mars a bit high at $41 at present. But Will Stanley claims 3 for John Thompson.
He's a stayer resuming. He won 3 of his 4 starts before spelling, so he did hit a real purple patch of form, albeit it was out to 2,100 metres and beyond. So we just want to see him rattling through the line and set up the rest of his preparation.
I know he hasn't won first up before, but looking at him in the yard, they've got him really tuned up. He looks terrific. Looks like he's had 2 or 3 runs under his belt this time around. They couldn't have him any fitter. He's a beautiful looking horse. Attitude's good. Yeah, very nice action as he parades.
Jay Ford and Chris Waller team up with the 10 Pure Alpha, who was fantastic late there last start back at the 1500.
Yeah, he was. So he was narrowly beaten a couple of weeks ago in that same edited by form reference, which is an important one for this. There was very little between him and Little Contro on the line. He's testing the patience of punters to some extent, having not won for a year, and he is always in the market, but he does set up quite well today.
He looks well enough in the yard, obviously deep into his preparation, but still looks really well. He's been clipped up, so again, he's looking really well up top. Yeah, no negatives.
Okay, and what about the 14 miles a bit? I did see 21 starts on soft, 8 minors, but yet to win Winona Cost and Danny Williams, Brad.
Yeah, he dropped out after covering ground at Wagga last start. That was over the 1,400 metres, so you're probably thinking he needs 2,000 metres to show his best.
He's a really strong type of horse, holds good condition, his coat's nice and healthy, attitude's good.
All right, so that's a look at them in the yard. This mounting yard was brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Now we need a pick of the yard. Over to you, Corey.
Yeah, number 5 for me, Mickey's Medal. He's obviously really deep into the preparation, but still looks really well in the yard. He's paraded great, drawn soft, Braith knocks in form, and same with the Archibald team. So yeah, number 5 for me, Mickey's Medal.
Late mail numbers 5, 2, 6 and 10. I am also with the Mickey's medal here. He should get the right run, shouldn't he, just in behind the speed. The Braith, as he is at the moment, pulls the right rein, just gets into the right part of the track. He should be hard enough to beat and gets his chance to go back to back. He's holding his form really well at the moment, Mickey's medal, and he was a pretty dominant winner over the same track and trip a couple of weeks ago. So a sense of deja vu here, albeit he does go from a benchmark 72 into a benchmark 78. To Chicken Mojito, I know she's a little bit frustrating as far as turning good runs into wins. Just the 1 win in the 8-mile placing from 18 career starts, but that form reference from last start does jump off the page. You're assessing genuine benchmark level, benchmark 72, benchmark 78 form coming into this, yet she's been running around in black type company. Last start was in benchmark 88, and she held her own there behind the likes of Cool Jakey and Gallant Star. So we need to see her just stick her neck out when it counts, but I can see why there has been some specking for her. A double figure odds were bet throughout the week. 6 Little Contro, what you see is what you get. He's a hard fit horse. I'd expect him to hold that form now. A soft track looks key to him, maybe just finding that extra length or two. to build off what he has done recently, and 10 Pure Alpha. Similar category, little between him, that little Contro there last start. He's another horse that just needs to put his best foot forward and just show that killer instinct to really put a race away. But 5, 2, 6 and 10, Anthony.
Biggie's Medal's been the best backed runner here, as much as $8 earlier on in the week, now $3.30, subject to 27 cents worth of deductions. But if you took the $8, you're on a ticket worth $5.84, and it holds close to 40% of all bets. Little Contro into $3.70, so it's had good support late. Second most popular runner. Pure Alpha's been soft and hard to lay. It's out at $4.60, bottomed out at $4.20 earlier today.
Best of luck, Frank.
On it as much as 15, got into as short as 6, back out to 7. It's found a spot in the market. Northern Eyes 950, Corridor 15, Gun Beret 23. So Mickey's Medal by far and away best backed runner here with about 40% of all bets. 3.30. Little Contro best back to beat it.
Yeah, and we've already seen that training and jockey combination salute earlier on today. Brave Knock with Annabelle and Rob Archibald saluting with Don't Forget Jack. That was one of 2 for Brave thus far. Supernor West for Matty Dale. And Highway, his other winner through the day. For those who missed our earlier action, Queen of Clubs was a fantastic winner for Gary Portelli earlier on.
That was 3. Small bet.
Look at 6 or 7 Group 1s alongside his name across the world. He was able to pick up his first Metro win of the season today, and he did say it had been a little
best of luck, Dowes.
to him. The opportunities have been few and far between. He hasn't been here too often. So he picked up a win. Andy Atkins has saluted as well. Anna Roper with a win. So we've shared the spoils up until this point. Sounds as though everyone's in the same camp, though. Darren Flindell on form line on Thursday night with Mickey's Medal. Graham Gray with Mickey's Medal. Corey Brown with Mickey's Medal. Best backed horse. Who would have thought? Mickey's Medal. As we get to Darren Flindell for race 6.
The proposal went up the inside to nail the Queenslander over 4 there in the previous. So Anna Roper with the previous. Been a good day for the apprentices so far, with Brace Knock already with a double on the board. Corridor is the last to move in. Adam Hieronymus has the task of getting this into the right spot from barrier 12. A little bit closer actually after scratchings. We're down to 9. There's the light. Stand by. Racing now, and another good start. Northern Eyes, as usual, was very sharp out of the gates and will lead. Corridor trying to go forward on the outside, with Gambaro being shoved along to hold a spot. Mickey's Medal not too far away on the inside of the other favourite, Little Contrail. Then came Pure Alpha Park right behind them on the inside of Chica Mojito. 2 lengths further back then to Mars a bit, and Impunity the outside last of all. Northern Eyes just in front of Cador. It just softened up the leader a bit early, and at the 1,000 metres it'll drop off a bit, Corridor, and let Northern Eyes lead clearly by a length. Corridor in second position. The field is strung out. Mickey's Medal is poking up on the inside of Gambare. 2 further back than a Little Contrail. He settles in the second half of the field on the outside of Pure Alpha. A length and a half into Chica Mojito from Mars a bit, and Impunity is back last of all. Northern Eyes travelling well, approaching the corner at the 600 metres from Corridor. Mickey's Medal with the gun run behind them, then Gambare. Pure Alpha, Little Contrail next from Chica Mojito, Mars a bit, and Impunity as they straighten up, and Northern Eyes swings in front. Looks as though it's got Cador's measure. Mickey's Medal presents, then Gambare, Pure Alpha the inside. Little Contrail needs to left. Northern Eyes at the 200 metres, 2 lengths clear. Mickey's Medal is starting to close in hard on the outside. It's Northern Eyes being tackled by Mickey's Medal. Clear from Little Contrail, but more gold for Mickey's Medal and Brave Knock. Mickey's Medal by 3/4 to Northern Eyes. Photo third, Little Contrail, Pure Alpha digging in late. Then came Mars a bit from Gambare.
10, I think.
And last of all was Corridor. Oh, pick of the yard salutes. Well done, Corridor.
No, 5.
Flindell, and the best backed runner in the race salutes in Mickey's Medal. And I guess first and foremost, I should be congratulating the horse who goes on with the job in the stable. Annabelle and Rob Archibald, beautiful running transit. I mean, we talk a lot about this fella today, and I think it's fair enough. He's brought up a treble break knock, but they had leaders back. He was able to get 3 deep on the turn, launch a run, and Mickey's Medal needed the majority of the straight to get past a very plucky Northern Eyes. The 6 Little Contro runs third, and the 10 Pure Alpha hits the line, but I mean, we could say that each and every start, Brad.
Yeah, he's in a good little vein of form, isn't he? I speak of Mickey's medal. He has been up for a little while, but his last two, he's showed really good conviction to chase down the leaders, and that was again the case today. So halfway down the straight.
What am I thinking? I just shared my thoughts, Frank. I am scared about that 11. I don't know what that 11 is going to do. But the 7 looks good. The 7 should not lose. The 7 is the linear, which is a 230 with 91% pressure on this.
Like a man possessed.
So the 7 should not lose, but the 11 is a scary one.
Well done, mate. Trying to smash his way into the top 10 in that premiership across the Metro season in Sydney. Already a lock for the Apprentices title. 5, 3, 6 and 10 as we...
PC, 2 wins, Sand.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm. It's time for race 5. The
Best of luck, PC.
Listed level. It's over 1,200 metres, and Need Some Luck is your $2 favourite, slightly on the drift. Let's look at King Kappa first from the Tony Gollan stable with CJ Bray.
The King is a very happy horse at the moment. He's going to really appreciate being on top of the ground. He was very good on probably not his most suitable surface last start. When Manhood got the drop, he had 53 on his back and he was the best of the chasers. He's found another very winnable race.
Prince of Boom is first up for Rob Hidcote and Timmy Clark.
Yeah, he won a trial a little while ago, June 3rd. At his best, he give us a bit of a shake, Bernie, though he hasn't won for a couple of years since the Healy Stakes here. He does like it here. For me, I just want to wait for him, just see what sort of form he's in, but there has been good specking for him.
I Am Unstoppable is a good-looking stallion from the Kieran Maher stable with Ryan Maloney.
Yeah, I wanted to keep this horse safe. I thought he was a nice enough chase. I thought it was a decent break on 60 kilos. His fitness was just showing inside the 100 metres, and he did pull up with a thump, so we knew he went around, and those blinkers got him up on the toe today.
Compelling Truth, Maxi, Ever the Professional, Mac Griffith and Bailey Willer.
Yes, great win strike rate. He likes good ground. And when it was last year, 3 ago, he beat King Kappa. Drawn out a little bit wide, but he'd have to have a chance at it for sure.
The Big Goodbye, Rob Hidcote, Chad Schofield.
He also likes Eagle Farm. He was okay first up, but didn't win the Chief De Beers. That was the race that Manhood took total control. He actually handed up to Manhood, and he said it was okay. He did right well here.
Here is Manhood, Annabella Nish, Archibald and Rachel King.
A couple of favours last start on the 53, rolling forward, uncontested, but the horse is going well. King Kappa was the good chase on the 59 kilos. I think he's come of age. Physically, I haven't seen him for a couple of preps. Everything looks to be going well.
Here is Need Some Luck. Tommy Berry rides for Peter Snowden.
Should be a really good tempo here, and that should suit him because he often hesitates a little bit. He'll give them a start. Just hoping that he lets down like we know he can, because he will have never been on a good 3.
Manhood.
Safe Work's known for being a...
Manhood is the 6, I think.
Yeah, he's never won first up in 9 goes, but you're always looking out for him in the home straight. So I think expect him to run on okay here.
Up and Girl is looking good from the Matt Hoysett stable, Jason Collett.
She's just a hot and cold mare. The ability's there. She was just a run off what was a really slick trial, but you can't drop off her. She had a slow recovery. She lost an ear-side plate. She can bounce back.
Mullane would need to win his first race on a good surface. Tony Gollan, Craig Williams.
Yeah, he's just going to have to offset that knock now. But he is suited back here. He had a decent tick-over trial over 1,000 metres. He's always got those nice...
Yeah, 6, check.
Money for Iamati, Maxi. Paul Jenkins, Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
No surprise. The only blemish was last start. He had the grandstand. He drew an outside gate. So forget about that and go on today. He drops 10 kilos approximately. He's getting blinkers first time, and he's drawn a gate where he can lock and in fast.
So he dropped 10 kilos and they put 10 kilos on it.
Spots his speed a long way, enjoys a hot tempo and runs home. But he sat close at first up. He was badly held up.
So that is the explanation of that 10%.
So that is the Hinkler. The horse is in the Hinkler. Pick of the yard for me. I'm going to go.
That is the explanation on that 10%. It dropped 10 kilos. It looks dazzling, by the way.
59, which is a bit of a concern, but the map of this race looks perfect for him. Plenty of speed. He should just drop in behind it.
All right, they're behind the start for
The 6 is there,
listed 12.
Frank. The 6 is there. It's the largest drift it'll get in.
It was 260 out to
But
320, back into $2.80. If I could order.
they generally don't. No, 6 is not the drift. Sorry, 6 is not the drift. 6 is a linear.
He'll run home over the top of them. We just need him to really lengthen the home straight here at Eagle Farm and run them down. King Kappa, he won this race 2 years ago. He's in great form. Got a bit of weight to carry because of his consistency.
7, bro. 7. It's difficult to beat at 290, 230. How will they beat 230? That 11 is a chance.
Breaking away slowly, the leader won, and when he changed legs at 300, you see that
230 is a 230.
change-up speed that he does possess. He prefers to be outside the nickel, so we'll see what he can do on this track today with his rail position.
A 230 within the rails. Can you beat that 11? PC 11. PC, that is a dangerous horse. That horse is. I'm very scared. I don't know what to do.
Need some luck. It was the tab late of the day here today, Anthony. What's happening with the market?
Yeah, we laid him all right, Bernie. We got him to as much as $3.10, and the punters stepped in. He came in right back.
That is actually a good horse, but I don't know what to do.
So we've absolutely laid him, but this is a bad result from the tab. If this can rob, needs some luck.
Yes,
Alrighty, we do have a late.
it has. I've seen that. And they've put in 10% more pressure on that. It has lost weight, 10 kilograms. Anyway, there's not much. I
We mentioned all the
Really
red
10.
speed on the speed map here. There looks to be plenty of it. And that is our last source.
I don't.
1,200 metres, there's the red light. Stand by.
Coffee 11.
Ready to jump?
Coffee 11.
That looks right.
Okay, I'm in. All right. Coffee 11.
Prince of Boom, he began brilliantly. King Kappa began only fairly, but Prince of Boom straight to the lead, and Compelling Truth straight outside of it. King Kappa now mustering speed goes to third. I am Artie fourth. Happen Girl and Manhood. Although need some luck, it's in the second half of the field and 3 wide around that first bend. Then Safe Work, I Am Unstoppable, Mullane, and Muse is last. They've gone through the first 400 metres and Prince of Boom. He relishes the front-running role. He's there today. 3/4 to Compelling Truth in second. King Kappa third, the box seat. And Manhood fourth, the outside as they reach the halfway mark. Two-way can happen, Girl outside of Iamati, and then Need Some Luck. He's about 6th or 7th, 7 off the lead. Following at the head of the others by I Am Unstoppable, then came Mullane. Safe Work and Views.
Come on, get in.
And Prince of Boom currently going well, but Compelling Truth having a real earnest crack on the outside. King Kappa trying to get the pair that happened, Girl.
No.
Need Some Luck's running on fairly, but he needs to go a little quicker as Compelling Truth reached the lead. Happen Girl putting it strongly. Need Some Luck out wider.
4.
100 left to run. Compelling Truth packing a good punch.
4 9. Come on.
Need Some Luck.
4 7 9.
Views up for fourth. Then came IMR.
4 7 9.
King Kappa, Prince of
Someone had 4.
I'm Unstoppable, and Safe Work whipped them in.
No.
Well, it's
4.
again, Compelling Truth. Trained by Matt Griffith, a regular visit to Queensland. This guy written by Bailey Wheeler, who rode him in the Wagatown, played a few starts.
That was at 4.
Wind up, good over the final part. And App and Girl going a lot better. I think David mentioned Buse. Badly held up last start.
1 2 3 4 boxed exacta.
But Compelling Truth, what a winner this horse is. He's a gelding by I'm Invincible. I think he had some tendon issues earlier in his career. He was off for a long time, but since he's returned, he's become a winning machine. That's win 12, Kian from start 24.
Yeah, he's just a winner. He never got better than 4 wide last start there at Scone, and he's hit back here nicely off a good economical run, and he's just a tenacious horse. Bernie, got Matt Griffith?
Yes, I do have Mac, and he's most thrilled to be taking out the Hinkler here. So, Mac, obviously you came up with an ordinary gate, but he's just a horse that can overcome
What
that.
happened here?
The gate was a bit of concern, but when the track started playing a bit on pace, there was a bit of a plus. But you just got to ride him a half a second too fast than normal, and then a half a second back, and he just switches off. He's such a relaxed customer. You've just got to put him in the zone, and Bailey stays out of it.
Certainly does. He's got his pattern, and that's it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You just got to ride him a little bit ugly sometimes, and you put the bigger name jockeys on, and they just want to ride them too pretty. But Bailey,
4, 7, 9, 10.
they have a great combination together.
It's sort of big burn for speed.
This is a little weird how this thing is playing here at Eagle Farm. So the 11 did not do anything. It had the pressure. It also lacked this side, but that 4 actually beat the 7. And how did that happen? How did that happen? It's basically management. There is nothing else to it. Look at this. This is impeccable. It is basically management. And here these people are reckless cowboys. This is that. This is management. This is nothing but management. 4, 7, then came 9. We spoke about this one, I think. The 9, which is here. 4, 7, 9. Because of that, 4, 7, 9, and 10. 10 was here with. This is where they fail. This is exactly where they fail, because of that arrangement. This is where they are not able to deliver. If this thing was here, you got a clean shot on this, and this is exactly where things go a little haywire. Even because of that arrangement, the linears, they kind of goes a little nuts, I think. This is where they fail. The moment they are within the rails, they will fail. That is the end of the story. Man, that was bad. This is absolutely bad. 12 has been scratched. 6. We haven't got a single one so far. 1, 8, 10, 16.
Performance of the 2 kilo claim for Molly Fitzgerald should have to be in the mix.
So Dollars now in the red on track into 195. The Toffee Tom at 460. Air Kiss at 7.
7 waited too long. It is because of the management, Jericho. It is because of the management. It's, I mean, they behave like cowboys on a day like this. I mean, it is evident with the data that they've been like that. It is evident that they're like that. You have to be professionally right, and if you have to look for that on a day like this, on a Saturday, you're racing some of the best horses in Australia, and you behave like that, then what will happen? Start. 1.
TB finding line strongly.
All the best of them.
Thank you very much.
Here's Jason Nemo with Dollars. So now into odds on track. Still flipping the coin odds with the fixed odds. And of course, the 4th kicks off the first leg of the quaddie. But Belinda, over to you for the late mail.
Yeah, 3, 2, 8 and 5. I'm
1,
keen on Dogs,
8,
made my best
10,
bet on the card. I think it's a nice piece of placement. by Jason Deemer here this afternoon. He's a nice enough type. He's just that real athletic, streamlined type, indicating that he'll be better over further in time. But he's shown enough at recent runs, and the trial was good enough for me. So I'm with him over Proclivity, who only has to put his best foot forward to be competitive. Air Kiss can definitely improve. That was much better last start at Gosford at the home track. And Torfik Tom only has to repeat what he done last start here on the heavier track surface to be somewhere near the finish. So 3, 2, 8 and 5.
Jason said he wanted dollars sort of just behind the leaders. That probably speed-wise is being taken up by Purple Rose. We've seen her go forward in the past 2 starts.
Yeah, certainly. She looks an on-speed galloper. Maybe even Proclivity was close enough to the speed last start at Gosford. So just hoping for an even tempo. But you've got that beautiful big long run in here, which is generally advantageous. But interesting to see how where he gets in the run, but he's a lovely type. Quaddy-wise, we'll take a look. Firstly, I just stood out the 3 and the 2 here, with dollars being my best bet. Secondly, 11, 7 and 2. The third, 3, 5 and 4, and 6, 3 and 5 to round out the last. So just $54 for the quaddy here this afternoon. But as Jason Deemer touched on, we are on a heavy 9, but I suppose until last race, they seem to be getting through it fine. It was more like the last race here where it really looked to bogged down.
It did, and they're coming up in sort of high 37s, even in the 1300 metre race. So a bit wet out there. All about dollars, though, in terms of the market. Let's go to Anthony for an update. So even money gone. Now into the red goes dollars, Anthony.
Yeah, pretty good firm late, Gav. $2 to 170 now and holding 70% of all.
Thank you for being here, Dow's. Thank you so much. Have a blessed day.
Tom for $5 chance. Proclivity is soft out to 8 and Air Kiss at 9. All about the favourite dollars. 165 now, Gav. Firm again.
Firmed again. So dollars first up. The new stable hasn't raced since the 26th of February. The Super Mate at Rosehill under the care of Kieran Marr. And now has had the one trial since joining Jason Deemer. There's Purple Rose about to come up. So they're licking in ahead of the first leg of the quaddy. Good luck, maiden, over the 1400 metres. Any final thoughts here, Belinda?
No, let's hope dollars can get the job done here, because he's trialled up beautifully, and I thought he was an eye-catcher run first up last preparation, so obviously races well fresh.
Yeah, big dollars get the dollars.
Yep.
Here's Phil, race 4.
Continues to tumble in for dollars. Airkiss about to come up. Proclivity with Aaron Bullock on board, about to be led up to its spot, and Jewel County will be the last. So Proclivity goes in, Jewel County about to complete the line, field of 6 just about set to go. 1400 metres, starter in position. Red light. Away. Jewel County out the back in the early part. Purple Rose best to begin over Air Kiss. Torfik Tom the inside. And then Dollars is going to land in 4th spot early. Proclivity goes back to 2nd last. And Jewel County is back at the tail. So it's Purple Rose taking the lead after the first 200 metres. And Purple Rose led out by a neat length. 2nd is Air Kiss, a length and a half.
That is brilliant, Jericho.
They're 2 lengths in front of Dollars, who's travelling nicely back in 4th spot, about 3.5, 4 lengths off the leader. And then Proclivity on the outside of Jewel County, they're jointly back at the rear. They leave the back straight, head down the side, 800 metres out, and it is Purple Rose in front. Purple Rose only 3/4 now, Air Kiss in 2nd spot, Torfik Tom a length back in 3rd, and then the favourite Dollars, who's had a lovely run. Proclivity's on its back, and Jewel County back on the inside, is still back at the rear. They come up to the bend, 500 metres out, commencing the swing. Purple Rose on top, only narrowly now, over Air Kiss in 2nd spot. Then Torfik Tom, Dollars eases out 3 wide, starts to stake its claim. Proclivity tries to go with it, and they get away from Jewel County. It is Purple Rose leading as they run to the 250, led by a length. In 2nd spot is Air Kiss, Torfik Tom the inside. Dollars is only labouring at this point, needs to pick up a little bit. Purple Rose in front, being grabbed on the outside by Air Kiss. Air Kiss runs the lead inside the last 100, starts to draw clear, and Air Kiss comes away. Dollars got 2nd, Purple Rose 3rd, 4th in Torfik Tom, and then Jewel County and Proclivity last in.
Look at well-named Air Kiss out of the mare, schmoozing. Broke through at start 6 today for Kylie Gavinlock and Molly Fitzgerald on a double-figure odds. coming off a third at Gosford on the home track last start, goes two better. But the Beat Dollars, who had a perfect run, 1-1, just looked to labour a little bit and got going late, will be better for that outing. First run for the new stable. Purple Rose winds up rather in third spot, and Talk with Tom was fourth.
Yeah, not.
Okay, this is the fifth one. Okay. Sixth one, I'm sorry. This is the sixth one. If we look through the odds, that one, that's 1, 8, 10, and 16. 1, 8, 10, and 16. If we look through the rails, we get all that within the box, wherein we get also 2 and 3. Okay. Now, the one definitely is touching the roof. It's got one Group 1 race already. It's a winner of a Group 1 race. That's that. The linear is here, which is the number 4. It's got problems, so there's no high hopes on the linear, but that's that side of the story. 16 is the neutral, which is there with one of the lowest pressures. The lowest is here on 13, which is gate number 16. That's the lowest on a 37. So if we look at what happened here, it was a 1200 meter. Let's just see. Four was here. 4 was set as. There was no pressure on this jock actually. There was no resistance on this jock. There was absolutely no resistance on that jock on a 1200 meter. Here, which that is happening. Here we come. Point 6, 0.9, so that's the lowest. 3. One, then this one. And on the larger side we have 10, which is also here, but that's very good management on that horse actually. So if this is not a linear, then what basically is going to happen? If that's not a linear, I mean, this is a linear, but that's a larger drift. But these are way larger than that. The largest one is probably here, which is 7. 5. Gate number 5. Actually, this is even last time I wanted to speak about it. Queensland, especially this particular track, Eagle Farm. Their horses are a little weird. Even last time, I mean, this doesn't happen at Doomben, but here when we look at what they have got and what they are, I mean, honestly, so far we've the only linear that we had within the rails was on the 5th race, which actually lost. And none of the other races, the linears were there doing anything good anywhere. The linears are already three figure 450, 400. Here it is this. And the linear here is out of rails, which is weird on a gate number 14. I am not sure what these people are doing. 1600 meters. So if we actually understand what 1600 meter is, then we need to have the rails on a 1600 meter. So the one is okay. The one is the favorite. It is the first one through the rails. It's got pressure. Out of all these, it has, I mean, this is a 55 at 48. This is a 64 at 40. Then this is a 51 at 41. And this is a 50 at 32. So nothing makes head or tail here why it is like that. It's a 1600 meter. Why there's no. And then the pressure which is here on 4, which is a 257, is at 78, which should have been above 90%. That's also a little weird. I don't know this. This doesn't look friendly. This doesn't look. There's something that we are missing out here at Eagle Farm. Even last time it was not playing right. The last week or the week before, when it started pouring and raining here and the races got abandoned, even then we were actually on a losing trend because nothing was making sense, head or tail. I looked at the data, it is the same thing. So here we, and but then Jerry has exactors and all, so there is definitely possibilities of what the thing is happening. Maybe I am doing something wrong. So that one has a group 1 race. It's got the rails. It's got that stuff going on. So one is the favorite. But it's not a linear, and it is a number that anybody can chase. Anybody can chase. That 13 can chase. This 8 can chase. And it can be chased from anywhere. It is not in a safe custody. So it is exposed from all angles. It is not like it is in a safe custody. It is exposed from all angles. And it is not that it is being ridden by someone great. It is, I mean, it's somebody that we are familiar with. 8 is being ridden by J-Mac. But this is in trouble because J-Mac is not friendly. It's a colt. It's in trouble. J-Mac isn't friendly with this horse, but they have fantastic management. A colt without a friendly jockey is a difficult proposition. The other thing is, if we look at that number 6, that number 6 is probably an EW. That number 6 is probably an EW. Because if it is 857 with 40 and we have a 797 with here 38, this is a 64, 44. So the difference is huge, but this thing, the number 6 actually has some speed. That thing has speed. It's the sectional speed on that 6 is way better than anybody else. So that 6 is the only one that can be identified apart from this. I am not going to get into this. This is not giving me the right feel. Actually, I don't know what's going on here. All these are 2-year-old. All of them are 2-year-old. Hey PC, what's wrong with the Eagle Farm? Do you have any clue? I mean, this is not the case in New South Wales. This doesn't happen at Rose Hill or Randwick or Flemington. We get the right numbers there. Why is it like this that we are not getting the right numbers here at Eagle Farm? Why is it behaving like this? I don't know what's going on. I actually don't know. This is the 6th race. And things are pretty weird. Is it because of the jockeys? Is it because of the horses that they have selected?
Late mail numbers 1, 11, 5, and 7. 1, Testator Salens up the top. He is knocking on the door. He's been great in 2 runs back, and both over unsuitable journeys, but he's really hit the line late. So he goes in on top, and there has been some support for him. He's pretty firm at these $7 chance, $7.50 tab fixed odds. 11 Snack Bar. You'd like to see him deliver a knockout punch today. He's certainly good enough. It doesn't seem all that long ago that he was only beaten narrowly by the likes of Lady Shenandoah, so hasn't really gone on with it since then, but setup-wise, it does look perfect. I think he finds a winnable race here. He should get the right run, in well after the claim, and fitness-wise, absolutely no excuses. 5, King of Russo. He can bounce back from last start, where he couldn't pick up his feet in very heavy conditions, and Unstoppable should be one of the best of the closers. But I've got 1, 11, 5, and 7.
Now, very firm favourite is Snack Bar, 340 tab fixed odds, and it's basically hovered around that price for much of betting today, so he's a very firm favourite, holds about a third of all investment on this race, comparable with where he is price-wise. Unstoppable actually opened equal favourite early on in the week, $6. He's $5.50 now and been hard delayed compared to the others in the market. Spanish Box at $7. We bet as much as 14 on this on about Thursday. So it's half that price now, subject to some minor deductions. And Brad's on top selection, Testator Salens, that just kept chipping away at him. $11 Wednesday, $9.50 Thursday, Friday, $9 this morning when we got to the races, and now $7.50. So he's been supported all throughout betting. Likewise, $9, King of Rose at 12. Here's down.
Snack Bar favourite. Waiting for the all clear. Yeah, Braithnock's been the jockey of the day, looking for 4 winners. He's on the Godolphin runner here, Snack Bar. Nicky's medal winning the previous rather comfortably, going back to back. Now the red light's been taken off here. Just waiting to see which horse is involved and what the situation was. Fractious in the gates is Unstoppable. Unstoppable is the horse that's been unloaded here, number 7. Just
Lewis, welcome back, Lewis.
We'll have a quick look here at Unstoppable. Adam Hieronymus's mount. The plan is to ride him conservatively today. It was close to the speed here last time out and was one paced in the straight. And when ridden cold at Scone, he really savaged the line over 1,100 metres. So the vet's just casting an eye here over Unstoppable and just having a look at his near foreleg as well.
Not good for me, Lewis. Not good for me.
All right, looks as though this is coming out. Righto, Adam Hieronymus is preparing to unsaddle. 2:32, late scratching Unstoppable, race 7, number
Though I was, reluctant on most of the races, but the previous one, I was pretty much convinced that the 7 is going to win. But no, that did not happen.
Spanish Fox in forward, and Snack Bar pounces into a very forward roll. King Gutho on the scene, followed by Mogwai just behind them in the white cap. On the inside is Satnus. Further back to Star, and then came Crafty Eagle, Testator, Salent. Back in the field is High Blue Sea, and King of Rousseau sees them all. Elson Boy leads the way from King Gutho, a half between them. Snack Bar leaders back third, inside Spanish Fox. They're followed then by Satnus and Mogwai racing side by side as High Blue Sea back in the field starts to improve. On the outside is Starm, and then came Crafty Eagle, Testator, Salens. King of Rousseau back on the inside as last. So Elson Boy first up from the spell. Leads from King Gutho. Snack Bar tucked in behind them as Spanish Fox peels out. Then came Satnus, High Blue Sea. King of Rousseau's well back with Starm, and Testator Salens is still back last. King Gutho moved up now. Hits the lead. Snack Bar the inside, and here comes the Fox. Spanish Fox the outside. Oh, there's many chances here. King of Rousseau's flashing home. Snack Bar with a kick. King of Rousseau went up the inside. King of Rousseau goes to Snack Bar. King of Rousseau too good. Finally wins today. Beats Snack Bar. They got the punters' lunch money again. Crafty Eagle dashing home for third. Then King Gutho, followed by Mogwai, Elson Boy. Spanish Fox run was short-lived. Then Starman, High Blue Sea, and Testator Salens never got into the hunt.
Oh, the Winkers do the trick with King of Rousseau. It had been a long time between drinks for the 3-year-old. 532 days since that maiden win. Dylan Gibbons, Peter Snowden combined to get yet another win for that startup on the board. Oh, the 11, the great Snack Bar, he almost did it, and then just as he dreamt of glory, one run straight past him. 5, 11, 8, 10. We need to get to Eagle Farm for the JJ.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm for the first of our Group 1s. This is the JJ Atkins over the mile for the 2-year-olds. And number 1 and favourite, guys, is Cool Archie here from the team Mutt Stable with Martin Harley. He's been an enjoyable horse to watch, hasn't he? He's got a real will to win. He's got an explosive finish. Look, is he more effective on rain-affected tracks? We're not sure. We'll find out soon. He is proven on the good. I loved his run 2 back. He looked like they were going to run past him, and he had that real tenacious will to win. He's the horse to beat. Maxi Grafterburners is not far behind him. Kelly Schweeder and Craig Williams.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a lot between them ability-wise, although Archie's had the edge on him, but he's finally drawn a gate. He's had horror barrier draws at his last 4 this horse. He finally gets a draw today, Grant.
PC 9.
Further track better.
Best of luck.
Chased him home last start also. Waterhouse Spot and Jimmy Clark.
I think he should be an improver on top of the ground. He was very exposed in the run. He gave a good kick at the top of the straight. I didn't think it was a bad effort. It was quite tough.
All right, we might still be waiting on the 4, called Da Vinci. Let's go to the 5. Talk to be sure. Gets a tongue-tie today for Matt Dunn and Mark Zara.
I think it's key gear change for this horse. Looking well. He spotted the speed a long way last start, and he was much better late. I thought it was a good audition for the 1600, and I like that tongue-tie going on. He's just lacked that knockout puncher touch at the end of his races.
Era Jones from the Michael Friedman stable with Regan Bayless.
A really good winning his first 2 starts, and then he struck that very testing track in the Sires where he was 7th behind Cool Archie. I forget that, and he can certainly bounce back here.
The Greek is from the Holbert stable with Mark Duplessis.
He went back to something easier last start. It profiled nicely for him with the rail out. He sat close. He gave a good kick. The 4th horse was very unlucky, so he's certainly tested here, but he's going okay.
Hidden achievements, a good sort. Maxi, Chris Waller, James McDonald.
Yeah, he's just about to go by us. He looks ready to go, this fellow. It's only start number 4 for him. He's a comp I'm Invincible. He's been a little bit green. So Chris Waller put the blinkers on him today, and I think he's going to be very hard to hold up.
Zebra Finch beat him last start, Kian. James Cummins, Kieran McAvoy.
Yeah, Zebra Finch had the run of the race. He did give a nice kick, and I'm going to take too much away from him, and he holds the spot from 1.
Navy Pilot, trained by Kieran Marr with Ryan Maloney.
Yeah, I thought he was going to win last start in the Phoenix. Sunrays beat him, but let's face it, she's a talent. She'd be hard to beat in this race if she was lining up.
1 and 6. That 6 is a very curious one. Huge speed on that horse.
First glance, I thought had every conceivable up on top of what was a pretty sedate tempo, but I think when the sprint was on, he sort of just missed the boat a touch, and he was getting warm late. So again, great for the 1600.
Sharon Livingston trains the Bear with Justin Stanley.
Yeah, he goes nicely, this fellow, but he's drawn poorly, so it's going to be tough.
Meek George is from the Desley Forces stable, Ronnie Stewart.
Emmy George managed to find the right race at the coast 2 ago and then down the track behind Sunray. Just happy to watch.
Team Arch will have Mortal Halo with Zach Lloyd.
I like this horse. I like the way he moves. He's got a beautiful action. He covers lots of ground. He's been a little bit high in that action over the shorter trip, so should be able to flatten out better at the mile.
This Waller trains Providence with Tommy Berry.
Yeah, big watch here. Keep an eye on this colt by Wooden Bassett. He's only had the 2 starts, progressing nicely and up in distance each time. I think he can finish strongly here. He'll look forward to the 1600.
And Sweet Pretender rounds them out. William Prop and CJ Gray.
Got back to maiden grade was key last start. She's tested here.
Actually, let's go back now and look at Call Da Vinci Maxi from the Bevan Lambing stable. Number 4, Jaden Lloyd.
Yeah, he's done a great job all in his first preparation, and if there's another good run in him, then he'd have a chance of figuring again.
All right, that's how the 2-year-olds look in the yard for the Group 1 JJ Atkins. For me, I'm joining the party, Cool Archie Party. It's a great parade by him. He doesn't look much different to what we saw in the size produce, although he's got a nice glow about him, so he's obviously come through that run really well. And I think if you've got a like Cool Archie, you could probably like Call Da Vinci at $31 also.
Yeah, Cool Archie has been a little bit easy. 420 out to 480 on the QOP. Best back runners, Hidden Achievement. He's probably going to run favourite here. Afterburners and Farnicle are meeting with support as well for the JJ Atkins. With Hidden Achievement, number 8, Wallet and McDonald are combined. This is much harder than his 3 starts so far, but this is the grand final for him to beat Afterburners, Cool Archie and Farnicle.
I'm going to play Cool Archie. He doesn't need to do anything different. He just needs to be as effective on top of the ground as he is on those rain-affected tracks. I think Talk to Be Sure is an improver with that tongue-tie going on. Certainly the 4 big odds for the Vinci. Good run on that heavy 10 coming out of the sides. And then the 2 Afterburners just need a better run than 4 wide. That's all it's had. It's 2 runs back this preparation. 1, 5, 4 and 2, Ben.
Right, I'm seeing $4, Cool Archie, $4.40 for the Waller runner. Let's get to Anthony and get a market update.
4 is the linear.
460 equal favourites.
1, 5, 4 and
a little
2.
bit soft, and Hidden Achievement came in from $5 to $4.60 back to $4.80 at the death. Between those two, about 60% of all bets on those 2 horses, so they're the firm favourites.
All right, thanks, Anthony. Broadsiding was the dominant winner here last year. Memory Jamie Carr. James Cummings this year has a Zebra Finch, followed by Exceed Mixel. I think perhaps a year before that, could have been King Colorado for Kieran Marr. Chris Muntz won this race on Sizzling for Kelso Wood. Oh, many years ago now. Can he win it as a trainer with his son Corey? Time will tell. Here's David for the JJ.
They're all in. Those Italian. There might be an issue in the barrier stalls because I noticed several of the BRC barrier boys are grouping with the horse against Afterburners. Afterburners has been released from the gates. News from our chairman of stewards. Yes, Josh. Thank you. So Afterburners was fractious in the barrier stalls. As a result, it's been released from the gates and is now undergoing the eye of the veterinary surgeon. So Williams standing there, say patiently, but probably a little perturbed as well as it undergoes this vet check. Right in the market, the 3rd favourite. Meanwhile, Zootonium and Meet George, they wait their turns. There's 460 Cool Archie and Hidden Achievement. Locked in betting battle. Zootonium goes in. Stand by. News coming through broadcast. Cleared to run, thank you. Afterburners is cleared to run. Meet George has gone up. Williams about to hop back in the saddle of Afterburners. He'll take his place back in the barrier stalls. Then we'll be set for a dispatch in the Atkins. Afterburners coming up to barrier 2. Goes in. Right to run. Set. Light switched on. Starter has the button. Racing. The big
Lee,
field
8
came
win.
line bar hit the achievement. He was stone motherless last out of the gates. The mare, one of the roughies, fast away. Sweet Pretender, Meet George showing speed. Right up there was Aerodrome and not too far away, Talk to be sure. Grafter Burners landing about 6 on the rail. Cool Archie, he's midfield and 3 wide but improving. Then Zutanium, Farnicle and Zebra Fitch, followed by Talk to be sure. Then came Call Da Vinci, hit the achievement, is now making ground after the average start. A long way back, Navy Partner with Providence, and Mortal Halo last of the 16. Into the first bend, short of 1,000 left to run the bare lead. Aerodrome crowding in second. 2-away third, Sweet Pretender. Elect away, Beat George in fourth. Elected half, Grafter Burners fifth on the inside of Coolachi, and the big waypoint is now in a good spot, travelling 6 1 off the fence. Zutanium was wide, they're followed by the Creek and Zebra Finch inside that pair. Then Talk to be sure, Farnicle hit the achievement, Call Da Vinci, Providence, Navy Pilot, and Mortal Halo whipped them in. Onto the turn, 500 left to run. The bear in front, but Aerodrome is closing. Beat George third, Sweet Pretender gone. Coolachi now starting to blend into the race. The Creek and Grafter Burners coming wider. Where's hit the achievement, trying to make ground towards the inside. Coolachi raced up and hit the lead. Went by Aerodrome, then hit the achievement. Grafter Burners, Farnicle, Providence running on. Then out towards the 200 metres, Coolachi in front. Hit the achievement, is trying hard. Harley rides desperately. Coolachi in front. Archie, can you make it the grand final? You can. He wins. Coolachi. A Group 1 winning Copley hit the achievement. Third over the line was Call Da Vinci and Providence was fourth. Then Aerodrome, Grafter Burners, Talk to be sure. Navy Pilot, Farnicle, Beat George the Bear. Well back was the Greek or the Creek. Then came Zebra Finch, Mortal Halo, and Sweet Pretender was last over the line.
Well, Cool Archie has made it a massive quartet of wins. The Dalrillo, the Champagne, the Sires, and the big one, the JJ Atkins at Group 1 level for Martin Harley and T. Mutz. The runner-up was sensational, hidden achievement. They're going
1, 8, 4 and 16.
and number 16 back in fourth, Providence. Cool Archie, rain, hail, shine, heavy tens, good threes. It doesn't matter. And for Martin Harley, who is on holiday, I believe Kiani's heading back to Royal Ascot tonight to celebrate 10 years of when he won the Grandstand Stakes in 2015. So he's on a holiday on a high.
Good on him. He was not long ago in a halo, Mark Harley, before he took out the Gold Coast Guineas. That was fantastic. Chris Mutz obviously won this one, sizzling at the jockey. It's a bit like the attached tiara with Palacepan as well. Bernie, you're joined by Corey. Yes, I am with Corey. Obviously, this is extraordinary for the whole family. Well done.
Thank you very much, Bernie. I'm a little
So what happened is that thing had the rails, so it went through the rails with that Group 1 race and everything. It did the job. Then came 8 with J-Mac. J-Mac was not in a position to win this, but that is where it happened. 1, 8. Then 4, the linear came in. And 16. For some reason. One has been scratched. 4, 11, 5 and 3. Yeah, so the 8 came in second.
Elio on its outside, a couple away, makes about 3 lengths away, then Homerick on the outside of Mornington here. So Manly have bolted out in front, and it still leads by 8 to 9 lengths. They run inside the 600 metres. Looking to steady now. Dalio moves up on the outside of Tango Queen. They're second and third. Moscow easing off their heels. Then Homerick and Mornington Pier left flat-footed. It's back at the tail. Around the bend, Manly in front. But it's gone very hard out in the lead. And they're starting to eat into the margin now. Tango Queen and Dalio. Moscow runs on. Homerick and then Mornington Pier. Manly all out. Dalio and Tango Queen get to it. Homerick is trying to pick up. Mornington Pier late the outside. Dalio got to the lead. Mornington Pier coming late now. Mornington Pier coming after Dalio and Tango Queen. And Mornington Pier gets up. Mornington Pier over either Dalio, Tango Queen. And then Manly followed by Homerick and Moscow last in.
Well, the stayer first up. He spotted them a minute, but has stormed home. Gibbo got the timing bang on for Australian Bloodstock and Nathan Doyle. And there was good money for him in the Mornington Pier. Over the top of them will win, type the minus. It will be probably Dalio over Tango Queen further astern, but a big win from a mile back by Mornington Pier.
Yeah, encouraging return from him. It was a solid effort. The Lake Money was spot on there. He looks to be in for a great preparation, Mornington Pier.
Numbers here, 1, 9, 11 and 8 at the halfway point of the quaddie. In the meantime, Kulachi, a winner of the JJ Atkins a few moments ago. Let's hear from winning rider Martin Harley.
All right, what a fairy tale we have seen unfold here today. Our Irish jockey, who based here in Queensland, Martin Harley, you pretty much predicted.
Okay, this is the 7th one here. It's a 1300 meter, all lady horses. If we look at the odds, it's 4, 11, 5 and 3. 4 is the favorite, then 11, 5 and 3. Okay. Through the rails, we get the linear on top, which is 12. So that 12 is a check. That 12 is a check. 4 is the favorite, which is an EW. And that's what it looks like. That's probably not the lowest pressure. The lowest pressure is here on this one, which is number 1. That's a 66 by 6, and this is a 82 by 7. And both of them are EWs. This is written by J Mac. That's the only difference, but it is here within the rails. It doesn't need the rails, but it is there. This one also doesn't need the rails, but it's here. They kind of are in okay hands. So this one is again here, the 5. I don't know what that will do from there, but the largest one is here, the drift. And it's being ridden by a good jock. There's no doubt about it. Who's riding to is N. Royler. There's stuff on him, so there's definitely, that is good. So that 2 is a check. That 2 is quite capable in getting into the top 3. This is the one which is the linear, the 12, and the favorite is 4. Now now they have dropped 7 on this. This is here. They had increased 10% on this horse. Here they have dropped 7% on this horse, which is again the first time that I'm seeing. And that's where it stands. It's very strange that they have taken the second one, the second linear is within the odds. The 12 is not there within the odds, which is the linear. It's very strange. There's something not right here. I don't know what's going on, but there's something not right. They have the... How is it possible that the linear is not within the odds? For what reason? The linear is a dead horse?
He struck a little bit of a hard time there at the bottom end, but very bright, looks very fit and forward. So yeah, another one with a big tick.
One of the stablemates, the 7 Sir Chartwell, second up here, jumping from 2,000 to the 24, Brad.
He dropped out to be beaten a long way in the Lord Mayor's Cup. That was his first run in Australia. There was some support for him, $26 into $20 in the last couple of minutes of betting, but didn't really justify that. It's hard to have. We'll need to see him again.
Couldn't find a negative for him, Brad. He looks nice and healthy, seems nice and bright, so yeah, no negative.
Be honest, Brad, this would hurt, wouldn't it? The 8 hopeful anaerobic for Annabelle and Rob.
Oh, it would be a dagger, absolutely. I don't know if I'd ever recover. So I expected more from him last start, given he's such a well-credentialed wet tracker, but he dropped out to be beaten a long way behind Glory Days and Bear on the Loose. So big margin to turn around. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt in his runs prior. I thought he had excuses, but not so convinced now. Need to see more.
Deep into the prep, still looks okay. Just starting to get a little bit of a wintry look, but yeah, no real negatives.
Okay, Winona Costin's on board the 9 Lamona.
Yeah, made some ground there behind Touristic first up, albeit still beaten 6 lengths, but should improve off that. And you look at his form when trained in France overseas, he has been performed out to 3,000 metres, so it has to be a place chance getting out to 24 now.
He's paraded really well. He's nice and bright, walks out really well, and his coat's very healthy.
10 Shazad. We've got Jace McMurray again for Annabelle and Rob.
Yeah, the tactics there is to go the other way. So change of tactics to be ridden conservatively from the wide barrier. He settled outside the lead in the Lord Mayor's Cup and faded to be beaten a fair margin. So nothing in the steward's report. Maybe he just didn't appreciate such an aggressive early ride. So have to respect that he jumped an $8.50 chance, and that was on the back of a good win in Queensland. So he's better than last start, but he too you have to take on trust.
Here's another one. He's looking very well in the yard. He's slightly up on the toe. He's obviously feeling well. Yeah, no negative.
Chris Waller has the 11 Spaycaster, and Wiremu Pins on board from barrier 1.
He worked across instead of 1 out, 1 back in the Lord Mayor's Cup. He blew for a stride or two, but just blew out late, beaten 5 lengths. So he was 4 weeks between runs and was back in trip. So maybe a few little excuses. He should improve off that, but he really needs to turn the tables on a few of the better runs from that race.
Couldn't really happen today. Brady's attitude wasn't right when he was in the yard. He had to be taken out a little bit early. Hopefully he relaxes down once he gets to the gates.
Do you get the impression, Brad, Double Cherry might be a significant improver here, back on top of the ground, a touch, break not for Annabelle and Rob?
Yeah, potentially. So he looked to be trending the right way in benchmark staying company prior to being well beaten in the Lord Mayor's Cup as a $21 chance, where he didn't do a lot. So he's another one that would need to improve, but you're right, maybe not to a firmer footing, he can bounce back.
Another one deep into the preparation, good few runs this time around, still looks really well in the yard, and still nice and bright.
Bartio's your miss beat a fair few of these home last start for Leanne Shree Curtis, Molly Burke.
Yeah, she looks to be going okay, the Grey. So only beaten 4 lengths there in the Lord Mayor's Cup, and that was as a $61 chance. She made a wide sustained run, has been up for a long time, but continues to race well, and I don't mind the setup for her on a slightly drier track. Getting out to the 2,400 metres, she should be hitting the line hard again.
She looks a little bit lighter than what she did last time out, but no real knock. She still looks nice and well as far as coat goes.
And John Thompson has Whisker to
Bendigo,
14.
7, 9, 10.
Yeah, it is. So she's your race outside. I was grinding home at the midweeks last start, failed to beat a runner home, albeit was a bit of a blanket finish there. So is racing like she wants 2,400 metres, but probably wants 2,400 metres and something slightly easier.
She looked okay. I couldn't really find a negative for her.
Okay, 2.5 minutes from go time for the Winter Cup at listed level for another year. $3.10 about our favourite, that being Bear on the Loose. Who's the pick from the yard, Corey?
I'm certainly with number 3, Touristic. I just think this horse, obviously the winner of the Lord Mayor's Cup last time out, had a real springy step as he paraded today, so he's back in form. And Andy Atkins is as well, so drawn good, should get a perfect run. Number 3 for me, Touristic.
All 8 male numbers, 3, 6, 5 and 1. I'm also in the corner of Touristic. So seeing was believing a few weeks ago, and he beat a very similar field. So hopefully he can hold that form, back it up. Should get a very similar run here, just forward a midfield, maybe with a bit of room to move. And if Andy rides him as well as he did a couple of weeks ago, I can't see any reason why he can't go back to back. 3, 6, 5, 1. The market looks to have it pretty well cornered as far as the main chances go. Don Diego de Vega. He's been a little bit easy with all the support for Bear on the Loose, but he was a real eye-catcher there first up behind Touristic. You think he could only show some natural improvement off that. He matched us a touch closer. 5 Bear on the Loose, hunters haven't missed him. $3.10, so a lot of confidence around for the Bear. Has to run out of 2,400 metres, but on what he has done and showed in Australia at this point, you wouldn't expect that it'd stop him. Given he set a pretty genuine clip there over 2,000 metres on a very testing surface a few weeks back, he should get 24 and he'll make his own luck on top of the speed, have company of Sir Lucan up there, and best of the rest is changing of the guard. It's almost probably what the market pushed for, given the setup, given the profile. His first up 2,400 metres off a bit of a break. At this point, the market is suggesting that he might improve with the run. But he's a classy import on his day. 3, 6, 5 and 1 in.
All about the bear here. Bear on the loose. Geez, firm, isn't he? 3.70 earlier today. We did our preview. Now into $3.10. Punters loving the bear, and he holds 40% of all bets. Two restic, very solid. We bet a big price earlier on the week 6. He's been about that 4 to 4.40 mark throughout betting. 4.40 currently. Don Diego de Vega, very soft in betting. As short as 3.70 equal favourite earlier this morning. Now 5. He's been hard to lay. Changing the guard also soft. 9 to 12. A little bit of money, Marcio Del Miss, 26 to 19, and at longer odds, Double Cherry and similar fluctuations. But the bear on the loose, or bear on the loose, very firm favourite. Any final thoughts there?
Oh, just that each and every year we see some good horses win this. They need to be up in the middle of Windsor to do so, but the likes of Sir Lucan last year, Knight's Order back in 2021, Woogok loved it, Wet Destiny's Kiss won a couple of these, and they were 6 years apart in 2013 and 2019. So I'm looking forward to seeing who'll win the Winter Cup over the 2,400 this time out as we get to Darren.
Barry took no part really last time, just went back from an outside draw, was never a factor. Don Diego de Vega, now Bear on the Loose is going forward, and Sir Lucan being sent forward as well by now. Hopeful there, changing of the guard, and Double Cherry as well. So Bear on the Loose got down to the rails and leads. And the stablemate, Sir Lucan, moves up to second. Hopeful a bit erratic there, turning out of the straight. Changing of the guard, just had to accelerate a little bit to try and stay out of its way. Hopeful's gone down to the fence now, so changing of the guard gets him one off the rails. Double Cherry, Spaycaster behind. The midfield still Blaze has got 3 wide. On the outside of Don Diego de Vega. Then came Whisker to Whisker back on the fence. Touristic next, followed by Sir Chartwell. Back in the field then at this point. In the early stages of the race, or back last of all, is Baccio del Mist. So they head to the back straight now, and it's Bear on the Loose, a clear-cut leader. So Lucan in second, and Steel Blaze has to push on. Then changing of the guard from Hopeful, Double Cherry and Spaycaster. Further back to Don Diego de Vega from Whisker to Whisker. 2 further back to Touristic in advance of Sir Chartwell. Then came Baccio del Mist. Back on the inside, well back in the field there is Shahzad. Shahzad was the one I was looking for. And Baccio del Mist is last. So Bear on the Loose in front, 1,000 to go from Steel Blaze. Then Sir Lucan changing of the guard. Hopeful 3 fence. Inside Double Cherry. They're followed by Don Diego de Vega on the outside of Spaycaster. Then came Touristic from Whisker to Whisker. Further back in the field then is More Mona. More Mona there in the black cap on the outside of Sir Chartwell. Baccio del Mist and Shahzad is back last of all. So down the side, Bear on the Loose, being tested a bit by Steel Blaze. So the favourite in front for Zach Wattick, neck in front to Steel Blaze. Changing of the guard. First up from a long break, going after the leaders. So Lucan behind them. And then came Hopeful, Spaycaster, Don Diego de Vega. Touristic still 8 lengths off the lead. Bear on the Loose, 300 to go. Bear on the Loose in front of Sir Lucan giving chase. Hopeful up the inside. Then Spaycaster, Don Diego de Vega, Touristic too far back. Bear on the Loose being tested by Sir Lucan. Sir Lucan, Bear on the Loose, Spaycaster the outside. Sir Lucan takes the front. Put on the speed today, and a different result. Sir Lucan ran down the stablemate, Bear on the Loose. Hopeful in third from Spaycaster, then Mamona running on. Further back to Sir Chartwell, Don Diego de Vega, Touristic never a factor. Then Steel Blaze, Double Cherry, Baccio del Mist, Shahzad and Whisker to Whisker.
Oh, knows how to win a Winter Cup. Sir Lucan, and gets the win in 2025. Was able to get a beautiful run in transit, not far behind the stablemate there, and Bear on the Loose, who's run a really game race in defeat. Numbers across the line: 2, Sir Lucan, beating the 6, Don Diego de Vega. Looked as though may well run on into that. The 8, Hopeful, and the 11, another one that was prominent. 2-5, I should say. 2, 5, 8, and 11, Brad. So Sir Lucan, that was was a big bounce back, in fairness, off the back of that last up performance. I mean, Darren makes a good point. Different tactics. They were able to get a lovely suck run in behind the leader, and they were able to pounce. They're on the loose, Brave, but Sir Lucan too good.
Yeah, that's it. Two of him, isn't there? Sir Lucan, but we saw the best version today, and you could see there in the slow-mo, Adam Aronovich just roaring at Sir Lucan over the line. Maybe he's the missing piece of the puzzle. Hippo seems to get along really well with his horse. He's obviously got a few tricks, but he was feeling good. He was put into the right spot just in behind the speed. And when it turned into a real Tesla, you didn't really know where to look. He was the one that showed the most willingness to, again, win the Winter Cup. So back-to-back in this race for Sir Lucan, Corey.
Actually a really good win now, I thought, Brad. He grabbed my eye at about a half mile. I could just see Adam. He was obviously full of running, travelling really well. When Zach
Race 8.
there on the loose, probably about the 500 metre mark, and really made him work for it. Just love the way this old horse pins his ears back and he's ruled a win. Like you said, there are two of him, but the right one turned up today.
Absolutely.
What is the number, PC?
Good for the stablemate, the Woodhouse Box Stable, rejoicing with a Winter Cup victory there. Well done.
Yeah, my word, he loves the Winter Cup, doesn't he? So Luca won it last year, and won a big great ride from Adam Aronovich. You know, just be on the loose. He's a horse which you can't hold up, and you have to let run along. And young Jack what he rode him an absolute treat. You know, and it was great to see him fight out the finish. But Adam was right on his tail, knew exactly where he was going, and got out at the right time. And you know, it's just great to turn. I don't think he's won in between this year and last year, has he? Yeah, not quite sure.
It feels like the sort of win he could build from, though. I mean, he's only had the one run leading in, so he's got a fair bit of improvement still.
So,
you think he's reached his mark, do you?
Let's just take this win today and see how we go. Very excited to win the Winter Cup again. And the owners here, actually the owners are flying over to London tonight. Yeah, they're jumping on the plane. Yeah. Monique, Monique and Adam, they're jumping on the plane to go and see Stormboy run at Royal Ascot next 7 weeks. So if they were flying the company, they'll be flying first class now.
I'll tell you what, we're only small. We can fit in their hand luggage. Get over there, mate. All right, thanks very much, Neil Payne. We need to get up to Queensland. They have another big race coming up. 2, 5, 8 and 11 across the line in 2:30.68. Sir Lucan makes it back-to-back in the Winter Cup.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm. It's time for the Dane Ripper Stakes at Group 2 level. 1,200 metres, of course, a big lead up to the Group 1 Tattersalls Tiara in a couple of weeks. Firestorm is your favourite. And what is a pretty open event? She's 420. Let's look at Konasana here, number 2, Chris Waller, National Willer. Could be a run too early for her, but I thought she looked really good at the trials, both of them too. She's quite sharp. First up last preparation, she got stuck into her work very nice at 1,300. That was in the Silver Eagle. She'll pass the eventual winner very quickly. She's got to clean up in the coat, but physically she looks forward. Number 3 is Valencia Maxi, Chris Waller, Tommy Berry.
It's all about tempo here, Bernie. There are a few of the back markers are well in the market here. There's no real recognisable leader, so she's going to require them to run along in front. But she's outstanding first up, and she's been trialling very nicely. That trial late, she wasn't asked, so she's nice and fresh, ready to go.
Here's Firestorm, Chris Waller and J-Mac. Her 2 trials have been good. Her bunny was Private Eye as a measuring stick. She's got a good fresh record. Her Coolmore run, second up, was huge from last circling the field. She's got a very sharp final 600. Number 5 will be City of Lights, putting together a good record. Joey Pride, Chad Schofield.
Probably ready to peak around about now in the Tiara in 2 weeks' time, because she's had 2 terrific runs back from the spell. And the map looks good for her, and she's got enough speed to probably settle in the first half dozen, and that could be a big advantage here.
Coco Jambu is at about $16. Peter Snowden, Zach Lloyd. Coco Jambu will love this track this afternoon. She was a very good chase behind City of Lights last start. Just giving that bit of start, and the heavy 8 was just telling late. She found the line better than Alencia on that occasion. Chris Waller Shane's gumdrops with Mark Zara.
At a big price, but things look pretty good for her today. I thought she was quite good first up at Doomben. She's won 2 from 3 second up, and she likes firmish track conditions.
Abounding always turns up. Rob Heathcote, Jason Collar. She looks really well. Obviously third up. There's a good sense of timing with her. And if you like Transatlantic today, her run was very similar. She sort of had that wide path as well and hit the line just as well. Here's Comrade Rosa for Tony Gollan and Craig Williams.
Yeah, she's been troubled by wide barriers, the latest in the Helen Conklin. She had to go right back, and crowded in the straight. She's a lot better than that, so don't be surprised if she storms home here.
Arctic Glamours from the Ryan and Alexio stable with Kira McAvoy. Price is the $18. Her trial was enormous. It was over the 1,000 metres on a heavy 9. Look, she was very unlucky not to win at Group 3 level before subsequently being tipped out, although she's a big watch. Here's Floozy, Tony Gollan, Ange Jones.
Well, she needs to be at her absolute best, and she probably is today because her form since transferring to Tony Gollan has been on an upward spiral, and she's got a bit of pace too. She's going to make good use of that good draw. She's hard to beat.
What about Russian Alliance? Kevin Kemp, Bailey Wheeler. Tashi? Oh, I'm sorry. Got ahead of myself. Let's look at Tashi first. She almost won here last week. Tommy Sherry and Peter Snowden.
Somehow she's got beat her last two. Not sure how. She's definitely the winner past the post. I do love a horse that continually finds the line despite what happens in transit. She usually has space run, so just note she's on the back up.
Okay, now Russian Alliance, Maxie, Kempy and Wheeler.
Yeah, she's a nice mare. This is probably as hard as she wants it, but I'm sure she'll run okay.
Here's Red Defcon, Maddie Crop and CJ Graham.
Look, she's done well enough going back to the 1,200 from the 1,600 last start. It's just a bit of a step up.
El Morzillo, Maxie, Kelly Schweeder and Timmy Clark.
Yeah, the 3-year-old filly, although 7th in the Fred Best, she was good because the rail was way out. She was a long way back, but she was finding the line as well as anything.
Alrighty. Hard to pick from the yard here because a number of these ladies, I feel, are looking at their very best, albeit sporting their slightly wintry coats. I'm going to go the 5 here, City of Lights from Barrier 1. She is the Hawkesbury Crown winner last start. An impeccable parade by her. She's doubled up and she looks as though she's had a nice space between that Hawkesbury win and today.
It looks like Floozy is going to run favourite. She's been the best back runner to take out the Group 2 Dane Ripper Stakes. There's been some support for Tashi and also Abounding. Firestorm has been a little bit easy. $4.20 out to $4.80 for Firestorm. I better stick with her here. I can't get that run second up in the Coolmore Group 1 of Rosehill out of my mind when she almost ran down Ladies Shenandoah from 2 lengths last halfway through that race. 4 Firestorm to beat number 5 City of Lights. Now, she's been very weak in the market, which surprises me. She's 7 out to $11 for some reason. Then number 11, Floozy, and number 3, Allegio.
I play Conazana. Market's probably saying not today and needed this run, but she looked very sharp at both of her trials. First up, last preparation, she got stuck into her work beautifully. That was at 1,300 in the Silver Eagle. Got past the winners quite quickly past the post and over the crossing, so perhaps she might find him a little bit nippy today. Look, she looked well in the yard. She's obviously carrying a coat, but she'll certainly come on from today, and she did look fit. I had the 11 as the danger. Floozy, is she well weighted against these on ratings? No, but she's probably better than her rating suggests. I do love the mark between runs with her, where they're scrapped from that high draw last week. I think that just suits at the 1,300 now. Definitely the 8 in Abounding. I think it was just as good a run as Transatlantic last start, and then the 9. Comrade Rosa is an improvement for Tony. 2:11, 8, and 9.
Alrighty, the girls are mingling behind the barriers. Everybody looks to be behaving beautifully. They're all well performed. They're obviously on their way to the Group 1 Tats Tiara. So today's perhaps not final day for a number of them. And the market's probably reflecting that. Let's get to Anthony for a market update.
Yeah, very open, Bernie. Equal favourites, 460 Firestorm and Floozy. Floozy best back late, as much as $6 earlier today. Now $4.60 equal favourite with Firestorm. We're laying Firestorm. I can tell you it's much shorter on the totes. You're getting a better price on the fixed odds. And because of the J-Mac Chris Waller factor, we're happy to sort of let you on at a better price than the totes. If you want to back Firestorm, come back with the tab. Tashi's had a firm as well, 750 into 650. Alentia, which was favourite earlier on in the week, has been soft out to 950. Abounding, 950, some money there. City of Lights has been soft, 7 out to 11. Coco Jambu, $17. Best back late's been Floozy, and we're letting you on Firestorm.
All right, I happen to be standing beside Tony Gollan. So, Tony, the Floozy is lining up here again. Can she do it?
Look, she's in good form. Mare's in form. They'll tend to keep racing well. It'll be fast track. She's found today, but she'll lob into a nice spot. She'll get the right run and give her punters a good sight.
Seems she needs to be a bit on the tempo here today.
Yeah, well, good 3. She's only got to ride the speed a bit, but she will. So she's fit and healthy, and here we go.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, last couple of these girls are loading up. Actually, 2 or 3 still to go, but let's get upstairs to David for the Group 2 Dane Ripper Stakes.
Gumdrops goes. It's 4 runners to move up. Russian Alliance, Comrade Rosa, Elmazillo and Arctic Glamour. Arctic Glamour goes to her spot. 14 to run. Coco Sun was a late scratching earlier in the day. But the track was reassessed to a good 3. Elmazillo comes up. Russian Alliance goes forward. Comrade Rosa, the last one to move in. As soon as she goes up, the starter will have a complete line. Now he's got it. Set for the Dane Ripper. Group 2 for Magic Millions. Red light on. 1,300 metres. Ready to break. Racing. Jumping in a good line by Coco Jambu, who dawdled out. Russian Alliance, Conasana and Floozy with the first 3. They'll run El Mazzillo forward. City of Lights about 5th away to Ledger, 6th on settling down. Then Gumdrops, Tashi, Firestorm, McDonald ducks over onto the rail. Drifting back now was a bounding after the good start. Then Comrade Rosa, well back Red Death, got Arctic Glamour and Coco Jambu towards the tail. Heading down by the 800 metres, Russian Alliance is the pace setter. El Mazzillo off that wide gate gets to be second, trailing the leader. A pretty nifty piece of riding. 2 to Floozy in a good third, 2 away fourth, City of Lights outside of Conasana. Firestorm hunting along the rail. A Ledger in the centre and 3 wide was Gumdrops. A bounding 3 wide with Cover, then Tashi. Strung up in traffic a long way back. Then Coco Jambu, Comrade Rosa. Arctic Glamour to the outside. And Red Death gone with them in. Russian Alliance tackled in earnest on the outside by Floozy. Elmazillo can't go with them. City of Lights getting up on the inside. Firestorm running up fairly well, then Conasana. And Tashi finally getting out. But Floozy and Ange Jones broke clear, going over the Dane Ripper. Running on strongly, Tashi. 50 to go, Floozy in front. Needs the post, hanging on and wins. Floozy first, Tashi second. Firestorm third. Elmazillo fourth. Then Gumdrop, City of Lights. Followed by a bounding, then Conasana, Russian Alliance, Coco Jambu, Comrade Rosa, Wellback Red Death, God Arctic Glamour, and Valencia pulling up towards the tail.
Well, where is the ceiling with this mare? Maybe 2 weeks' time in the Group 1 Tats Tiara. She just keeps on jumping the hurdles put in front of her. Her name is Floozy. She's been heavily backed, and she picks up the Group 2 Dane Ripper. Tashi, gallant again, Firestorm, nice, and then Elmazillo holding down that 4th spot, Bernie.
Yeah, Tony joins us now. He's just about doing cartwheels out here today, Tony Gollan. That was an outstanding win.
Yeah, it was super. We made a decision last week to scratch it from the wide draw, and James' idea as well, and to wait for this race. We're a little bit longer between runs, but we got rewarded with a good barrier today, which was all the difference. She stepped well. Ange had her in a good spot. She was able to get off heels, and she's a really good mare, this. Going for grade so well. Instead of you, Bernie, when she won the benchmark 70 here 4 runs ago, this mare will take part in this winter carnival. And that's exactly what she's doing, and onwards to the Tiara now in a fortnight.
That's right. I mean, when she loves Eagle Farm the way she does and sort of any surface, it's outstanding.
Oh, very heavy ground at the Gold Coast the other day, and back on a good 3 here today. So she's a really good mare, and I can't thank James and all the Mitchell team for sending her up here to us. And we're just thrilled to have a horse like this in our care.
You and Ange nearly won with Zerastro Group.
So what happened? That 4 was the favorite. With one of the lowest pressure, that did not work. Here, 2 of the linears, they went one after another. Then came the 4 with the jock. This one had the physics. It did not have the rails, but it definitely had the physics. Then came 4 and 15. 15 was here. That is 15. One of the lowest pressure, one of the... I think there is something wrong with the odds here. I think there is something wrong. I don't know what exactly it is, but there's something not right. Anyway, we'll move on to the next 8. I stayed out. 4, 17, 21, 22, 23, all scratched. Seven, 6, 20, and 1.
Goes for just the 2 wins. It's been a long time between drinks. I didn't mind the first run behind. Don't forget Jack Cruz only been
8 wins, Sand.
so he's
Big run.
failed away from the home track. You need to see him put his best foot forward today.
Ocean Shore's the last of them for Albert Ahern and Olivia Chambers.
Yeah, comes here first up. A former Leo Clapham runner is having his first run for the new stable. He's had a string of gear changes with the tongue control off, the tongue tie going on, and he's got the iron boots and front pads on. So obviously a few little niggling issues happening there. He goes around big odds here this afternoon. I'd be happy to watch what he does.
Preside's favourite on track 260. Second elect is the Grey Oakfield Duke at 360. In fact, Powerful Peg, the stablemate, just tightens in to shade him. So Powerful Peg 350. The mare been out to Happy Saturday, who has been back. Comes here first up to Kerry Parker, goes 550 into 460, and the other pair are at big odds. Belinda, they're off to the gates ahead of race 6.
Yeah, pretty open race, but I'm banking on the 3 Oakfield Duke here. He's a local galloper who absolutely loves rain-affected ground. He's a 3 goes on the heavy for 2 wins and a placing. He's had that nice run back, but he was really only made to find the line late. I think he was really well placed here at the home track. He's a midweek winner in the past, and I think this looks a really suitable assignment and second up into the preparation. The danger has to be the 5 Presides. He's been racing consistently well to the 5 runs back for a win and 4 placings. He turned out in terrific order for the Mitch Spears stable and looks to get a nice run from the gate and shouldn't relish the conditions. Also, the 4 Powerful Peg, when the track looked like being on the better side of a soft, I had her on top. I thought her one and only run at the home track last preparation was really good. I was happy enough to forgive her first and second runs on heavy tracks, but sadly we found ourselves on a heavy track once again, albeit she does come back at home and back to provincial grade, and the 8 Happy Saturday looked the best of the rest, has tried up okay. 3, 5, 4 and 8.
Okay, in terms of the speed, there doesn't look to be a whole lot of it. There's no real designated leader. Powerful Peg typically races handy, so too Presides, but there's no standout go forward horse to my eye. What did you think?
Well, only if Powerful Peg does what she did at the one only run. She went and led by around 3 or 4 legs at her one start in last preparation on Hunt today. So if they adopt the same tactics with the 2 kilo claim for Molly Fitzgerald, she could take a bit of running down. The question mark is the surface, which I touched on, but she comes up with a nice skate. Oakfield Duke stepping up in trip. He can Aussie a pair or 2 closer, but as you said, no abundance of speed here.
Okay, in terms of the quaddie to be alive, Air Kiss won the first, but Molly Fitzgerald and Kylie Gavinlock, and the previous race won by Mornington Pier. That was an enormous win, the Stayer, who couldn't keep in touch early and looked to be going nowhere in a hurry in the home straight. And all of a sudden, he sprouted wings and came right over the top of them.
Yeah, he did. It was a really encouraging return from him now with the Nathan Doyle stable, and Nathan just continues to turn out the winners. And he's a horse that acquitted himself to be in much stronger races over further last preparation, so look out for him stepping up into it.
Okay, they're behind the gates. You won't miss Oakfield Duke. He's almost white these days.
Yeah, he's a flashy bugger, isn't he? I sighted him on track first up at Gunnedah. Just draw a line through that. The track played on speed. It was taken out by an out-and-out leader. He was always going to be not suited by the 1,000-metre trip at this stage of his career and the fact that we're on a firm deck. But he's really tightened up from that, made the necessary improvement, and every time turning up at the races, that set a lime green colours for the Bruce Mackenzie stable seem to be hitting the front.
And they're backing this one. Let's go to Anthony to find out more, but they seem to be coming with the ghostly grey here in Oakfield Duke, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed, Gav. Oakfield Duke's been the firmer, and honestly, it's taken up until the last 90 seconds. There was hardly any movement in this market, and in the last 90 seconds, they've come for Oakfield Duke $3.40 into $2.80. Preside's just a bit soft out to $3, and they don't really want anything else. These two, they dominate the market. Sort of 60% of all bets on those two horses. Powerful Peg's been soft out to 4, and Happy Saturday 460, but Oakfield Duke's been the big firmer.
Former Mayor of Port Stephens, Bruce McKenzie, kept his powder dry, seemingly, until the last 60 seconds before he's obviously launched in for this grey galloper, an American stallion into mischief. So there they are behind the gates. Looks like a light shower just starting to roll in from the east, which was forecast.
Yeah, we've been really pretty lucky throughout the afternoon. We've remained on that heavy 8 surface, but overall, the original rain they predicted, we missed the most of it, and it looks to be playing fairly evenly.
That indeed it does. So there's Preside's about to come up, and Ocean Shores, the roughie, is about to link in. Late man numbers 3, 5, 4, 8, 2 leg. The quaddy here is race 6. We go to Phil.
Jeff Pence are about to bring Happy Saturday up into line. And the Grand Buckley on Doty will be the last. Doty goes in. And the starter in position, red light, set to go race 6 Newcastle. They stand up well. Starter holds them and they're away. In the end, Powerful Peg and Oakfield Duke, the two best to begin, Presides in the third. Happy Saturday into fourth early. Doty is getting back now to second last, and Ocean Shores goes back to the tail. So it's Powerful Peg in control as they're about to leave the back straight inside the 1,000 metres. Happy Saturday now rushes up with some pace into the race. Oakfield Duke content to sit third, and then a length and a half back to Presides, who's back in fourth spot. A couple away Doty on the outside of Ocean Shores back at the tail. Happy Saturday takes up the running as they run down the side of the track, heading to the 600 metres, and it led by 2.5 lengths. Second is Powerful Peg. Oakfield Duke on its outside in third. A length and a quarter back to Presides, who's tracking Oakfield Duke. Ocean Shores next to the inside, and Doty is a length way back in the rear. Coming to the bend, Happy Saturday is the leader, clicked up, led by more than a length. Oakfield Duke going after it now. Powerful Peg battling away the inside. Presides peels out, and they get away from Ocean Shores and Doty, but it is Oakfield Duke running to the lead as they head towards the 200 metres. Presides is going to be a danger. They get away from Powerful Peg. Oakfield Duke in front, a half length over Presides, who can't go with Oakfield Duke. Oakfield Duke starting to bore away from them, and Oakfield Duke comes away for a solid win. Oakfield Duke over Presides, about 7 lengths away. Powerful Peg, Ocean Shores, and Happy Saturday, and Doty was last throughout.
Yeah, you wanted to be on it in a fair way out. Oakfield Duke wins today. He's such a softer speed. He made his run together with Presides, who was no match. But Oakfield Duke pulls clear. Aaron Bullock for Chris Lees takes out the 6th event.
Okay, this is the 8th one here. If we look through the odds, it's 7, 6, 20, and 1. If we look through the rails, we get 7, 6, and 20, and the 1 is here, which is right because that's the largest outer. It should be here. So the 7, now they have the linear, and this is touching the roof, so that's there. And this is the second linear from gate number 20. So 7 is being ridden by Tim Clark, and 20 is being ridden by Angela Jones. 6 is Jay Collett, and this one is in Royler. It doesn't have this side of the rails. It's a 330. It's not a bad horse. it's not a bad horse, but there's something that so the difference between these two horses, all right, this is a 140 by 75, this is a 131 by 76. So the pressure is more on this. It's a linear, but 20 is a better horse. It's coming from gate number 20. It has the physics with both the gates and both the rails, but it is 20. This one is the favorite, which is a difference of probably 2 points, but this is going to be without the rails, without the physics. It doesn't have. Having said that, what this rail basically is also a it also considers the pack. So what is happening? There are too many horses. There are too many horses, and building a pack is not difficult. Building a pack is not difficult. So that's that. But the 20 is a better horse. It is like that. 7 is the favorite, which lacks this side of the rails. But I just don't understand what is playing and what is not playing here, because it is playing very weird. PC is on 13, this one. Now this is trailing 6. This is here. This jock is from Victoria, the 13. D Bates. He races in Victoria. He doesn't race here in Queensland, and he has never raced here. It's a larger inner drift, which is here. This one doesn't need the rails. It's a drift. All right. This one doesn't need the rails. It's a drift. It's a linear drift. But the largest drift is this one, which is, we know that it is quite capable of getting into the top 3. The problem is here. I don't understand these two horses. They're both good. One is from gate number 20. This is a better horse with less pressure on it. And this one is the linear. Obviously, this will have the largest pressure. 6 is the neutral, which is on top. And I don't know what that neutral will do, but that's there. That is there in some form. So it's a 330. There's hardly any difference. I mean, if we look at what is 13, then let's look at 14, gate number 14. Where is it? There's no gate number 14. So we have a gate number 12. Here we have a gate number 12. $131, 76.56. This jockey on 14 is also from Victoria. It is not from here, not from Queensland. So that's 12 and 13. We don't have a gate number 14. We don't have a gate number 14. So 12 and 13, that's that. This is a 131 by 56. This is a 131 by 76. And this is a linear. This is not. They're identical horses. 87, 87. And this one is an 85. This is a better horse from every angle, and the only problem is it is coming from gate number 20, and the 7 is from gate number 13. The 7 is in trouble. It is not easy. The 7 is in trouble. If that's 131, we have another 131 with a lot lesser pressure here. We have a 132 with further lesser pressure here with that 15. And I'm sure PC has some kind of a clue on this horse, which is 13, which is there. It's a 126 by 52. I don't know what PC has, but I'm sure PC has something on this. So this 7 is not in a safe custody, and this is also tricky. This side of the rail is missing. I like the 20, but the 20 is coming from a very wide gate. The 6 is difficult. Having these horses that's got the rail, it'll probably get there as a, you know, it'll probably get there. It's got the rails, but winning, I am not sure. That's a 129. We've got so many 129s here. $39, $48, $52, $69. Difficult to assume what it'll do. The 1 is good. That's the largest drift. This should get into the top 3. That's it doesn't require any particular position. It'll get there. We don't have any EWs in this race. Everybody is either a drift or a linear. There's only one drift here, which is the outer drift, and that's 1 here. That's a 106 by 25. If we look at the largest pressure, then 76, 71, 5, all that thing comes in, and the 1 is here, the lowest pressure on that horse. And that is how it is always been. That thing is about physics. It'll get there in some way or the other, but I don't understand the 7 and the 20. The 7 is a good horse. It's not a bad one, but I don't want to go with a horse that doesn't have the side of the rails. Whether it wins, it doesn't win, it doesn't matter. I am not going to put my money on this. The 20 I like, but it is a very wide gate. 6, I don't know. It's a neutral. I have no race. The 13 PC is talking about, maybe if PC is sure about it, maybe I will put an EW coffee on 13. That's all. I don't understand any of these horses. And I do not understand how the odds are working here. Last time, this is very fishy. I mean, I understand, okay, fair enough. That's a 452. It's not a great linear, but it's a linear within the rails. That cannot happen. It has to be within the odds. It is not within the odds. Why? For what joy? There is something fishy going on that I don't understand. There's something not right.
See this horse, and he could be one of those gallopers that improves sharply coming off a
8 win, Rosehill, PC.
To handle the heavy conditions, and a lot of horses were in that same boat. We've already seen Winning Proposal and more recently King of Rousseau come out and turn their form around from that meeting. Maybe Freight Train can do the same. So I've gone 6, 11, 8.
Yeah, that's the jockey with the mustache. This guy is good, PC.
350 only about 10 minutes ago.
This guy is good. He's always within the winning horses.
Had a good firm into $4.60 from $5 about 15 minutes ago. And Mr. Chipchoge, gee, there's some loyal punters out there. He's 5 to 460 as well in the last 10 minutes. Cormac T's a $5 chance, quite solid. And Freight Train, as much as $11 yesterday, $7 this morning, now into $6.50. In fact, back out to $7, but he's had some support. Good price, 16, and Rise to it we have late as well at longer odds, as much as 34 at one point, now $21. Interesting betting race. We're risking half yours here.
Frankie, 6. Best of luck, Frank.
If you're in this, you need to be a little forgiving of, and it can test the patience, the racing game, can't it? Half yours is certainly not one of those, bringing in that winning form, as you guys have touched on, but a few, like Freight Train and Awesome Wonder and Mr. Kipchoge and horses like that,
Is that what you do? It's not me. Come on.
Back now, they're off and racing. No real speed from the Nape Vibe off the inside, and Rise to it, bounded out of
there we go.
Little Silent rush forward. And Gregor Limo's right there with Cormac T. Good prize out pretty deep. Half yours in a 3-wide position early. Further back to Freight Train from Funambulist, Mr. Kipchoge. And Awesome Wonder is the last one. They go to the 1,600 metre mark, and Hieronymus takes the front and Assailant has been well back in the last 5 minutes, and Assailant leads here from Good Prize. Gregor Limo was able to pinch lead back third. On the inside of Rise to it, 1 out, 1 back. Then Cormac T on the outside of Nape 5. Now, half yours is caught 3 wide by the looks of it going down the back. Freight Train and Funambulist are behind. And the last 2, Awesome Wonder on the outside of Mr. Kipchoge. Inside the 1,200 metres, and Assailant controls the race. Assailant in front by a neck now to Good Prize. Then Gregor Limo third on the inside of Rise to it. The Nape 5 next from Cormac T, and half yours is scored 3 wide. Gibbons is allowing it to creep a little bit closer. They're not doing anything so daring at the moment, but stand by there. Then came Funambulist from Freight Train, Mr. Kipchoge, and Awesome Wonder is the last one. Assailant ahead in front to Good Price as they start to run down the side. Followed then by Gregor Limo on the inside of Rise to it, and half to yours have been contained in 5th position out wide. Then came Lenape 5 from Cormac T, Freight Train, Funambulist, Awesome Wonder. Mr. Kipchoge racing held up last. Assailant comes around the corner. Just in front of Good Prize, Rise to it pulling out. Half yours the outside, the runners the inside, Gregor Limo. Mr. Kipchoge's got a break. Assailant with a head in from the pink. Yours the outside, the runners the inside, Gregor Limo. Major Hands got a break. Assailant with a head in from the pink. Yours the outside, the runners the inside, Gregor Limo. Major Hands got a break. Assailant with a head in from the
Fish, they got
yours the outside, the runners the inside, Gregor Limo. Major Hands got a break. Assailant with a head in from the pink. Yours the outside,
they got stuck.
yours the outside, the runners the inside, Gregor Limo. Major Hands got a break. Assailant with a head in from the pink. Yours the outside, the runners the inside, Gregor Limo. Major Hands got a break. Assailant yours the outside, the runners the inside, Gregor Limo. Major Hands got a break. Assailant with a head in from the pink. Yours the outside, the runners the inside, Gregor Limo. Major Hands got a break. Assailant with a head in from the pink. Yours the outside, the runners the inside, Gregor Limo. Major Hands
to the top, like a train. The 11 ran well at Assailant. The 6, another good run, as I mentioned. So 12-6 will confirm third in a tick. So 12-6 will confirm third in a tick. Brad, Freight Train, too good.
Yeah, he was today. He bounced back from last start. Just appreciated a bit of a firmer footing today. And once Andy got the back there of half yours, that horse took him everywhere he needed to go in the straight. Peeled up its back and just had a too big of a finish. Brave in defeat, the favourite, half yours. He covered ground throughout. He still peeled deepest, and it looked like he still was going to win the race. But to the credit of Great Trade, he really hit the line. So the grey in behind, Larape by, but I went around big odds today, but he was travelling there at points like he had something to offer. So maybe one that got away, but for Freight Train, unrestricted galloping room, and he really delivered.
He missed the start too, Lenape Vibe, so that certainly could have been a hit and run in behind. Good tipping, Corey Brown.
Thank you very much. He deserves it, Andy Atkins, like I touched on. You know, a few years ago, he obviously had a lot of bad luck with injuries and stuff like that and never got back to the heights where he was at the time of that, but he's slowly crawling his way back and he's right in terrific form.
He's doing a brilliant job. We need to get to Eagle Farm. The Star Stradbroke Handicap coming up.
Welcome back to Eagle Farm. It is time to take a look at the horses in the yard for the Star Stradbroke Handicap at Group 1 level. This is over 1,400 metres. War Machine has been favourite pretty much since he won the BRC Sprint. However, Private Eye is the first horse to take a look at here from the Joey Pride stable with Nashville Willer.
He's the old pro, isn't he? The ultimate professional. He was great at the Stradbroke 3 years ago.
I don't believe this.
Willer.
He's the old pro, isn't he? The ultimate professional. He was great in the Stradbroke 3 years ago.
These guys have actually messed it up.
Speed. He was in the depth seat at the 1350 first up. He's been back to the trials. There's been a lot of...
Azhar, welcome back, Azhar.
I didn't think it was too bad. He was just really quiet out the back, not bustle.
On mile is Mr. Consistent, James Cummings, Jason Collett.
Yeah, he's a Group 1 winner and a Group 2 winner. Very competitive throughout his career, this guy. His form here at Eagle Farm's quite good. 3 starts for 3/3 in top company. I thought he was great in the victory, and he was only caught very late. I think he got the lead. Sarastro kicked back and pipped him, and Johnny Starr got both of them. Look, if he can back up okay, he's in this right up to his ears.
Here is your favourite War Machine from Team Hayes with Timmy Clark.
He's progressive, isn't he? He was coiled in behind the speed last start, and he just looked class above when letting down. He probably should be unbeaten this preparation. He is the horse to beat.
Here's Payline from Tim Munce and Kyle Wilson-Taylor.
Followed him right throughout his career. I'm surprised he's doing as well as what he's doing now, in particular over 1,200 and further. He was great in the Doomben 10,000. A total for getting the Kingsford Smith Cup last year. He was just obliged to get right out wide in the home straight. His splits actually were okay. Still not sure about him in a strong 1400.
What about Punch Lane from the Anthony and Sam Friedman stable, Rachel King?
Well, he's a bit of a victim of having to go back to the 1,200 from the 1,600 last start. So the 1,400 is a massive...
Frank, 20.
Sprint weight
20 is a better horse, but it's got a very wide gait, Frank.
Page from the Matty Dale stable with Damien Thornton.
He was terrific in the Morton Cup.
It's got a very wide gait.
Spot. He's courageous as ever, this fellow. He's only had the one start over this distance. That was earlier in his career at Albury, and McGinnis faded a little bit late. He's obviously stronger now, but from that gate, you've got to get the tempo right with him. You don't want him over racing early, going to this trip for a few years now. I've got a bit of a concern about him at the distance, I must say.
Robusto is first up for Bjorn Baker and Kieran McAvoy.
Yeah, first up, as you said, Bernie, both trials have looked really, really good. He was a good return win at 1,300 last preparation in something easier. The thing I like about this horse is a genuine miler for a nice high-pressured 1,400.
Here's Far Too Easy, David McComb and Regan Bayliss.
Kia?
He looked to be no issue letting down last start. This horse has been plagued with issues, unfortunately. So another one, I didn't like the good three thrown around. You can see he's got his cannons taped up. He has had hoof problems as well. First up, he was a little underdone. He'd missed some work with that terrible weather down south. He looked to be finding the line very nicely behind War Machine. He wasn't good through the line. He'd just done enough, but perhaps he's peaking now.
Rise at Dawn, Tim Hayes and Declan Bate.
The right profile for sure, this fellow. A winner up to 1,700. You know, Stradbroke winners, if you can run a mile and beyond, you're going to be strong at the end. The profile's right for him.
The instructors from the Waterhouse and Bott stable with Jet Stanley.
He's going really well. He stalked the pace last start and he took every bit of the 1,300 to wind in the leader. There's a big gap to the third horse. He's looked good back at the trials.
Here's Vasasco Maxi. Blinkers on, winkers are off. Annabella Rob Archibald, Zach Lloyd.
Yeah, the 3-year-old Colt. It's a bit of a trust thing with him. He's got the ability, we know that. We didn't see him at his best in the Fred Best last start. That was second up. The blinkers are back on him today.
Here is the Inflictor, Craig Cousins and CJ Graham.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the Inflictor this week on your social media and TV, and he's gained his entry into this race via the gateway. So he certainly deserves his chance. He's on an honestly
very big.
To the 3-year-old, Spicy Martini from the Toby Edmonds, Stephen McLean stable, Robbie Dolman.
16, 17 horses in there. I won't get into this. I don't know what they're doing. Out.
No weight on her back to help her run the strong 1,400.
Here's Coleman, Tim Waller and Reece Jones.
I thought you could keep a watch on this Colt. First up, he was way too far back in the Victory Stakes. He was lame off the back of that. And then last start, he's just off the bit a long way out back at the 1,200. I thought he kept on nicely for a 1,400.
Can Tony Gollan and Ange Jones win their Group 1 here, Maxi, with Transatlantic?
Yes, he's in terrific form. He likes it here. The distance is right. Everything's right. He's on the back up, but he's done that successfully in the past. And the big thing from last Saturday is the massive drop in the handicaps down to 51.
All right, that is the horses in the yard for the Group 1.
They are saying big about that.
Race. I am sticking.
They're talking big about the 20.
Pretty much the same parade as what we saw at Doomben. You can see he's slightly on the toe. He's quite keen into the bridle without being over the top. He's got some good shine on his coat. He's got his game face on. And his favourite hopefully finds a nice spot.
Okay, Bernie, they're gathering at the start. This is Queensland's most famous race, the time-honoured Stradbroke Handicap at Group 1 level, $3 billion in prize money, sponsored by The Star. The Star Stradbroke Handicap. They'll be called into the gates in a few moments' time. War Machine is the solidly backed favourite. I'm going to stick with Golden Mile, my original choice, number 6. I think he's got enough speed to posse in the first half dozen or so, and with no weight on his back, he'll get his chance thereafter. Definitely War Machine. There's been much spoken about him. He's a real talent, this guy. He might come out and blow these horses away today. I'm sure he's going to run well. He's had the absolute perfect preparation. Then Private Eye, and put him in Rise at Dawn for 4th, number 13.
Thanks out, Mike. I'm going to play fast or easy. Look, if he's going to get a Group 1, it's going to be under these sort of handicap conditions. He missed a lot of work prior to it.
There's a chance it is going to be 6 and 13. There's a chance. They're tailing each other. The 7 doesn't have the physics. The 20 is wide.
The track upgrade doesn't suit this horse. You can see he's got his cannons taped up. He's had feet.
I know this.
There's a few little chinks in his armour now, but look, let's play him. He's honest as they come.
Let's go, PC. 13. Copy.
6 in Golden Mile, your top selection, Michael. I like the fact that this horse had a long time off and they've built his residual fitness with good space runs. The handicapping conditions certainly suit this guy. Definitely War Machine. And then I got Rockfire. Another horse probably not suited to the permanent track, but couldn't have looked any better. He's missed a little bit of work with that foot access, but I think that's going to play nicely into his hands. He'll be a little bit pressured today. 12, 6, 7, 2. All right, they are loading nicely. I got Spicy Martini, one of the only a couple of 3-year-olds in this year's race with 49.5 kilos on her back. There is Yellow Brick. We might get to Anthony for a quick market update. We've got about 7 out here, Anthony.
Okay, Bernie. War Machine, gee, he's a very firm favourite for Australia. $3.50 earlier today, now $3.20. Takes a fair bit of money to firm one. Those Flux in a Stradbroke. Golden Mile just went $8.50 into $8. He's clearly the second most popular runner. Transatlantic we laid once it was in the field, but it's been a bit soft late. Private Eye, very popular at $11 supporters. And Rise at Dawn's the other one that's got good support despite being a $15 chance. But this is a very warm favourite, Warm Machine.
All right, a great atmosphere here in the mounting yard indeed. The crowd in the public, they're all lined up against the fence as these last couple load. Here is David Fowler.
The break, 18 of them. All set. The start is imminent. Golden Mile stands well. They break his yet. Racing. Coleman came out stone motherless last, and look at Private Eye. He shung out of the barrier stalls, and the top weight will go to the early lead. From the Inflictor, front page coming across with the Instructor. Robusto nice and handy early, then the Inflictor, Rise at Dawn. Punch Lane going forward with Transatlantic, but it's 4 and 5 1 underneath the first bend. Clark gets War Machine in about 7th or 8th. Then came Golden Mile, followed by Rothfire off speed. Desert Lightning inside that pair, then Yellow Brick Payline, Basasto, Spicy Martini, Coleman and Far Too Easy. By the 800 metres, front page 3/4 to Punch Lane the outside. Robusto in a good third. Private Eye now lying in 4th of Moxie. Transatlantic exposed 3 deep. Then Rise at Dawn over on the inside of the Instructor. War Machine getting into the 3 wide line. Then the Inflictor, Rothfire tracking up as well. Then Desert Lightning, Golden Mile, Payline, Yellow Brick, Spicy Martini, Coleman, Basasto and Far Too Easy. Homeward bound in the Stradbroke. And the leader was front page. He's trying to kick away. Private Eye shouldering into the clear. And here comes the favourite, War Machine. Thundering up the centre of the track and going to a clear lead. Down below the 200 metres, War Machine leads. Private Eye is trying hard. It's War Machine in front. Short of 100 to go. He's the leader. Flashing over the outside of Yellow Brick. War Machine gripping on. War Machine gives Hayes their first strap rope and wins. From the outside, Yellow Brick running a bottler. Then Private Eye, Desert Lightning. Followed by the Instructor, Payline, Basasto, Transatlantic, Rothfire, Rise at Dawn, the Inflictor, Golden Mile, Spicy Martini, Coleman, Far Too Easy, Punch Lane, front page and Robusto last over the line.
7-5-1, and I think Desert Lightning getting third there, just ahead of the Instructor and Basasto. The favourite is one. The Star Stradbroke handicap number 7 is the winner. Ben Will and J.D. Hayes. Lindsay Park, Tim Clark the rider. Tim had him in a beautiful position. He got him away from the inside. Kian coming towards the home bend, ready to strike, and he packed up on the outside.
Certainly did. I think if you had your money on you and in down, he travelled into it beautifully, and he off that cruising speed, he's got this beautiful sprint. Yellow Brick has appreciated that hot tempo, and he's finished very, very nicely. But it is all about War Machine. Great job. All righty, out the front here with winning trainer Ben Hayes, of course, trains with his brothers. This is a real family affair. Your family was yet to win the elusive Stradbroke. You've nailed it today.
Yes, and it's very proud. It was an amazing result today. Firstly, before we go into anything, Wallace family's in the ownership group have had a really tough time lately, and hopefully his win today make them feel better. And also Mike Maroney, we're fortunate to be able to get that horse, get him, and he's an amazing, exciting horse, and to be able to have a horse like this to train is just amazing. So
Mike Maroney, what an amazing man who we all just adored.
Yeah, we did, and he was always kind, and so to be able to get a result like this for Will, JD, the whole team, Mike Maroney, their family, the Wallace family, so
Okay, so the linear won. We don't have that thing, so 7 did the job. This is too far, but that actually worked. 7. Then came in the 5. And the 1 was the largest outer drift. This was probably the safest bet in this one because that would have gotten in from wherever. 7-5. Anyway. We still haven't come out with the fourth one. We'll update that once we have it. So no scratching. 1534.
The writing on the wall a few weeks ago, and it was a pleasant surprise on Sunday morning when I got the news.
Take us through the run. I mean, it's a horse that sort of takes his racing pretty seriously. He likes to get on the steel.
Yeah, he got away okay. He was just laying on the side of the gates a little bit, but he got away okay, and it worked out pretty well from that draw. That's myself and Ben. We spoke before the race, and just wanted to get on a 3-wide line with a bit of cover. He found Transit Manix back, who I knew he was going to take him far enough, and he travelled so well, I probably let him loose a bit early, but this is grand final, there's no tomorrow, so I wasn't going to go under him.
He's got that real turn of foot when you let him go as well. He's quite explosive.
Yeah, he let rip, really let rip. Maybe just wanted a little bit late. Could feel yellow brick coming late and sort of surged again, but look, I can't take too much credit for it. What a great job by Ben and his brothers to just having a spot on for today, and so I was just a lucky one to get the call up. And, it felt really good. And I just want to say cheerio to Jay Nelly back home. I can't do what I do without the support of them.
Absolutely. And handicaps. I mean, they're just the intriguing races on the Australian calendar. Obviously, the Stradbroke is one of the biggest, so what a thrill to win.
Yeah, exactly. And it's been a wonderful carnival. I love getting out to Queensland and just to win Australia and just ice what's been a great carnival is a great result.
Great work. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, there he is. Timmy Clark. He's one of Australia's absolute best, isn't he? War Machine. He takes out the Group 1 Australia 7-5, 1 and 3, 35, 37, a total 121, 17. Here's Newcastle.
Well, then on the program here from Newcastle today, a Class 1 over the 1,200 metres to wrap up the program and round out the day. And we start with the most interesting filly going around today, and that is Cardi B, a Kiwi mare. First up, owns and trains, and the rider is Keegan Latham.
Yeah, interesting. She is the former O'Sullivan.
Cardi B.
She broke the maiden over the 1,200 prior to coming across to Australia. She's first up. She's had one trial, which is encouraging enough. There's not much of her, but she looks like she's done plenty of work. I think class will take her a long way here.
We go to number 5, California Secret, who is the last start winner. Mitchell Bell on board for Peter Snowden.
Now, I know he's coming through a country grade maiden, but I thought it was a stack of merit from his win. He spotted him a long way in the mid stages from the awkward draw, and he come home with a blithering run to get the job done ahead of Star Prediction and Justice Warrior, who have gone on to race well since. His next step here, but he's a winner on a soft track, and that has to be a positive.
Here's the filly by Churchill, first up, Sophisticated. Prof Ryan on board for John Thompson.
Yeah, she's shown the ability was there last preparation with a win and a placing at provincial grade from her 5 start. So I was right with her run behind Diddle Dumpling last preparation over a similar trip. She's first up today. She's had the 2 trials. Both have been encouraging. I know she'll probably want to touch further than this, but I think the soft track brings her into it.
On a Coco Dreaming we go. Here's the 7th up for Ange Davies and Andrew Gibbons.
Definitely not out of it. I thought there was a stack of merit to the last start effort. It was on Scone Cup Day in behind Shropshire Lad, where he got a long way out of his offshed, got a long way out of her ground and closed off nicely. She's had the clip-up job, which is very healthy in the coat. You can see those dapples shining through.
Isla Negra onto the 8 we go for the Hawks family and Grant Buckley.
Another one first up. She's had just the 1 trial leading into this preparation at the end of May, where I thought the effort was solid enough. She's acquitted herself well on a soft 6 track, breaking her maiden on the soft 6 at Hawkesbury. She's definitely not without a chance in a race like this.
Tonkatsu Goddess is number 9 for Matt Smith and Louise Day.
We're coming off a first up run on the heavy 9 surface behind Divine Benet, which I thought was a pass mark. I'm thinking that the bigger track should play in her favour. I can't fault the parade.
Hoo-Ha is number 10 for Mark Cross and Jess Taylor.
Doesn't win out of turn. 27 goes for just the 1 win and 5 placings. Is on the 6-day backup here this afternoon. Looks healthy enough, but I've got a few above her here today.
And Valentino Prince, the last of them. Molly Fitzgerald on board for Paul Perry.
Yeah, floundered in the very heavy going here last start at Newcastle on the heavy 10 surface. So this looks a touch easier. Let's hope the improving heavy 8 surface plays in his favour. That's 6, 3, 5 and 7 with Sophisticated on top from Cardi B. They're the 2 from California Secret and Coco Dreaming.
Okay, so favourite here, Cardi B, the very solid middle lane, California Secret, Sumo going in, and nearly right. Here's the luck.
Is it a joke or what?
Okay, so favourite here, who has been very solid middle lane, California Secret, Sumo going in, and nearly right. Here's the luck.
And the line is set. Red light flashing. And they're away. And California Secret was away. See Tonkatsu Goddess from the inside gate first to begin. Hoo-Ha from a wide gate. And on the inside, then Sophisticated, Isla Negra. Back second last, Valentino Prince. Kate Hardy B back as they leave the back straight. Head inside at the 900 metres now. And the leader, Tonkatsu Goddess. The by 3/4 of Hoo-Ha. They're 3.5 in front. The Calibra next on its inside. Then Valentino Prince. And tacking on back of the tail is Cardi B. Still at least 10 off this leader, who is Tonkatsu Goddess coming to the home bend. 500 metres out. Got away now, led by a little over a length over Hoo-Ha. California Secret easing out. It's starting to stake its claim. Coco Dreaming tracks up on the inside. And then Sophisticated, followed by Isla Negra. Valentino Prince. The widest runner is Cardi B. California Secret coming after on the inside. Tonkatsu Goddess. And they're clear. Back to the half over Sophisticated. Tonkatsu Goddess fighting back. California Secret trying to get on terms. California Secret doing a little bit better in the closing stages. California Secret gets in. California Secret over Tonkatsu Goddess. Sophisticated third. Next in Valentino Prince.
Right, this is the 9th one and the last one here at Eagle Farm today. If we look at the odds, it's 1,534. If we get it through the rails, we get all of them here within the rails, apart from the 5. But that's a neutral, it doesn't matter. Now the 1 is the second linear. The linear, which is here, is 2, which is an 8-year-old gilding over a 2,200 meter. Probably not. That's not happening. It's a small field, so the 4 is here within the rails. This is where they will fail. They generally do. This is where they fail. So if the 4 fails from here, then what is the other thing that can happen is one of the EWs getting in. These 2, out of which Both of them are 80-80. Both of them are in almost similar hands. Both of them are EW jockeys, but one of them will get in, because this one, if this fails, this generally fails from here. The 5 is a 88 by 28. It is a 90 by 28. And this is a 91 by 45. So these two are okay. Then it is all tricky. Anything can happen. That 7 can get in, the 6 can get in. For that matter, the 2 can also get in. It's an 8-year-old, but it's in a very good hand. So 1 and 3 probably. 1 looks good. 91 by 45. This is 85 by 54. Difficult. It's an 8-year-old gelding. And the 5 is a 88 by 28. This is a 86 by 25. The 4 is better, but that's also the largest drift. It generally is, you know, the linear, then the largest drift gets into a position, but it has to be here. It cannot be here. The moment it is here, that is where things go wrong. So that I don't know whether it will get in. The 5, because of this one, this gets into dicey, and then we have these EWs which are here with absolutely no pressure on these horses. So this is 80 by 2. I like this one more. The jockey is also on a larger drift. So 7 is being ridden by Tommy Berry, I think. 3 is being ridden by J-Mac. So J-Mac is in this one. And 1 is E Brown. So since this is an exposed one, all right, this is an exposed one. This is a linear, but it's a 800. So there's a strong chance J-Mac is going to. There's a strong chance J-Mac will win. There's a very strong chance. Because it is exposed. It has the rails, but that's more or less like it. 3 and 1 probably together, and then something from here, probably 7 or the 5. I don't know if this one doesn't need the rails. Actually, it's a neutral. That is the second favorite, but it's 88 by 28. We have got 86 by 25. This is supposed to. This is a tricky one. This works differently from here, and it works differently from here. This one is the linear, which nobody considered because it's an 8-year-old. But the 7 can actually do the damage. 7 is quite capable of doing the damage. 1, 3, 7 probably. What is wrong with the network today?
This time in, so she was just bogged down there on the heavy track at Randwick 3 weeks ago, ran second to Candlewick and beat California Sunrise in her 2 runs prior. So firm footing today, she gets a chance to bounce back at double-figure odds.
Looks really well in the yard today as well. She'll take a little bit of improvement out of the run. She looks slightly soft, but no real negative.
Drift Net, drawn 8. Ben Osmond claims 2 for Godolphin. Good to see Ben in the Godolphin blue.
Yeah, she led that Miss Kim Carr race 3 weeks ago. Faded late. Respected. She jumped $5. I just think the 1400 metres, particularly on what was a very testing surface, just found her out. So setup-wise, I think she can improve back to the 1300 metres and on a soft track as opposed to a heavy track.
She looks okay. She didn't jump out at me the first couple of laps when she entered the enclosure, but yeah, again, she looks okay.
Weeping Woman was really well supported last start over the 1200. Adam Hieronymus, Joe Pride. Can you see his horse bouncing back, Brad?
Yeah, I think so. I think we have to take that as a vote of confidence that she has come back really well. Her trials were pretty sharp prior to her return. As you say, there was a lot of market confidence ahead of that first performance. So she settled outside the lead, just felt the pinch late to hold down third. No real excuses, but she's fitter from that. She's got a good second up record. Out to the 1300 metres looks a positive, and she does have gate speed to offset the wide draw.
She's not real big, but I definitely agree with you. She's definitely stripped for that first up run. She looks really well in the yard today. She's nice and bright and fresh still. Her coat's absolutely glowing.
Hear me out, Brad. So Ryan Alexiou have the 9 for Jandy. Josh Parr, barrier 2. Hit the line well first up. Second up, not much luck. Now back on top of the ground-ish. I feel as though we see an improved performance today.
I'm listening.
Yeah?
I'm listening.
You hear it?
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Okay, I like it.
Because there's been a few horses today that have really improved, going from a heavy track failure. Freight Train, one of those, added his name to the list there in the previous, getting onto a softer track. So change of tactics today to settle further forward and travelled okay, just didn't let down in the heavy ground, and she's never been comfortable on heavy ground in the past. So, yeah, she could potentially improve.
Third up, she should be hitting her peak here today. She looks well in the yard. Her attitude's good, so yeah, big tick.
Drawn 11, number 11, Sacred Rock, Stilling Gibbons, Kirramar.
She might be the most interesting runner across the entire card today. I have no idea where she really fits in. She's only had 4 career starts, all of them in Melbourne. She won a sale midweek last start, but she beat them pointlessly. 5 lengths she put on them. She gapped them late. Second to no strings attached at Sandown last campaign before spelling. So a bit of a wide gate, but I think she can slide across and put herself in the first couple. So fascinating to see what the market does with her the last 5 minutes of betting.
First time I've seen her, she's a bit of a plain Jane. Didn't really jump out at me as far as a parade goes. Yeah, she looks okay.
Paul Perry has the 12 Titokas, Aquatic claims 2, barrier 9.
Hasn't put in a bad run all campaign, so I wouldn't expect that to start here. Kept finding the line there behind Liberty State a couple of weeks ago over the 1200 metres. History suggests that she loves getting her toe into the ground, so 1300 metres, perfect now.
Big leggy filly, looks nice and healthy as far as coat-wise goes. She walks out well. She's got a great demeanour.
The 13 is Miss Jennifer, Anna Roper, Danny Williams.
Settled last from the wide draw here last start through that same race as Titoka. I thought she stuck on okay without ever really looking likely. So was jumping 1,000 to 1,200 metres. That's never an easy transition to make. Comes on again from that better draw here. I think a dry track is a tick.
She looks like she's in peak condition. I couldn't find a negative for her.
Okay, Fairway Star, guys. Blinkers off first time. That we did catch up with the stable earlier, Brad. I got the impression they think Fairway Star will need the run here.
Yeah, just probably lacks a little bit of race or recent racing, doesn't she? So she's actually undergone tieback surgery since her last race start. So that explains the 46 weeks on the sidelines. She is a capable fresh horse as a rule, but that latest trial probably suggests that she'll need the run as well.
Yeah, I think just looking at her in the yard as well, Brad, she'll take a run or two to come to hand this preparation.
Okay, that's a look at them in the yard. Let's get to Corey Brown now. His pick of the yard.
I really like number 8, Weeping Woman. When I first looked at the speed map and in seeing where Adam had drawn on the horse, obviously drawn out wide, but he gets a chance to just take his time to amble across out in front. He should take total control of this race and definitely look the winner somewhere. So number 8 for me, Weeping Woman.
Yep, we're either going to be celebrating or going down together here in the last, Corey, because I'm with her as well. So 8, 11, 1 and 7. Didn't look to have any excuses there first up, but she was heavily back. There was a lot of confidence around her on that occasion. Loved the way that she trialled. I liked the way that she ended last campaign. So we'll give her the chance to improve enough from that first up showing to get away with it here. So she will slide across. I know the barrier looks a little bit nasty on paper, but I think you're right. Just give Tippo the chance to slide across under his own steam, make her own luck, and she'll prove hard enough to chase down. Sacred Rocks, just a little bit easy in betting, so we'll keep an eye on that. $3.10 now. She's a very hard horse to line up as far as where she fits in at this level in Sydney, but you can't do anything more than win, and that's what she did there last start at Sale. She gapped her rivals to win by 5 lengths. Easy as you like. 1, Watch My Girl. Respect her coming back in grade, albeit the market isn't too keen on her chances, but the fact that she started $6 in Black Type Company last start certainly warrants respect here, coming back to benchmark grade. And 7, Drift Net. I do think she's an improver back to 1,300 metres, as the 1,400 metres just sees her out. So 8, 11, 1 and 7 in the last, Anthony.
Sacred Rock's $3 favourite. We just pushed it to $3.10. That was as far as we got. Back into $2.90 now, $3. Still the most popular runner. About a third of all bets on Sacred Rocks. Weeping Woman $3.60. That's about as short as that horse has been throughout the afternoon. Drift at $7.50. Hellbent on You as much as 14 into 12. And it's the worst result from a tap point of view. So we've laid it. Pajanti 12, Tatoka 12, Watch My Girl 15, and Miss Jennifer, if you're keen to play a roughie, we have laid Miss Jennifer. It's currently $26 and one of the worst results from a tap point of view. But Sacred Rocks will run your favourite in the last. It got to $3 and back, or got to $3.10 and back into $3 right at the death. Benny, thanks for your help throughout the afternoon. Brad, Corey, I'll sign off and speak to you during the week.
You jump in that car. Thank you very much, Anthony. Appreciate your work as always. Wraith Knott has picked up 3 today, riding honours going his direction. Andy Adkins has a double as well. Hippo picked up the feature. Sir Lucan bouncing back to form. The Archbalds had a double. Well done to Annabelle Robb. And Gary Portelli, I think, was a good story. It was the first race of the day. But off the back of that terrible Komachi news with the tendon injury, it was nice to see. He's got another handy one in Queen of Clubs, who was fantastic there in the first. It's going to be a juicy quaddy. Best of luck, whichever way it gets home. If you're still alive, checking out proxies with 3 big legs is one of life's great joys. I hope that it salutes. $3.10 about the 11 is our favourite here. Sacred Rocks, as we hand it over to Darren Flindell for the final time today.
Mars Cranbourne Yard is the favourite Sacred Rocks, so only a few more to move in. Sacred Rocks has drawn the outside barrier. Dylan Gibbons aboard, had a result earlier today. Well, these 2 favourites are paying a little bit over $19,000 in the quaddie, with King of Rousseau at $14 in the first leg, St Lucan at around 20s, the second leg, Freight Train around the $8 mark winning the third leg. Outside the favourites, there's some massive payouts. Would certainly improve your weekend if you can pull off the body today.
House on Rosary. 11. Okay, I'm with you.
And Weeping Woman, Adam Hieronymus coming up to the outside draw. She's second up. So Weeping Woman's locked away. They're all in, light on, ready to go. The last in Sydney. Stand by for a break. They're off and racing, and Hellbent on You was a bit tardy out of the gates and will settle towards the rear with Gently Rolled, and Weeping Woman flew out and is going to lead very comfortably early. Abalor handled the start well. Driftnet being sent forward again today, and Driftnet will do the chasing to Weeping Woman. Abalor third, Watch My Girl out wide. Fairway Star improving on the rails. 2 lengths then to Justilla. Then came Miss Jennifer in the pink jacket, wedged down on the inside running rail at this point. Then came further back to Pajanti, Sacred Rocks the outside. Hellbent on You to Toker, and Gently Rolled is the last one. So Weeping Woman got a big jump there on the favourite by leading. Out by 3/4 to Drift Net. Watch My Girl off the course from Fairway Star Avalor. Sacred Rocks moves up 3 wide, has a bit of around the turn. So into the straight now, Weeping Woman shows the way by a length on Drift Net. Watch My...
That is ridiculous.
Sacred Rocks moves up 3 wide, has a bit of cover around the turn. So into the straight now, Weeping Woman shows the way by a length on Drift. Sacred Rocks is only playing a Weeping Woman in front of Drift. Now Sacred Rocks is to the left. It's Woman in front. Got up. A real get out of jail there. Sacred Rocks, that's been a big win to knock off Weeping Woman and Drift Net. Charging Hellbent on You then. Watch My Girl Gently.
I'm really sorry about this. This is not in my hand. There's something wrong with the network. PC, boom!
A photo, but Sacred Rocks gets another win this preparation. 9.
That's the first win, PC. That is the first genuine win.
By Darren Flindell as we head to Eagle.
11.
Thanks to the team on track here today.
That's the first genuine win, PC. Brilliant. That was.
Race, Bernie. And we're seeing the favourite Faulkner Park under Ethan Brown heading down to the 2200 metre point. We're just saying for our international audience, this is an important race, Bernie, for the Melbourne Cup coming up later this year.
Oh, yes. It's always been a great lead-in. These Melbourne horses use it as a trampoline, so to speak. They get ready. They winter up here in Brisbane. They hopefully go home with a fat paycheck. They have a little bit of a break, not much, and they've got all that residual fitness ready to rumble come springtime in Victoria. So, yeah, I can't remember how old this race is, Maxie. Well, since they renamed it as the Q22 anyway. Not that old. But it has been incredibly successful with these horses bouncing into the Victorian Carnival, as we just said. So Faulkner Park was the winner last year.
Yeah.
Frank, 5-win Eagle Farm.
Hard to beat again, Max.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. Yeah, it's only been 4 years. I think Saki won it for Annabelle Neesham prior to Annabelle getting married this year to Rob Archibald. She backed it up with Namarian to win. And then last year, of course, with this guy, Faulkner Park. And this jockey here, it's been an extraordinary comeback for Ethan Brown, who was involved in he had a lot of injuries. He got them right. He wanted to come back, but he didn't feel mentally right. He had a lot of good people around him, family and friends. And talk about the year that he's had. It was only recently that he chalked up his sixth Group 1 win this season on Jimmy Star in the All-Age Stakes. So we wish him continued success in his comeback, Ethan Brown. I think he'll win this race on Faulkner Park. I think he's too good for these horses. To beat number 3, Militarize, who did run on strongly behind him last start at Doomben in the Doomben Cup. Kovalika, blinkers again. He's always lurking. And then I've got New Endeavour. How do you see it, Kian?
I'm going to play Militarise, and perhaps he can posse just that little bit closer in this small field and just won't miss the break on them as much and stay a little bit better in touch with them. I thought he enjoyed the 2000, so 2200 certainly shouldn't be beyond him. Certainly Faulkner Park. I love the way this horse moved behind the gates as well. It looks fantastic. Certainly Kovalika with the shades on. And the 2, 3, 1, 4 and 2.
Alrighty, they are circling behind the barriers here to round off what has been an extraordinary day of racing. Of course, we saw War Machine take out the Group 1 Stratty, the local star Cool Archie take out the Group 1 JJ Action. So the money has been shared between the states, and let's see who takes out the Group 2 Q22. Here's David.
Whirlpool Q22 ready to jump. Lights on. Gates crash back, they're racing now. And the ghostly grey, Bart Jean began the best. Showing early speed, nice and handy was Ozapenko. Banker's Choice driving through to be third. Militarise about fourth away, followed then by New Endeavour. He might be 3 wide as they hit that first bend. Faulkner Park, he'll settle third last in the first call. Artful Girl, the rank outside as second last. And Kovalika is last of all. They gallop inside the 1800 metres, and last year's Doomben Cup winner, Boisdard Jean, in his favourite role, leads the way. Banker's Choice for Team Hayes trails in second, travelling by a length and a half as they reach the mile. New Endeavour's doing it tough. He's 3 wide. He's exposed out there. He's pushing forward. Soon he'll be one off the fence. Militarised fourth the rail, and Osapenko just easy back for the trail. 5th one out and 1 back. Now, watching those 5 is the favourite Faulkner Park. Ethan Brown riding impatiently in the early and middle stages, with Artful Girl and Kovalika second last and last. Heading along the back straight, going towards the 1200 metres, and Boisdard Jean currently making every post a winning post. New Endeavour now moves up to be second, but he's done his share of work. He's used his share of petrol to get there. Banker's Choice in third. Militarised just bowling along comfortably. Midfield the rail, 4th spot inside of Osapenko. Artful Girl beginning a 3 wide run, a long way out. Faulkner Park just sitting back. Brown just smoking the pipe, waiting to make his move. Biding his time, and Kovalika whipped them in. Down by the 800 metres, Boisdard Jean has been in front from the get-go, leads New Endeavour, who's trying to come after him. Banker's Choice third, Militarised fourth, has had a good run. Then Osapenko, Artful Girl. Now Faulkner Park starts to loop. 3 and 4 wide, but travelling into the picture and travelling into it strongly. And Kovalika tries to track him into the race. Homeward down to the Q22. They've got just over 400 left to run. One shot tended by New Endeavour. And here comes the favourite, Faulkner Park. Sailing up strongly on the outside and going to the lead. Cavalier giving game chase. Militarize only one batting. New Endeavour's in for the fight. He's had a tough rider. Can he burn the candle at both ends? Faulkner Park is flat out. Cavalier out wider. 3 in line. 50 metres to go. New Endeavour. Faulkner Park. Cavalier. Here comes the pace. They hit it. I think New Endeavour master from
Come on.
big finish of the Q22. Then one shot. Followed by Militarize Ozapinko, Artful Girl, and Banker's Choice last over the line.
Wow, what a finish. Only a field of 8, but it's gone right down to the wire. 3 of them, not much in it. New Endeavour, Kovalika. New Endeavour.
5 and 4.
Kovalika on the outside.
4.
Faulkner Park's between them. This is a tidy.
4, 5, 1.
Both noses were on the line, a little like last week, Kian. Noses right down to the wire.
4 got it. 4, 5, 1. Unlucky.
If he's got up, he hasn't won since the Derby. How many years ago was that? He's on the outside here. New Endeavour just kept on keeping on. Faulkner Park, he had that wide run from the 600. I think he's got up Kovalika. Kovalika has got up, Bernie. He's worried. New Endeavour and Faulkner Park out of it.
That 8-year-old got there. The linear. So what happened? This time it knocked it out. 4, 5, 1. The 3 got knocked out because J-Mac was there. It's 4, 5. This is exposed, so anybody can actually chase this. So this time, this got it. 4, 5, 1, and 2, the linear. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had needed the line, yes. We had 9 races today here at Eagle Farm. That was the last one. And about tomorrow, if we look at the tracks that are available, there's nothing apart from Sunshine Coast, and it's a Sunday. I'm going to give it a break. I'm going to be back racing on Tuesday. So if you have a little time, please come back and join me during the races on Tuesday. We try to do 5 days of racing, and but that also is a problem because we often have no great tracks, and that's why we choose the tracks and we race there. So I'm going to be racing back again on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, hope to. And if you have a little time, please come and join me. And Frankie, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there. I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there. Azhar, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jericho, thank you so much for being there. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dow's, I know you're gone, but thank you so much for tuning in and being there. Lee, thank you so much for being there. Tuna, thank you so much, Tuna, for being there, my friend. Thank you so much. Have a great day, gentlemen. Stay blessed, and I'll see you on Tuesday. Thank you.